Chapter 15 of The Rise of Silas Lapham by William Dean Howells. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Lapham's strenuous face was broken up with the emotions that had forced him to this question. Shame, fear of the things that must have been thought of him, mixed with a faint hope that he might be mistaken, which died out at the shock and pitying look in Corey's eyes. "Was I drunk?" he repeated. "I ask you because I was never touched by drink in my life before, and I don't know." He stood with his huge hands trembling on the back of his chair, and his dry lips apart, as he stared at Corey. "That is what everyone understood, Colonel Lapham," said the young man. "Everyone saw how it was. Did they talk it over after I left?" asked Lapham vulgarly. "Excuse me," said Corey, blushing. "My father doesn't talk his guests over with one another." He added, with youthful superfluity, "You were among gentlemen." "I was the only one that wasn't a gentleman there," lamented Lapham. "I disgraced you. I disgraced my family. I mortified your father before his friends." His head dropped. "I showed that I wasn't fit to go with you. I'm not fit for any decent place." "What did I say? What did I do?" he asked, suddenly lifting his head and confronting Corey. "Out with it. If you could bear to see it and hear it, I had ought to bear to know it." "There was nothing, really nothing," said Corey. "Beyond the fact that you were not quite yourself, there was nothing whatever. My father did speak of it to me," he confessed, "when we were alone. He said that he was afraid we had not been thoughtful of you if you were in the habit of only taking water. I told him I had not seen wine at your table. The others said nothing about you." "Ah, but what did they think?" "Probably what we did, that it was purely a misfortune, an accident." "I wasn't fit to be there," persisted Lapham. "Do you want to leave?" he asked with savage abruptness. "Leave?" faltered the young man. "Yes, quit the business, cut the whole connection." "I haven't the remotest idea of it," cried Corey in amazement. "Why in the world should I?" "Because you're a gentleman, and I'm not, and it ain't right I should be over you. If you want to go, I know some parties that would be glad to get you. I will give you up if you want to go before anything worse happens, and I shan't blame you. I can help you to something better that I can offer you here, and I will." "There's no question of my going unless you wish it," said Corey. "If you do—" "Will you tell your father," interrupted Lapham, "that I had a notion all the time that I was acting the drunken blackguard, and that I've suffered for it all day? Will you tell him I don't want him to notice me if we ever meet, and that I know I'm not fit to associate with gentlemen in anything but a business way, if I am that?" "Certainly I shall do nothing of the kind," retorted Corey. "I can't listen to you any longer. What you say is shocking to me, shocking in a way you can't think." "Why, man," exclaimed Lapham with astonishment, "if I can stand it, you can." "No," said Corey with a sick look. "That doesn't follow. You may denounce yourself if you will, but I have my reasons for refusing to hear you, my reasons why I can't hear you. If you say another word, I must go away." "I don't understand you," faltered Lapham in bewilderment, which absorbed even his shame. "You exaggerate the effect of what has happened," said the young man. "It's enough, more than enough, for you to have mentioned the matter to me, and I think it's unbecoming in me to hear you." He made a movement toward the door, but Lapham stopped him with the tragic humility of his appeal. "Don't go yet. I can't let you. I've disgusted you, I see that. But I didn't mean to. I take it back." "Oh, there's nothing to take back," said Corey with a repressed shudder for the abasement which he had seen. "But let us say no more about it. Think no more. There wasn't one of the gentlemen present last night who didn't understand the matter precisely as my father and I did, and that fact must end it between us two." He went out into the larger office beyond, leaving Lapham helpless to prevent his going. It had become a vital necessity with him to think the best of Lapham, but his mind was in a whirl of whatever thoughts were most injurious. He thought of him the night before in the company of those ladies and gentlemen, and he quivered in resentment of his vulgar, braggart, uncouth nature. He recognised his own allegiance to the exclusiveness to which he was born and bred, as a man perceives his duty to his country when her rights are invaded. His eye fell on the porter going about in his shirt sleeves to make the place fast for the night, and he said to himself that Dennis was not more plebeian than his master, that the gross appetites, the blunt scents, the purblind ambition, the stupid arrogance were the same in both, and the difference was in a brute will that probably left the porter the gentler man of the two. The very innocence of Lapham's life and the direction in which he had erred wrought against him in the young man's mood. It contained the insult of clownish inexperience. Amidst the stings and flashes of his wounded pride, all the social traditions, all the habits of feeling, which he had silenced more and more by force of will during the past months, asserted their natural sway, and he rioted in his contempt of the offensive boor, who was even more offensive in his shame than in his trespass. He said to himself that he was a Corey, as if that were somewhat, yet he knew that at the bottom of his heart, all the time, was that which must control him at last, and which seemed sweetly to be suffering his rebellion, secure of his submission in the end. It was almost with the girl's voice that it seemed to plead with him, to undo in him, effect by effect, the work of his indignant resentment, to set all things in another and fairer light, to give him hopes, to suggest palliations, to protest against injustices. It was in Lapham's favour that he was so guiltless in the past, and now Corey asked himself if it were the first time he could have wished a guest at his father's table to have taken less wine. Whether Lapham was not rather to be honoured for not knowing how to contain his folly where a veteran transgressor might have held his tongue. He asked himself, with a thrill of sudden remorse, whether, when Lapham humbled himself in the dust so shockingly, he had shown him the sympathy to which such abandon had the right, and he had to own that he had met him on the gentlemanly ground, sparing himself and asserting the superiority of his sort, and not recognising that Lapham's humiliation came from the sense of wrong which he had helped to accumulate upon him by superfinely standing aloof and refusing to touch him. He shut his desk and hurried out into the early night, not to go anywhere, but to walk up and down, to try and find his way out of the chaos which now seemed ruin, and now the materials out of which fine actions and a happy life might be shaped. 3 hours later he stood at Lapham's door. At times, what he now wished to do had seemed forever impossible, and again it had seemed as if he could not wait a moment longer. He had not been careless, but very mindful of what he knew must be the feelings of his own family in regard to the Laphams, and he had not concealed from himself that his family had great reason and justice on their side in not wishing him to alienate himself from their common life and associations. The most that he could urge to himself was that they had not all the reason and justice, but he had hesitated and delayed because they had so much. Often he could not make it appear right that he should merely please himself in what chiefly concerned himself. He perceived how far apart in all their experiences and ideals the Lapham girls and his sisters were, how different Mrs. Lapham was from his mother, how grotesquely unlike were his father and Lapham, and the disparity had not always amused him. He had often taken it very seriously, and sometimes he said that he must forego the hope on which his heart was set. There had been many times in the past months when he had said that he must go no further, and as often as he had taken this stand he had yielded it, upon this or that excuse, which he was aware of trumping up. It was part of the complication that he should be unconscious of the injury he might be doing to someone besides his family and himself. This was the defect of his diffidence, and it had come to him in a pang for the first time when his mother said that she would not have the Laphams think she was to make more of the acquaintance than he did, and then it had come too late. Since then he had suffered quite as much from the fear that it might not be as that it might be so, and now, in the mood, romantic and exalted, in which he found himself concerning Lapham, he was as far as might be from vain confidence. He ended the question in his own mind by affirming to himself that he was there, first of all, to see Lapham and give him an ultimate proof of his own perfect faith and unabated respect, and to offer him what reparation this involved for that want of sympathy, of humanity, which he had shown. End of chapter 15. Chapter 16 of The Rise of Silas Lapham by William Dean Howells. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Nova Scotia second girl who answered Corey's ring said that Lapham had not come home yet. "Oh," said the young man, hesitating on the outer step. "I guess you'd better come in," said the girl. "I'll go and see when they're expecting him." Corey was in the mood to be swayed by any chance. He obeyed the suggestion of the second girl's patronising friendliness, and let her shut him into the drawing-room while she went upstairs to announce him to Penelope. "Did you tell him father wasn't at home?" "Yes. He seemed so kind of disappointed, I told him to come in, and I'd see when he would be in," said the girl, with the human interest which sometimes replaces in the American domestic the servile deference of other countries. A gleam of amusement passed over Penelope's face as she glanced at herself in the glass. "Well," she cried finally, dropping from her shoulders the light shawl in which she had been huddled over a book when Corey rang, "I will go down." "All right," said the girl, and Penelope began hastily to amend the disarray of her hair, which she tumbled into a mass on the top of her little head, setting off the pale dark of her complexion with a flash of crimson ribbon at her throat. She moved across the carpet once or twice with the quaint grace that belonged to her small figure, made a dissatisfied grimace at it in the glass, caught a handkerchief out of a drawer and slid it into her pocket, and then descended to Corey. The Lapham drawing-room in Nankeen Square was in the party-coloured paint which the Colonel had hoped to repeat in his new house. The trim of the doors and windows was in light green, and the panels in salmon. The walls were a plain tint of French grey paper, divided by gilt mouldings into broad panels with a wide stripe of red velvet paper running up the corners. The chandelier was of massive imitation bronze. The mirror over the mantel rested on a fringed mantel cover of green reps, and heavy curtains of that stuff hung from gilt lambrequin frames at the window. The carpet was of a small pattern in crude green, which, at the time Mrs. Lapham bought it, covered half the new floors in Boston. In the panelled spaces on the walls were some stone-coloured landscapes representing the mountains and canyons of the West, which the Colonel and his wife had visited on one of the early official railroad excursions. In front of the long windows looking into the square were statues, kneeling figures which turned their backs upon the company within doors, and represented allegories of faith and prayer to people without. A white marble group of several figures, expressing an Italian conception of Lincoln freeing the slaves, a Latin negro and his wife, with our eagle flapping his wings in approval at Lincoln's feet, occupied one corner, and balanced the whatnot of an earlier period in another. These phantasms added their chill to that imparted by the tone of the walls, the landscapes, and the carpets, and contributed to the violence of the contrast when the chandelier was lighted up full glare, and the heat of the whole furnace welled up from the registers into the quivering atmosphere on one of the rare occasions when the Laphams invited company. Corey had not been in this room before. The family had always received him in what they called the sitting-room. Penelope looked into this first, and then she looked into the parlour, with a smile that broke into a laugh as she discovered him standing under the single burner which the second girl had lighted for him in the chandelier. "I don't understand how you came to be put in there," she said, as she led the way to the cosier place, "unless it was because Alice thought you were only here on probation anyway. Father hasn't got home yet, but I'm expecting him every moment. I don't know what's keeping him. Did the girl tell you that Mother and Irene were out?" "No, she didn't say. It's very good of you to see me." She had not seen the exultation which he had been feeling, he perceived with half a sigh. It must all be upon this lower level. Perhaps it was best so. "There was something I wished to say to your father. I hope," he broke off, "you're better to-night." "Oh, yes, thank you," said Penelope, remembering that she had not been well enough to go to dinner the night before. "We all missed you very much." "Oh, thank you. I'm afraid you wouldn't have missed me if I had been there." "Oh, yes, we should," said Corey, "I assure you." They looked at each other. "I really think I believed I was saying something," said the girl. "And so did I," replied the young man. They laughed rather wildly, and then they both became rather grave. He took the chair she gave him, and looked across at her, where she sat on the other side of the hearth, in a chair lower than his, with her hands dropped in her lap, and the back of her head on her shoulders as she looked up at him. The soft coal fire in the grate purred and flickered. The drop light cast a mellow radiance on her face. She let her eyes fall, and then lifted them for an irrelevant glance at the clock on the mantel. "Mother and Irene have gone to the Spanish students' concert." "Oh, have they?" asked Corey, and he put his hat, which he had been holding in his hand, on the floor beside his chair. She looked down at it for no reason, and then looked up at his face for no other, and turned a little red. Corey turned a little red himself. She who had always been so easy with him now became a little constrained. "Do you know how warm it is out of doors?" he asked. "No. Is it warm? I haven't been out all day." "It's like a summer night." She turned her face toward the fire and then started abruptly. "Perhaps it's too warm for you here." "Oh, no, it's very comfortable." "I suppose it's the cold of the last few days that's still in the house. I was reading with the shawl on when you came." "I interrupted you." "Oh, no. I had finished the book. I was just looking over it again." "Do you like to read books over?" "Yes. Books that I like at all." "That was it?" he asked Corey. The girl hesitated. "It has a rather sentimental name. Did you ever read it? Tears, Idle Tears." "Oh, yes. They were talking of that last night. It's a famous book with ladies. They break their hearts all over it. Did it make you cry?" "Oh, it's pretty easy to cry over a book," said Penelope, laughing. "And that one is very natural till you come to the main point. Then the naturalness of all the rest makes that seem natural too. But I guess it's rather forced." "Her giving him up to the other one?" "Yes, simply because she happened to know that the other one had cared for him first. Why should she have done it? What right had she?" "I don't know. I suppose that the self-sacrifice." "But it wasn't self-sacrifice, or not self-sacrifice alone. She was sacrificing him too, and for someone who couldn't appreciate him half as much as she could. I'm provoked with myself when I think how I cried over that book, for I did cry. It's silly. It's wicked for anyone to do what that girl did. Why can't they let people have a chance to behave reasonably in stories?" "Perhaps they couldn't make it so attractive," suggested Corey with a smile. "It would be novel, at any rate," said the girl. "But so it would in real life, I suppose," she added. "I don't know. Why shouldn't people in love behave sensibly?" "That's a very serious question," said Penelope gravely. "I couldn't answer it." And she left him the embarrassment of supporting an inquiry which she had certainly instigated herself. She seemed to have finally recovered her own ease in doing this. "Do you admire our autumnal display, Mr. Corey?" "Your display?" "The trees in the square. We think it's quite equal to an opening at Jordan in the Marshes." "Oh, I'm afraid you wouldn't let me be serious even about your maples." "Oh, yes, I should, if you like to be serious. Don't you?" "Well, not about serious matters. That's the reason the book made me cry." "You make fun of everything. Miss Irene was telling me last night about you." "Then it's no use for me to deny it so soon. I must give Irene a talking to." "I hope you won't forbid her to talk about you." She had taken up a fan from the table, and held it, now between her face and the fire, and between her face and him. Her little visage, with that arch, lazy look in it, topped by its mass of dusky hair, and dwindling from the full cheeks to the small chin, had a Japanese effect in the subdued light, and it had the charm which comes to any woman with happiness. It would be hard to say how much of this she perceived that he felt. They talked about other things a while, and then she came back to what he had said. She glanced at him obliquely round her fan, and stopped moving it. "Does Irene talk about me?" she asked. "I think so. Yes. Perhaps it's only I who talk about you. You must blame me if it's wrong," he returned. "Oh, I didn't say it was wrong," she replied. "But I hope, if you said anything very bad of me, you'll let me know what it was, so that I can reform." "No, don't change, please," cried the young man. Penelope caught her breath, but went on resolutely, "or rebuke you for speaking evil of dignities." She looked down at the fan, now flat in her lap, and tried to govern her head, but it trembled, and she remained looking down. Again they let the talk stray, and then it was he who brought it back to themselves, as if it had not left them. "I have to talk of you," said Corey, "because I get to talk to you so seldom." "You mean that I do all the talking when we're together?" She glanced sidewise at him, but she reddened after speaking the last word. "We're so seldom together," he pursued. "I don't know what you mean." "Sometimes I've been afraid that you avoided me." "Avoided you?" "Yes, tried not to be alone with me." She might have told him that there was no reason why she should be alone with him, and that it was very strange he should make this complaint of her, but she did not. She kept looking down at the fan, and then she lifted her burning face and looked at the clock again. "Mother and Irene will be sorry to miss you," she gasped. He instantly rose and came toward her. She rose too, and mechanically put out her hand. He took it as if to say good night. "I didn't mean to send you away," she besought him. "Oh, I'm not going," he answered simply. "I wanted to say that it's I who make her talk about you, there is something I want to say to you. I've said it so often to myself that I feel as if you must know it." She stood quite still, letting him keep her hand, and questioning his face with a bewildered gaze. "You must know. She must have told you. She must have guessed." Penelope turned white, but outwardly quelled the panic that sent the blood to her heart. I didn't expect. I hoped to have seen your father, but I must speak now, whatever. I love you." She freed her hand from both of those he had closed upon it, and went back from him across the room with a sinuous spring. "Me?" Whatever potential complicity had lurked in her heart, his words brought her only immeasurable dismay. He came towards her again. "Yes, you. Who else?" She fended him off with an imploring gesture. "I thought it was—" She shut her lips tight, and stood looking at him where he remained in silent amaze. Then her words came again, shudderingly. "Oh, what have you done?" "Upon my soul," he said with a vague smile, "I don't know. I hope no harm." "Oh, don't laugh," she cried, laughing hysterically herself, "unless you want me to think you the greatest wretch in the world." "Aye," he responded. "For heaven's sake, tell me what you mean." "You know I can't tell you. Can you put your hand on your heart and say that you never that you meant me all along?" "Yes. Yes, who else? I came here to see your father, and to tell him that I wished to tell you this, to ask him, but what does it matter? You must have known it, you must have seen, and it's for you to answer me. I've been abrupt, I know, and I've startled you, but if you love me, you can forgive that to my loving you so long before I spoke." She gazed at him with parted lips. "Oh, mercy, what shall I do? If it's true, what you say, you must go," she said, "and you must never come any more. Do you promise that?" "Certainly not," said the young man. "Why should I promise such a thing, so abominably wrong? I could obey if you didn't love me." "Oh, I don't. Indeed I don't. Now will you obey?" "No, I don't believe you." "Oh!" He possessed himself of her hand again. "My love, my dearest, what is this trouble that you can't tell it? It can't be anything about yourself. If it is anything about anyone else, it wouldn't make the least difference in the world, no matter what it was. I would be too glad to show by any act or deed I could that nothing could change me towards you." "Oh, you don't understand." "No, I don't. You must tell me." "I will never do that." "Then I will stay here till your mother comes, and ask her what it is." "Ask her?" "Yes. Do you think I would give you up till I know why I must?" "You force me to it. Will you go if I tell you, and never let any human creature know what you have said to me?" "Not unless you give me leave." "That will be never. Well, then," she stopped, and made 2 or 3 ineffectual efforts to begin again. "No, no, I can't. You must go." "I will not go." "You said you loved me. If you do, you will go." He dropped the hands he had stretched towards her, and she hid her face in her own. "There," she said, turning it suddenly upon him. "Sit down there, and will you promise, on your honour, not to speak, not to try to persuade me, not to touch me? You won't touch me?" I will obey you, Penelope." "As if you were never to see me again. As if I were dying." "I will do what you say, but I shall see you again, and don't talk of dying. This is the beginning of life." "No, it's the end," said the girl, resuming at last something of the hoarse drawl which the tumult of her feelings had broken into these half-articulate appeals. She sat down too, and lifted her face towards him. "It's the end of life for me, because I know now that I must have been playing false from the beginning. You don't know what I mean, and I can never tell you. It isn't my secret. It's someone else's. You must never come here again. I can't tell you why, and you must never try to know. Do you promise?" "You can't forbid me. I must do what you say." "I do forbid you, then. And you shall not think I am cruel." "How could I think that? Oh, how hard you make it!" Corey laughed for very despair. "Can I make it easier by disobeying you? I know I am talking crazily, but I'm not crazy." "No, no," he said, with some wild notion of comforting her. "But try to tell me this trouble. There is nothing under heaven, no calamity, no sorrow, that I wouldn't gladly share with you or take all upon myself if I could." "I know, but this you can't. Oh, my!" "Dearest, wait, think. Let me ask your mother, your father." She gave a cry. "No, if you do that you will make me hate you, will you—" The rattling of a latchkey was heard in the outer door. "Promise!" cried Penelope. "Oh, I promise. Good-bye." She suddenly flung her arms around his neck, and pressed her cheek tight against his, flashed out of the room by one door as her father entered it by another. Corey turned to him in a daze. I called to speak with you about a matter, but it's so late now. I'll see you tomorrow." "No time like the present," said Lapham, with a fierceness that did not seem referable to Corey. He had his hat still on, and he glared at the young man out of his blue eyes with a fire that something else must have kindled there. "I really can't now," said Corey weakly. "It will do quite as well tomorrow. Good night, sir." "Good night," answered Lapham abruptly, following him to the door, and shutting it after him. "I think the devil must have gotten into pretty much everybody to-night," he muttered, coming back into the room, where he put down his hat. Then he went to the kitchen stairs and called down, "Hello, Alice. I want something to eat." End of chapter 16. Chapter 17 of The Rise of Silas Lapham by William Dean Howells. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. "What's the reason the girls never get down to breakfast any more?" asked Lapham when he met his wife at the table in the morning. He had been up an hour and a half, and he spoke with the severity of a hungry man. "It seems to me they don't amount to anything. Here I am, at my time of life, up the first one in the house. I ring the bell for the cook at 6:15 every morning, and the breakfast is on the table at 7:30 right along, like clockwork. But I never see anybody but you till I go to the office." "Oh, yes, you do, Si," said his wife soothingly. "The girls are nearly always down, but they're young, and it tires them more than it does us to get up early." "They can rest afterwards. They don't do anything after they are up," grumbled Lapham. "Well, that's your fault, ain't it? You oughtn't to have made so much money, and then they'd have to had to work." She laughed at Lapham's Spartan mood, and went on to excuse the young people. "Irene's been up 2 nights hand-running, and Penelope says she ain't well. What makes you so cross about the girls? Been doing something you're ashamed of?" "I'll tell you when I've been doing anything to be ashamed of," growled Lapham. "Oh, no, you won't," said his wife jollily. "You'll only be hard on the rest of us. Come now, Si, what is it?" Lapham frowned into his coffee with sulky dignity and said, without looking up, "I wonder what that fellow wanted here last night." "What fellow?" "Corey. I found him here when I came home, and he said he wanted to see me, but he wouldn't stop." "Where was he?" "In the sitting room." "Was Pen there?" "I didn't see her." Mrs. Lapham paused with her hand on the cream jug. "Why, what in the land did he want?" Did he say he wanted you?" "That's what he said." "And then he wouldn't stay?" "Well, then, I'll tell you just what it is, Silas Lapham. He came here," she looked about the room and lowered her voice, "to see you about Irene, and then he hadn't the courage." "I guess he's got courage enough to do pretty much what he wants to," said Lapham glumly. "All I know is he was here. You better ask Pen about it if she ever gets down." "I guess I shan't wait for her," said Mrs. Lapham, and, as her husband closed the front door after him, she opened that of her daughter's room and entered abruptly. The girl sat at the window, fully dressed, and as if she had been sitting there a long time. Without rising, she turned her face toward her mother. It merely showed black against the light, and revealed nothing till her mother came close to her with successive questions. "Why, how long have you been up, Pen? Why don't you come to your breakfast? Did you see Mr. Corey when he called last night? Why, what's the matter with you? What have you been crying about?" "Have I been crying?" "Yes, your cheeks are all wet." "I thought they were on fire. Well, I'll tell you what's happened." She rose and then fell back in her chair. "Lock the door," she ordered, and her mother mechanically obeyed. "I don't want Irene in here. There's nothing the matter, only Mr. Corey offered himself to me last night." Her mother remained looking at her, helpless, not so much with amaze, perhaps, as dismay. "Oh, I'm not a ghost. I wish I was." "You had better sit down, mother. You've got to know all about it." Mrs. Lapham dropped nervously into the chair at the other window, and while the girl went slowly but briefly on, touching only the vital parts of the story, and breaking at times into a bitter drollery, she sat as if without the power to speak or stir. "Well, that's all, mother. I should say I had dreamt it if I'd slept any last night, but I guess it really happened." The mother glanced round at the bed, and said, glad to occupy herself delayingly with the minor care, "Why, you have been sitting up all night. You will kill yourself." "I don't know about killing myself, but I've been sitting up all night," answered the girl. Then, seeing that her mother remained blankly silent again, she demanded, "Why don't you blame me, mother? Why don't you say that I led him on, or tried to get him away from her? Don't you believe I did?" Her mother made no answer, as if these ravings of self-accusal needed none. "Do you think," she asked simply, "that he got the idea you cared for him?" "He knew it. How could I keep it from him? I said I didn't, at first." "It was no use," sighed the mother. "You might as well have said you did. It couldn't help Irene any if you didn't." "I always tried to help her with him, even when I—" "Yes, I know. But she was never equal to him. I saw that from the start. But I tried to blind myself to it. And when he kept coming—" "You never thought of me," cried the girl, with a bitterness that reached her mother's heart. "I was nobody. I couldn't feel. No one could care for me." The turmoil of despair, of triumph, of remorse and resentment which filled her soul tried to express itself in the words. "No," said the mother humbly. "I didn't think of you. Or I didn't think of you enough. It did come across me sometimes that maybe— But it didn't seem as if— And you're going on so for Irene." "You let me go on. You made me always go and talk with him for her, and you didn't think I would talk to him for myself. Well, I didn't." "I'm punished for it. When did you— begin to care for him?" "How do I know? What difference does it make? It's all over now, no matter when it began. He won't come here any more, unless I let him." She could not help betraying her pride in this authority of hers, but she went on anxiously enough. "What will you say to Irene? She's safe as far as I'm concerned, but if you don't care for her, what will you do?" "I don't know what to do," said Mrs. Lapham. She sat in an apathy from which she apparently could not rouse herself. "I don't see as anything can be done." Penelope laughed in a pitying derision. "Well, let things go on then. but they won't go on." "No, they won't go on," echoed her mother. "She's pretty enough, and she's capable, and your father's got the money. I don't know what I'm saying. She ain't equal to him, and she never was. I kept feeling it all the time, and yet I kept blinding myself." "If he had ever cared for her," said Penelope, "it wouldn't have mattered whether she was equal to him or not. I'm not equal to him either." Her mother went on, "I might have thought it was you, but I had got set. Well, I can see it all clear enough now it's too late. I don't know what to do." "And what do you expect me to do?" demanded the girl. "Don't you want me to go to Irene and tell her that I've gotten him away from her?" "Oh, good Lord!" cried Mrs. Lapham. "What shall I do? What do you want I should do, Pen?" "Nothing for me," said Penelope. "I've had it out with myself. Now do the best you can for Irene." "I couldn't say you had done wrong if you was to marry him to-day." "Mother!" "No, I couldn't. I couldn't say but what you had been good and faithful all through, and you had a perfect right to do it. There ain't any one to blame. He's behaved like a gentleman, and I can see now that he never thought of her, and that it was you all the while. Well, marry him then. He's got the right, and so have you." "What about Irene?" "I don't want you to talk about me. I can take care of myself." "She's nothing but a child. It's only a fancy with her. She'll get over it. She ain't really got her heart set on him." "She's got her heart set on him, mother. She's got her whole life set on him. You know that." "Yes, that's so," said the mother, as promptly as if she had been arguing to that rather than the contrary effect. "If I could give him to her, I would. But he isn't mine to give," she added in a burst of despair. "He isn't mine to keep." "Well," said Mrs. Lapham, "she's got to bear it. I don't know what's to come of it all, but she's got to bear her share of it." She rose and went toward the door. Penelope ran after her in a sort of terror. "You're not going to tell Irene?" she gasped, seizing her mother by either shoulder. "Yes, I am," said Mrs. Lapham. "If she's a woman grown, she can bear a woman's burden." "I can't let you tell Irene," said the girl, letting her face fall on her mother's neck. "Not Irene," she moaned. "I'm afraid to let you. How can I ever look at her again?" "Why, you haven't done anything, Pen," said her mother soothingly. "I wanted to. Yes, I must have done something. How could I help it? I did care for him from the first, and I must have tried to make him like me. Do you think I did? No, no, you mustn't tell Irene. Not yet, mother. Yes, I did try to get him from her," she cried, lifting her head and suddenly looking her mother in the face with those large, dim eyes of hers. "What do you think? Even last night, it was the first time I'd ever had him all to myself, for myself, and I know now that I tried to make him think that I was pretty and funny, and I didn't try to make him think of her. I knew that I pleased him, and I tried to please him more. Perhaps I could have kept him from saying that he cared for me, but when I saw he did, I must have seen it. I couldn't. I have never had him to myself and for myself before. I needn't have seen him at all, but I wanted to see him, and when I was sitting there alone with him, how do I know what I did to let him feel that I cared for him? Now, will you tell Irene? I never thought he did care for me, and never expected him to. But I liked him. Yes, I did like him. Tell her that, or else I will." "If it was to tell her he was dead," began Mrs. Lapham absently. "How easy it would be," cried the girl in self-mockery. "But he's worse than dead to her, and so am I. I've turned it over a million ways, mother. I've looked at it in every light you can put it in, and I can't make anything but misery out of it. You can see the misery at the first glance, and you can't see more or less if you spend your life looking at it." She laughed again, as if the hopelessness of the thing amused her. Then she flew to the extreme of self-assertion. "Well, I have a right to him, and he has a right to me. If he's never done anything to make her think he cared for her, and I know he hasn't, it's been all our doing, then he's free, and I'm free. We can't make her happy whatever we do. And why shouldn't I? No, that won't do. I've reached that point before." She broke again into her desperate laugh. "You may try now, mother." "I'd best speak to your father first." Penelope smiled a little more forlornly than she had laughed. "Well, yes, the Colonel will have to know. It isn't a trouble that I can keep to myself exactly. It seems to belong to too many other people." Her mother took a crazy encouragement from her return to her old way of saying things. "Perhaps he can think of something." "Oh, I don't doubt but the Colonel will know just what to do." "You mustn't be too downhearted about it. It'll all come right." "You tell Irene that, mother." Mrs. Lapham had just put her hand on the door key. She dropped it, and looked at the girl with a sort of beseeching appeal for the comfort she could not imagine herself. "Don't look at me, mother," said Penelope, shaking her head. "You know that if Irene were to die without knowing it, it wouldn't come right for me." "Pen, I've read of cases where a girl gives up the man that loves her so as to make some other girl happy that the man doesn't love. That might be done." "Your father would think you were a fool," said Mrs. Lapham, finding a sort of refuge in her strong disgust for the pseudo-heroism. "No, if there's to be any giving up, let it be by the one that shan't make anybody but herself suffer. There's trouble and sorrow enough in this world without making it on purpose." She unlocked the door, but Penelope slipped round and set herself against it. "Irene shall not give up." "I will see your father about it," said the mother. "Let me out now." "Don't let Irene come here." "No. I will tell her that you haven't slept. Go to bed now and try to get some rest. She isn't up herself yet. You must have some breakfast." "No, let me sleep if I can. I can get something when I wake up. I'll come down if I can't sleep. Life has got to go on. It does when there's a death in the house, and this is only a little worse." "Don't you talk nonsense," cried Mrs. Lapham with angry authority. "Well, a little better, then," said Penelope, with meek concession. Mrs. Lapham attempted to say something, and could not. She went out and opened Irene's door. The girl lifted her head drowsily from her pillow. "Don't disturb your sister when you get up, Irene. She hasn't slept well." "Please don't talk to me. I'm almost dead with sleep," returned Irene. "Do go, mamma. I shan't disturb her." She turned her face down in the pillow, and pulled the covering up over her ears. The mother slowly closed the door and went downstairs, feeling bewildered and baffled almost beyond the power to move. The time had been when she would have tried to find out why this judgment had been sent upon her. But now she could not feel that the innocent suffering of others was inflicted for her fault. She shrank instinctively from that cruel and egotistic misinterpretation of the mystery of pain and loss. She saw her two children, equally if differently dear to her, destined to trouble that nothing could avert, and she could not blame either of them. She could not blame the means of this misery to them. He was as innocent as they, and though her heart was sore against him in this first moment, she could still be just to him in it. She was a woman who had been used to seek the light by striving. She had hitherto literally worked to it. But it is the curse of prosperity that it takes work away from us, and shuts that door to hope and health of spirit. In this house, where everything had come to be done for her, she had no tasks to interpose between her and her despair. She sat down in her own room and let her hands fall in her lap, the hands that had once been so helpful and busy, and tried to think it all out. She had never heard of the fate that was once supposed to appoint the sorrows of men, irrespective of their blamelessness or blame, before the time when it came to be believed that sorrows were penalties. But in her simple way she recognized something like that mythic power when she rose from her struggle with the problem, and said aloud to herself, "Well, the witch is in it." Turning which way she would, she saw no escape from the misery to come, the misery which had come already to Penelope and herself, and that must come to Irene and her father. She started when she definitely thought of her husband, and thought with what violence it would work in every fibre of his rude strength. She feared that, and she feared something worse, the effect which his pride and ambition might seek to give it, and it was with terror of this, as well as the natural trust with which a woman must turn to her husband in any anxiety at last, that she felt she could not wait for evening to take counsel with him. When she considered how wrongly he might take it all, it seemed as if it were already known to him, and she was impatient to prevent his error. She sent out for a messenger, whom she dispatched with a note to his place of business. "Silas, I should like to ride with you this afternoon. Can't you come home early? Persis." And she was at dinner with Irene, evading her questions about Penelope, when answer came that he would be at the house with the buggy at 2:30. It is easy to put off a girl who has but one thing in her head. But though Mrs. Lapham could escape without telling anything of Penelope, she could not escape seeing how wholly Irene was engrossed with hopes now turned so vain and impossible. She was still talking of that dinner, of nothing but that dinner, and begging for flattery of herself and praise of him, which her mother had till now been so ready to give. "Seems to me you don't take very much interest, mamma," she said, laughing and blushing at one point. Yes, I do," protested Mrs. Lapham, and then the girl prattled on. "I guess I should get one of those pins that Nanny Corey had in her hair. I think it would become me, don't you?" "Yes, but Irene, I don't like to have you go on so till, unless he's said something to show, you oughtn't give yourself up to thinking—" But at this the girl turned so white, and looked such reproach at her, that she added frantically, "Yes, get the pin. It's just the thing for you. But don't disturb Penelope. Let her alone till I get back. I'm going out to ride with your father. He'll be here in half an hour. Are you through? Ring, then. Get yourself that fan you saw the other day. Your father won't say anything. He likes to have you look well. I can see his eyes on you half the time the other night." "I should like to have Pen go with me," said Irene, restored to her normal state of innocent selfishness by these flatteries. "Don't you suppose she'll be up in time? What's the matter with her that she didn't sleep?" "I don't know. Better let her alone." "Well," submitted Irene. End of chapter 17. Chapter 18 of The Rise of Silas Lapham by William Dean Howells. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Mrs. Lapham went away to put on her bonnet and cloak, and she was waiting at the window when her husband drove up. She opened the door and ran down the steps. "Don't get out. I can help myself in." And she clambered to his side, while he kept the fidgeting mare still with voice and touch. "Where do you want I should go?" he asked, turning the buggy. "Oh, I don't care. Out Brookline way, I guess. I wish you hadn't brought this fool of a horse," she gave way petulantly. "I wanted to have a talk." "When I can't drive this mare and talk too, I'll sell out altogether," said Lapham. "She'll be quiet enough when she's had a spin." "Well," said his wife, and while they were making their way across the city to the mill dam, she answered certain questions he asked about some points in the new house. "I should have liked to have you stop there," he began, but she answered so quickly, "Not today," that he gave it up and turned his horse's head westward when they struck Beacon Street. He let the mare out, and he did not pull her in till he left the Brighton road and struck off under the low boughs that met above one of the quiet streets of Brookline, where the stone cottages, with here and there a patch of determined ivy on their northern walls, did what they could to look English amid the glare of the autumnal foliage. The smooth earthen track under the mare's hoofs was scattered with flakes of the red and yellow gold that made their air luminous around them, and the perspective was gay with innumerable tints and tones. "Pretty sightly," said Lapham, with a long sigh, letting the reins lie loose in his vigilant hand, to which he seemed to relegate the whole charge of the mare. "I want to talk with you about Rogers Persis. He's been getting in deeper and deeper with me, and last night he pestered me half to death to go in with him in one of his schemes. I ain't going to blame anybody, but I hain't got very much confidence in Rogers, and I told him so last night." "Oh, don't talk to me about Rogers," his wife broke in. "There's something a good deal more important than Rogers in the world, and more important than your business. It seems as if you couldn't think of anything else. That and the new house. Did you suppose I wanted to ride so as to talk Rogers with you?" she demanded, yielding to the necessity a wife feels of making a husband pay for her suffering, even if he has not inflicted it. "I declare—" "Well, hold on now," said Lapham. "What do you want to talk about? I'm listening." His wife began, "Why, it's just this, Silas Lapham," and then she broke off to say, "Well, you may wait now, starting me wrong when it's hard enough anyway." Lapham silently turned his whip over and over in his hand and waited. "Did you suppose," she asked at last, "that young Corey had been coming to see Irene?" "I don't know what I supposed," replied Lapham sullenly. "You always said so." He looked sharply at her under his lowering brows. "Well, he hasn't," said Mrs. Lapham, and she replied to the frown that blackened on her husband's face. "And I can tell you what, if you take it in that way, I shan't speak another word." "Who's taken it in what way?" retorted Lapham savagely. "What are you driving at?" "I want you should promise that you'll hear me out quietly." "I'll hear you out if you give me a chance. I haven't said a word yet." "Well, I'm not going to have you flying into 40 furies, and looking like a perfect thundercloud at the very start. I've had to bear it, and you've got to bear it too." "Well, let me have a chance at it, then." "It's nothing to blame anybody about as I can see, and the only question is, what's the best thing to do about it? There's only one thing we can do, for if he don't care for the child, nobody wants to make him. If he hasn't been coming to see her, he hasn't, and that's all there is to it." "No, it ain't!" exclaimed Lapham. "There," protested his wife. "If he hasn't been coming to see her, what has he been coming for?" "He's been coming to see Pen," cried the wife. "Now are you satisfied?" Her tone implied that he had brought it all upon them, but at the sight of the swift passions working in his face to a perfect comprehension of the trouble, she fell to trembling, and her broken voice lost all the spurious indignation she had put into it. "Oh, Silas, what are we going to do about it? I'm afraid it will kill Irene." Lapham pulled off the loose driving glove from his right hand with the fingers of his left, in which the reins lay. He passed it over his forehead, and then flicked from it the moisture it had gathered there. He caught his breath once or twice, like a man who meditates a struggle with superior force, and then remains passive in its grasp. His wife felt the need of comforting him, as she had felt the need of afflicting him. "I don't say but what it can be made to come out all right in the end. All I say is, I don't see my way clear yet." "What makes you think he likes Pen?" he asked quietly. "He told her so last night, and she told me this morning. Was he at the office today?" "Yes, he was there. I haven't been there much myself. He didn't say anything to me. Does Irene know?" "No. I left her getting ready to go out shopping. She wants to get a pin like the one Nanny Corey had on." "Oh, my Lord!" groaned Lapham. "It's been Pen from the start, I guess, or almost from the start. I don't say but what he was attracted some by Irene at the very first, but I guess it's been Pen ever since he saw her, and we've taken up with the notion and blinded ourselves with it. Time and again I've had my doubts whether he cared for Irene any, but I declare to goodness, when it kept coming, I never hardly thought of Pen, and I couldn't help believing at last he did care for Irene. Did it ever strike you he might be after Pen?" "No. I took what you said. I supposed you knew." "Do you blame me, Silas?" she asked timidly. "No. What's the use of blaming? We don't either of us want anything but the children's good. What's it all of it for if it ain't for that? That's what we've both slaved for all our lives." "Yes, I know. Plenty of people lose their children," she suggested. "Yes, but that don't comfort me any. I never was one to feel good because another man felt bad. How would you have liked it if someone had taken comfort because his boy lived when ours died? No, I can't do it. And this is worse than death some ways. That comes and it goes, but this looks as if it was one of those things that had come to stay. The way I look at it, there ain't any hope for anybody. Suppose we don't want Pen to have him. Will that help Irene any if we don't want her? Suppose we don't want to let him have either? Does that help either?" "You talk," exclaimed Mrs. Lapham, "as if our say was going to settle it. Do you suppose that Penelope Lapham is a girl to take up with a fellow that her sister is in love with, and that she always thought was in love with her sister, and go off and be happy with him? Don't you believe but what it would come back to her, as long as she breathed the breath of life, how she teased her about him, as I've heard Pen tease Irene, and helped to make her think he was in love with her by showing that she thought so herself? It's ridiculous." Lapham seemed quite beaten down by this argument. His huge head hung forward over his breast, the reins lying loose in his moveless hand. The mare took her own way. At last he lifted his face and shut his heavy jaws. "Well?" quavered his wife. "Well," he answered, "if he wants her and she wants him, I don't see what that's got to do with it." He looked straight forward, and not at his wife. She laid her hands upon the reins. "Now, you stop right here, Silas Lapham. If I really believed you could be willing to break that poor child's heart, and let Pen disgrace herself by marrying a man that had as good as killed her sister, just because you wanted Bromfield Corey's son for a son-in-law." Lapham turned his face now and gave her a look. "You had better not believe that, Persis. Get up," he called to the mare, without glancing at her, and she sprang forward. "I see you've got past being any use to yourself on this subject." "Hello!" shouted a voice in front of him. "Where the devil you going to?" "Do you want to kill somebody?" shrieked his wife. There was a light crash, and the mare recoiled her length, and separated their wheels from those of the open buggy in front which Lapham had driven into. He made his excuses to the occupant, and the accident relieved the tension of their feelings, and left them far from the point of mutual injury which they had reached in the common trouble and their unselfish will for their children's good. It was Lapham who resumed the talk. "I'm afraid we can't either of us see this thing in the right light. We're too near it. I wish to the Lord there was somebody to talk to about it." "Yes," said his wife, "but there ain't anybody." "Well, I dunno," suggested Lapham after a moment. "Why not talk to the minister of your church? Maybe he could see some way out of it." Mrs. Lapham shook her head hopelessly. "It wouldn't do. I've never taken up my connection with the church, and I don't feel as if I got any claim on him." "If he's anything of a man, or anything of a preacher, you have got a claim on him," urged Lapham, and he spoiled his argument by adding, "I've contributed enough money to his church." "Oh, that's nothing," said Mrs. Lapham. "I ain't well enough acquainted with Dr. Langworthy, or else I'm too well. No, if I was to ask any one, I should want to ask a total stranger. But what's the use, Si? Nobody can make us see it any different from what it is, and I don't know as I should want they should." It blotted out the tender beauty of the day, and weighed down their hearts even more heavily within them. They ceased to talk of it 100 times, and still came back to it. They drove on and on. It began to be late. "I guess we'd better go back, Si," said his wife, as he turned without speaking. She pulled her veil down and began to cry softly behind it, with low little broken sobs. Lapham started the mare up and drove swiftly homeward. At last his wife stopped crying, and began trying to find her pocket. "Here, take mine, Persis," he said kindly, offering her his handkerchief, and she took it and dried her eyes with it. "There was one of those fellows there the other night," he spoke again, when his wife leaned back against the cushions in peaceful despair, "that I like the looks of about as well as any man I ever saw. I guess he was a pretty good man. It was that Mr. Sewell." He looked at his wife, but she did not say anything. "Persis," he resumed, "I can't bear to go back with nothing settled in our minds. I can't bear to let you." "We must, Si," returned his wife with gentle gratitude. Lapham groaned. "Where does he live?" she asked. "On Bolingbroke Street. He gave me his number." "Well, it wouldn't do any good. What could he say to us?" "Oh, I don't know as if he could say anything," said Lapham hopelessly, and neither of them said anything more till they crossed the mill dam and found themselves between the rows of city houses. "Don't drive past the new house, Si," pleaded his wife. "I couldn't bear to see it. Drive up Bolingbroke Street. We might as well see where he does live." "Well," said Lapham. He drove along slowly. "That's the place," he said finally, stopping the mare and pointing with his whip. "It won't do any good," said his wife, in a tone which he understood as well as he understood her words. He turned the mare up to the curbstone. "You take the reins a minute," he said, handing them to his wife. He got down and rang the bell, and waited till the door opened. Then he came back and lifted his wife out. "He's in," he said. He got the hitching weight from under the buggy seat, and made it fast to the mare's bit. "Do you think she'll stand with that?" asked Mrs. Lapham. "I guess so. If she don't, no matter." "Ain't you afraid she'll take cold?" she persisted, trying to make delay. "Let her," said Lapham. He took his wife's trembling hand under his arm, and drew her to the door. "He'll think we're crazy," she murmured in her broken pride. "Well, we are," said Lapham. "Tell him we'd like to see him alone a while," he said to the girl who was holding the door ajar for him, and she showed him into the reception room, which had been the Protestant confessional for many burdened souls before their time, coming, as they did, with the belief that they were bowed down with the only misery like theirs in the universe, for each one of us must suffer long to himself before he can learn that he is but one in a great community of wretchedness which has been piteously repeating itself from the foundation of the world. They were as loath to touch their trouble when the minister came in as if it were their disgrace, but Lapham did so at last, and with the simple dignity which he had wanted in his bungling and apologetic approaches, he laid the affair clearly before the minister's compassionate and reverent eye. He spared Corey's name, but he did not pretend that it was not himself and his wife and their daughters who were concerned. "I don't know as if I've got any right to trouble you with this thing," he said, in the moment while Sewell pondered the case, "and I don't know as if I've got any warrant for doing it. But as I told my wife here, there was something about you. I don't know whether it was anything you said exactly, that made me feel as if you could help us. I guess I didn't say so much as that to her, but that's the way I felt. And here we are. And if it ain't all right." "Surely," said Sewell, "it's all right. I thank you for coming, for trusting your trouble to me. The time comes to every one of us where we can't help ourselves, and then we must get others to help us. If people turn to me at such a time, I feel sure that I was put into the world for something, if nothing more than to give my pity, my sympathy." The brotherly words, so plain, so sincere, had a welcome in them that these poor outcasts of sorrow could not doubt. "Yes," said Lapham huskily, and his wife began to wipe the tears again under her veil. Sewell remained silent, and they waited till he should speak. "We can be of use to one another here, because we can always be wiser for someone else than we can for ourselves. We can see another's sin and errors in more merciful light, and that is always a fairer light than we can our own, and we can look more sanely at others' afflictions." He had addressed these words to Lapham. Now he turned to his wife. "If someone had come to you, Mrs. Lapham, in just this perplexity, what would you have thought?" "I don't know as I understand you," faltered Mrs. Lapham. Sewell repeated his words and added, "I mean, what do you think someone else ought to do in your place?" "Was there any ever poor creatures in such a strait before?" she asked, with pathetic incredulity. "There's no new trouble under the sun," said the minister. "Oh, if it was any one else, I should say, why, of course, I should say that their duty was to let—" She paused. "One stuffer instead of three, if none is to blame," suggested Sewell. "That's sense, and that's justice. If the economy of pain which naturally suggests itself, and which would insist upon itself, if we were not all perverted by traditions which are the figment of the shallowest sentimentality. Tell me, Mrs. Lapham, didn't this come into your mind when you first learned how matters stood?" "Why, yes, it flashed across me, but I didn't think it could be right." "And how was it with you, Mr. Lapham?" "Why, that's what I thought, of course, but I didn't see my way—" "No," cried the minister, "we are all blinded, we are all weakened by a false ideal of self-sacrifice. It wraps us round with its meshes, and we can't fight our way out of it. Mrs. Lapham, what made you feel that it might be better for three to suffer than one?" "Why, she did herself. I know she would die sooner than take him away from her." "I suppose so," cried the minister bitterly. "And yet she is a sensible girl, your daughter." "She has more common sense." "Of course. But in such a case we somehow think it must be wrong to use our common sense. I don't know where this false ideal comes from, unless it comes from the novels that befool and debauch almost every intelligence in some degree. It certainly doesn't come from Christianity, which instantly repudiates it when confronted with it. Your daughter believes, in spite of her common sense, that she ought to make herself and the man who loves her unhappy, in order to assure the lifelong wretchedness of her sister, whom he doesn't love, simply because her sister saw him and fancied him first. And I'm sorry to say that 99 young people out of 100, 999 out of 1,000, would consider that noble and beautiful and heroic, whereas you know at the bottom of your hearts that it would be foolish and cruel and revolting. You know what marriage is, and what it must be without love on both sides." The minister had grown quite heated and red in the face. "I lose all patience," he went on vehemently. "This poor child of yours has somehow been brought to believe that it will kill her sister if her sister does not have what does not belong to her, and what it is not in the power of all the world, or any soul in the world, to give her. Her sister will suffer, yes, keenly, in heart and in pride, but she will not die. You will suffer too, in your tenderness for her, but you must do your duty. You must help her to give up. You would be guilty if you did less. Keep clearly in mind that you are doing right, and the only possible good, and God be with you." End of chapter 18. Chapter 19 of The Rise of Silas Lapham by William Dean Howells. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. "He talks sense, Persis," said Lapham gently, as he mounted to his wife's side in the buggy, and drove slowly homeward through the dusk. "Yes, he talked sense," she admitted, but she added bitterly, "I guess, if he had it to do. Oh, he's right, and it's got to be done. There ain't any other way for it. It's sense, and yes, it's justice." They walked to their door after they left the horse at the livery stable around the corner, where Lapham kept it. "I want you should send Irene up to our room as soon as we get in, Silas." "Why, ain't you going to have any supper first?" faltered Lapham with his latchkey in the lock. "No, I can't lose a minute. If I do, I shan't do it at all." "Look here, Persis," said her husband tenderly. "Let me do this thing." "Oh, you!" said his wife, with a woman's compassionate scorn for a man's helplessness in such a case. "Send her right up, and I shall feel—" She stopped to spare him. Then she opened the door, and ran up to her room without waiting to speak to Irene, who had come into the hall at the sound of her father's key in the door. "I guess your mother wants to see you upstairs," said Lapham, looking away. Her mother turned round and faced the girl's wondering look as Irene entered the chamber, so close upon her that she had not yet had time to lay off her bonnet. She stood with her wraps still on her arm. "Irene," she said harshly, "there is something you've got to bear. It's a mistake we've all made. He don't care anything for you. He never did. He told Pen so last night. He cares for her." The sentences had fallen like blows, but the girl had taken them without flinching. She stood up immovable, but the delicate rose light of her complexion went out and left her colourless. She did not offer to speak. "Why don't you say something?" cried her mother. "Do you want to kill me, Irene?" "Why should I want to hurt you, mamma?" the girl replied steadily, but in an alien voice. "There's nothing to say. I want to see Pen a minute." She turned and left the room. As she mounted the stairs that led to her own and her sister's rooms on the floor above, her mother helplessly followed. Irene went first to her room at the front of the house, and then came out leaving the door open and the gas flaring behind her. The mother could see that she had tumbled many things out of the drawers on her bureau upon the marble top. She passed her mother where she stood in the entry. "You can come too, if you want, mamma," she said. She opened Penelope's door without knocking, and went in. Penelope sat at the window, as in the morning. Irene did not go to her, but she went and laid a gold hairpin on a bureau, and said, without looking at her. "There's a pin that I got today because it was like his sister's. It won't become a dark person so well, but you can have it." She stuck a scrap of paper in the side of Penelope's mirror. "There's that account of Mr. Stanton's ranch. You'll want to read it, I presume." She laid it with a boutonniere on the bureau beside the pin. "There's his buttonhole bouquet. He left it by his plate, and I stole it." She had a pine shaving fantastically tied up with a knot of ribbon in her hand. She held it a moment, then, looking deliberately at Penelope, she went up to her, and dropped it in her lap without a word. She turned, and advancing a few steps, tottered and seemed about to fall. Her mother sprang forward with an imploring cry. "Oh, 'Rene, 'Rene, 'Rene!" Irene recovered herself before her mother could reach her. "Don't touch me," she said icily. "Mamma, I'm going to put on my things. I want Papa to walk with me. I'm choking here." I can't let you go out, Irene, child," began her mother. "You've got to," replied the girl. "Tell Papa to hurry his supper." "Oh, poor soul, he doesn't want any supper. He knows it too." "I don't want to talk about that. Tell him to get ready." She left them once more. Mrs. Lapham turned a hapless glance upon Penelope. "Go and tell him, mother," said the girl. "I would, if I could. If she can walk, let her. It's the only thing for her." She sat still. She did not even brush to the floor the fantastic thing that lay in her lap, and that sent up faintly the odour of the sachet powder with which Irene liked to perfume her boxes. Lapham went out with the unhappy child, and began to talk with her, crazily, incoherently enough. She mercifully stopped him. "Don't talk, Papa. I don't want anyone to talk with me." He obeyed, and they walked silently on and on. In that aimless course they reached the new house on the waterside of Beacon, and she made him stop, and stood looking up at it. The scaffolding which had so long defaced the front was gone, and in the light of the gas lamp before it all the architectural beauty of the facade was suggested, and much of the finely felt detail was revealed. Seymour had pretty nearly satisfied himself in that rich facade. Certainly Lapham had not stinted him of the means. "Well," said the girl, "I shall never live in it." And she began to walk on. Lapham's sore heart went down as he lumbered heavily after her. "Oh, yes, you will, Irene. You'll have lots of good times there yet." "No," she answered, and said nothing more about it. They had not talked of their trouble at all, and they did not speak of it now. Lapham understood that she was trying to walk herself weary, and he was glad to hold his peace and let her have her way. She halted him once more before the red and yellow lights of an apothecary's window. "Isn't there something they give you to make you sleep?" she asked vaguely. "I've got to sleep tonight." Lapham trembled. "I guess you don't want anything, Irene." "Yes, I do. Get me something," she retorted wilfully. "If you don't, I shall die. I must sleep." They went in, and Lapham asked for something to make a nervous person sleep. Irene stood poring over the showcase full of brushes and trinkets, while the apothecary put up the bromide, which she guessed would be about the best thing. She did not show any emotion. Her face was like a stone, while her father's expressed the anguish of his sympathy. He looked as if he had not slept for a week. His fat eyelids drooped over his glassy eyes, and his cheeks and throat hung flaccid. He started as the apothecary's cat stole smoothly up and rubbed itself against his leg, and it was to him that the man said, "You want to take a tablespoonful of that, as long as you're awake. I guess it won't take a great many to fetch you." "All right," said Lapham, and paid and went out. "I don't know, but I shall want some of it," he said, with a joyless laugh. Irene came closer up to him and took his arm. He laid his heavy paw on her gloved fingers. After a while she said, "I want you should let me go up to Lapham tomorrow." "To Lapham? Why, tomorrow's Sunday, Irene. You can't go tomorrow." "Well, Monday, then. I can live through one day here." "Well," said the father passively, He made no pretence of asking her why she wished to go, nor any attempt to dissuade her. "Give me that bottle," she said, when he opened the door at home for her, and she ran up to her own room. The next morning Irene came to breakfast with her mother. The Colonel and Penelope did not appear, and Mrs. Lapham looked sleep-broken and careworn. The girl glanced at her. "Don't you fret about me, mamma," she said. "I shall get along." She seemed herself as steady and strong as rock. "I don't like to see you keeping up so, Irene," replied her mother. "It'll be all the worse for you when you do break. Better give way a little at the start." "I shan't break, and I've given away all I'm going to. I'm going to Lapham tomorrow. I want you should go with me, mamma, and I guess I can keep up one day here. All about it is, and I don't want you should say anything, or look anything, and whatever I do, I don't want you should try to stop me. And, the first thing, I'm going to take her breakfast up to her." "Don't!" she cried, intercepting the protest on her mother's lips. "I shall not let it hurt Pen if I can help it. She's never done a thing nor thought a thing to wrong me. I had to fly out at her last night, but that's all over now, and I know just what I've got to bear." She had her way unmolested. She carried Penelope's breakfast to her, and omitted no care or attention that could make the sacrifice complete, with an heroic pretence that she was performing no unusual service. They did not speak beyond her saying in a clear, dry note, "Here's your breakfast, Pen," and her sister's answering, hoarsely and tremulously, "Oh, thank you, Irene." And though 2 or 3 times they turned their faces toward each other while Irene remained in the room, mechanically putting its confusion to rights, their eyes did not meet. Then Irene descended upon the other rooms, which she set in order, and some of which she fiercely swept and dusted. She made the beds, and she sent the 2 servants away to church as soon as they had eaten their breakfast, telling them that she would wash their dishes. Throughout the morning her father and mother heard her about the work of getting dinner, which certain silences represented the moments when she stopped and stood stock still, and then, readjusting her burden, forced herself forward under it again. They sat alone in the family room, out of which their 2 girls seemed to have died. Lapham could not read his Sunday papers, and she had no heart to go to church, as she would have done earlier in life when in trouble. Just then she was obscurely feeling that the church was somehow to blame for that counsel of Mr. Sewell's on which they had acted. "I should like to know," she said, having brought the matter up, "whether he would have thought it was such a light matter if it had been his own children. Do you suppose he'd have been so ready to act on his own advice if it had been?" "He told us the right thing to do, Persis, the only thing. We couldn't let it go on," urged her husband gently. "Well, it makes me despise Pen. Irene's showing twice the character that she is this very minute." The mother said this so that the father might defend her daughter to her. He did not fail. "Irene's got the easiest part the way I look at it, and you'll see that Pen'll know how to behave when the time comes." "What do you want she should do?" "I haven't got so far as that yet. What are we going to do about Irene?" "What do you want Pen should do?" repeated Mrs. Lapham, "when it comes to it?" "Well, I don't want she should take him, for one thing," said Lapham. This seemed to satisfy Mrs. Lapham as to her husband, and she said in defence of Corey, "Why, I don't see what he's done. It's all been our doing." "Never mind that now. What about Irene?" "She says she's going to Lapham tomorrow. She feels that she's got to get away somewhere. It's natural she should." "Yes, and I presume it will be about the best thing for her. Shall you go with her?" "Yes." "Well," he comfortlessly took up a newspaper again, and she rose with a sigh, and went to her room to pack some things for the morrow's journey. After dinner, when Irene had cleared away the last trace of it in kitchen and dining room with unsparing punctilio, she came downstairs, dressed to go out, and bade her father come to walk with her again. It was a repetition of the aimlessness of the last night's wanderings. They came back, and she got tea for them, and after that they heard her stirring about in her own room as if she were busy about many things, but they did not dare to look in upon her, even after all the noises had ceased, and they knew she had gone to bed. "Yes, it's a thing she's got to fight out by herself," said Mrs. Lapham. "I guess she'll get along," said Lapham. "But I don't want you should misjudge Pen either. She's all right too. She ain't to blame." "Yes, I know. But I can't work round to it all at once. I shan't misjudge her, but you can't expect me to get over it right away." "Mamma," said Irene when she was hurrying their departure the next morning, "what did she tell him when he asked her?" "Tell him?" echoed the mother, and after a while she added, "She didn't tell him anything." "Did she say anything about me?" "She said he mustn't come here any more." Irene turned and went into her sister's room. "Good bye, Pen," she said, kissing her with an effect of not seeing or touching her. "I want you should tell him all about it. If he's half a man, he won't give up till he knows why you won't have him, and he has a right to know." "It wouldn't make any difference. I couldn't have him after—" "That's for you to say. But if you don't tell him about me, I will." "'Rene!" "Yes. You needn't say I cared for him, but you can say that you all thought he cared for me." "Oh, Irene." "Don't." Irene escaped from the arms that tried to cast themselves about her. "You were all right, Pen. You haven't done anything. You've helped me all you could, but I can't yet." She went out of the room and summoned Mrs. Lapham with a sharp "Now, mamma," and went on putting the last things into her trunks. The Colonel went to the station with them, and put them on the train. He got them a little compartment to themselves in the Pullman car, and as he stood leaning with his lifted hands against the sides of the doorway, he tried to say something consoling and hopeful. "I guess you'll have an easy ride, Irene. I don't believe it'll be dusty any after the rain last night." "Don't you stay till the train starts, Papa," returned the girl in rigid rejection of his futilities. "Get off now." "Well, if you want I should," he said, glad to be able to please her in anything. He remained on the platform till the cars started. He saw Irene bustling about in the compartment, making her mother comfortable for the journey, but Mrs. Lapham did not lift her head. The train moved off, and he went heavily back to his business. From time to time during the day when he caught a glimpse of him, Corey tried to make out from his face whether he knew what had taken place between him and Penelope. When Rogers came in about time of closing, and shut himself up with Lapham in his room, the young man remained till the two came out together and parted in their salutationless fashion. Lapham showed no surprise at seeing Corey still there, and merely answered, "Well," when the young man said that he wished to speak with him, and led the way back to his room. Corey shut the door behind them. "I only wish to speak to you in case you know of the matter already, for otherwise I'm bound by a promise." "I guess I know what you mean. It's about Penelope." "Yes, it's about Miss Lapham. I'm greatly attached to her. You'll excuse my saying it. I couldn't excuse myself if I were not." "Perfectly excusable," said Lapham. "It's all right." "Oh, I'm glad to hear you say that," cried the young fellow joyfully. "I want you to believe that this isn't a new thing or an unconsidered thing with me, though it seems so unexpected to her." Lapham fetched a deep sigh. "It's all right as far as I'm concerned, or her mother. We've both liked you first rate." "Yes? But there seems to be something in Penelope's mind. I don't know." The Colonel consciously dropped his eyes. "She referred to something. I couldn't make out what, but I hoped that with your leave I might overcome it, the barrier, whatever it was. Miss Lapham, Penelope, gave me the hope that I wasn't indifferent to her." "Yes, I guess that's so," said Lapham. He suddenly lifted his head and confronted the young fellow's honest face with his own, so different in its honesty. "Sure you never made up to anyone else at the same time?" "Never! Who can imagine such a thing? If that's all, I can easily—" "I don't say that's all, nor that that's it. I don't want you should go upon that idea. I just thought maybe you hadn't thought of it." "No, I certainly hadn't thought of it. Such a thing would have been so impossible to me that I couldn't have thought of it, and it's so shocking to me that I don't know what to say to it." "Well, don't take it too much to heart," said Lapham, alarmed at the feeling he had excited. "I don't say she thought so. I was trying to guess, If there is anything I can say or do to convince you—" Oh, it ain't necessary to say anything. I'm all right." "But Miss Lapham, may I see her again? I may try to convince her that—" He stopped in distress, and Lapham afterwards told his wife that he kept seeing the face of Irene as it looked down when he parted with her in the car, and whenever he was going to say yes, he could not open his lips. At the same time he could not help feeling that Penelope had a right to what was her own, and Sir Will's words came back to him. Besides, they had already put Irene to the worst suffering. Lapham compromised, as he imagined. "You can come round tonight and see me, if you want to," he said, and he bore grimly the gratitude that the young man poured out upon him. Penelope came down to supper and took her mother's place at the head of the table. Lapham sat silent in her presence as long as he could bear it. Then he asked, "How do you feel tonight, Pen?" "Oh, like a thief," said the girl. "A thief that hasn't been arrested yet." Lapham waited a while before he said, "Well, now, your mother and I want you should hold up on that a while." "It isn't for you to say. It's something I can't hold up on." "Yes, I guess you can. If I know what's happened, then what's happened is a thing that nobody is to blame for. And we want you should make the best of it and not the worst, hey? It ain't going to help Irene any for you to hurt yourself, or anybody else, and I don't want you should take up with any such crazy notion. As far as heard from, you haven't stolen anything, and whatever you've got belongs to you." "He has been speaking to you, father." "Your mother's been speaking to me." "Has he been speaking to you?" "That's neither here nor there." "Then he's broken his word, and I will never speak to him again." "If he was any such fool as to promise that he wouldn't talk to me on the subject," Lapham drew a deep breath and then made the plunge, "that I brought up—" "Did you bring it up?" "The same as brought up, the quicker he broke his word the better, and I want you should act upon that idea. Recollect that it's my business and your mother's business as well as yours, and we're going to have our say. He ain't done anything wrong, Pen, not anything that he's going to be punished for. Understand that. He's got to have a reason if you're not going to have him. I don't say you've got to have him. I want you should feel perfectly free about that. But I do say you've got to give him a reason." "Is he coming here?" "I don't know as you'd call it coming." "Yes, you do, father," said the girl in forlorn amusement at his shuffling. "He's coming here to see me." "When's he coming?" "I don't know, but he's coming tonight." "And you want I should see him?" "I don't know, but you'd better." "All right. I'll see him." Lapham drew a long deep breath of suspicion inspired by this acquiescence. "What you going to do?" he asked presently. "I don't know yet," answered the girl sadly. "It depends a good deal on what he does." "Well," said Lapham, with the hungriness of unsatisfied anxiety in his tone, when Corey's card was brought into the family room where he and Penelope were sitting, he went into the parlour to find him. "I guess Penelope wants to see you," he said, and indicating the family room, he added, "She's in there," and did not go back himself. Corey made his way to the girl's presence with open trepidation, which was not allayed by her silence and languor. She sat in the chair where she had sat the other night, but she was not playing with a fan now. He came toward her, and then stood faltering. A faint smile quivered over her face at the spectacle of his subjection. "Sit down, Mr. Corey," she said. "There's no reason why we shouldn't talk it over quietly, for I know you'll think I'm right." "I'm sure of that," he answered hopefully. "When I saw that your father knew of it today, I asked him to let me see you again. I'm afraid that I broke my promise to you, technically." "It had to be broken." He took more courage at her words. "But I've only come to do whatever you say, and not to be an annoyance to you." "Yes, you have to know, but I couldn't tell you before. Now they all think I should." A tremor of anxiety passed over the young man's face, on which she kept her eyes steadily fixed. "We supposed it was Irene—" He remained blank a moment, and then he said with a smile of relief, of deprecation, of protest, of amazement, of compassion, "Oh, never, never for an instant! How could you think such a thing? It was impossible. I never thought of her. But I see. I can explain. No, there's nothing to explain. I have never knowingly done or said a thing from first to last to make you think that. I see how terrible it is," he said, but he still smiled, as if he could not take it seriously. "I admired her beauty. Who could help doing that? And I thought her very good and sensible. Why, last winter in Texas I told Stanton about our meeting in Canada, and we agreed. I only tell you to show you how far I always was from what you thought, that he must come north and try to see her, and of course it all sounds very silly. And he sent her a newspaper with an account of his ranch in it. She thought it came from you. Oh, good heavens, he didn't tell me till after he'd done it, but he did it for a part of our foolish joke, and when I met your sister again I only admired her as before. I can see now how I must have seemed it to be seeking her out, but it was to talk of you with her. I never talked of anything else if I could help it, except when I changed the subject because I was ashamed to be always talking of you. I see how distressed it is for all of you, but tell me that you believe me." "Yes, I must. It's all been our mistake." "It has indeed, but there's no mistake about my loving you, Penelope," he said, and the old-fashioned name, at which he had often mocked, was sweet to her from his lips. "That only makes it worse," she answered. "Oh, no," he gently protested. "It makes it better. It makes it right. How is it worse? How is it wrong?" "Can't you see? You must understand all now. Don't you see that if she believed so too, and if she—" She could not go on. Did your sister think that too?" gasped Corey. "She used to talk with me about you, and when you say you care for me now, it makes me feel like the vilest hypocrite in the world. That day you gave her the list of books, and she came down to Nantasket and went on about you. I helped her to flatter herself. Oh, I don't see how she can forgive me. But she knows I can never forgive myself. That's the reason she can do it. I can see now," she went on, "how I must have been trying to get you from her. I can't endure it. The only way is for me never to see you or speak to you again." She laughed forlornly. "That would be pretty hard on you, if you cared." "I do care, all the world." "Well, then, it would if you were going to keep on caring. You won't long if you stop coming now." "Is this all, then? Is it the end?" "It's whatever it is. I can't get over the thought of her. Once I thought I could, but now I see that I can't. It seems to grow worse. Sometimes I feel as if it would drive me crazy." He sat looking at her with lacklustre eyes. The light suddenly came back into them. "Do you think I could love you if you had been false to her? I know you have been true to her, and truer still to yourself. I never tried to see her, except with the hope of seeing you too. I supposed she must know that I was in love with you. From the first time I saw you there that afternoon, you filled my fancy. Do you think I was flirting with the child, or— No, you don't think that. We have not done wrong. We have not harmed anyone knowingly. We have a right to each other. No, no, you must never speak of this again. If you do, I shall know that you despise me." "But how will that help her? I don't love her." "Don't say that to me. I have said that to myself too much." "If you forbid me to love you, it won't make me love her," he persisted. She was about to speak, but she caught her breath without doing so, and merely stared at him. "I must do what you say," he continued. "But what good will it do her? You can't make her happy by making yourself unhappy." "Do you ask me to profit by a wrong?" "Not for the world. But there is no wrong." "There is something. I don't know what. There is a wall between us. I shall dash myself against it as long as I live, but that won't break it." "Oh," he groaned, "we have done no wrong. Why should we suffer from another's mistake as if it were our sin?" "I don't know, but we must suffer." "Well, then, I will not, for my part, and I will not let you. If you care for me—" "You had no right to know it." "You make it my privilege to keep you from doing wrong for the right's sake. I'm sorry with all my heart and soul for this error, but I can't blame myself, and I won't deny myself the happiness I haven't done anything to forfeit. I will never give you up.
I will wait as long as you please for the time when you shall feel free from this mistake, but you shall be mine at last. Remember that. I might go away for months, a year even, but that seems a cowardly and guilty thing, and I'm not afraid, and I'm not guilty, and I'm going to stay here and try to see you." She shook her head. "It won't change anything. Don't you see that there's no hope for us?" "When is she coming back?" he asked. "I don't know. Mother wants father to come and take her out west for a while." "She's up there in the country with your mother yet?" "Yes." He was silent, and then he said desperately, "Penelope, she is very young, and perhaps she might meet—" "It would make no difference. It wouldn't change it for me." "You are cruel. Cruel to yourself if you love me, and cruel to me. Don't you remember that night, before I spoke, you were talking of that book, and you said it was foolish and wicked to do as that girl did? Why is it different with you, except that you give me nothing, and can never give me anything when you take yourself away? If it were anybody else, I'm sure you would say—" "But it isn't anybody else, and that makes it impossible. Sometimes I think it might be, if I would only say to myself, and then all I said to her about you comes up." "I will wait. It can't always come up. I won't urge you any longer now. But you will see it differently, more clearly. Good bye. No. Good night. I shall come again tomorrow. It will surely come right, and whatever happens, you have done no wrong. Try to keep that in mind. I am so happy in spite of it all." He tried to take her hand, but she put it behind her. "No, no, I can't let you yet." End of chapter 19. Chapter 20 of The Rise of Silas Lapham by William Dean Howells. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. After a week, Mrs. Lapham returned, leaving Irene alone at the old homestead in Vermont. "She's comfortable there. As comfortable as she can be anywheres, I guess," she said to her husband as they drove together from the station, where he had met her in obedience to her telegraphic summons. "She keeps herself busy helping about the house, and she goes round amongst the hands in the houses. There's sickness, and you know how helpful she is when there's sickness. She don't complain any. I don't know as I've heard a word out of her mouth since we left home, but I'm afraid it will wear on her, Silas." "You don't look over and above well yourself, Persis," said her husband kindly. "Oh, don't talk about me. What I want to know is whether you can't get the time off to run off with her somewhere. I wrote to you about Dubuque. She'll work herself down, I'm afraid, and then I don't know as she'll be over it. But if she could go off and be amused, see new people—" "I could make the time," said Lapham, "if I had to. But as it happens, I've got to go out west on business. I'll tell you about it, and I'll take Irene along." "Good," said his wife. "That's about the best thing I've heard yet. Where are you going?" "Out Dubuque way." "Anything the matter with Bill's folks?" "No, it's business." "How's Pen?" "I guess she ain't much better than Irene." "He been about any?" "Yes, but I can't see as it helps matters much." Tch! Mrs. Lapham fell back against the carriage cushions. "I declare, to see her willing to take the man that we all thought wanted her sister! I can't make it seem right." "It's right," said Lapham stoutly, "but I guess she ain't willing. I wish she was. But there don't seem to be any way out of the thing anywhere. It's a perfect snarl, but I don't want you should be anyways harsh with Pen." Mrs. Lapham answered nothing, but when she met Penelope she gave the girl's wan face a sharp look, and began to whimper on her neck. Penelope's tears were all spent. "Well, mother," she said, "you come back almost as cheerful as you went away. I needn't ask if 'Rene's in good spirits. We all seem to be overflowing with them. I suppose this is one way of congratulating me. Mrs. Corey hasn't been round to do it yet." Are you engaged to him, Pen?" gasped her mother. "Judging by my feelings, I should say not. I feel as if it was a last will and testament. But you better ask him when he comes." "I can't bear to look at him." "I guess he's used to that. He don't seem to expect to be looked at. Well,
We're all just where we started. I wonder how long it will keep up." Mrs. Lapham reported to her husband when he came home at night. He had left his business to go and meet her, and then, after a desolate dinner at the house, had returned to the office again, that Penelope was fully as bad as Irene. "And she don't know how to work it off. Irene keeps doing, but Pen just sits in a room and mopes. She don't even read. I went up this afternoon to scold her about the state the house was in. You can see that Irene's away by the perfect mess. When I saw her through the crack of the door, I hadn't the heart. She sat there with her hands in her lap, just staring, and my goodness, she jumped so when she saw me, and then she fell back and began to laugh, and said I thought it was my ghost mother. I felt as if I should give way." Lapham listened jadedly and answered far from the point. "I guess I've got to start out there pretty soon, Persis." "How soon?" "Well, tomorrow morning." Mrs. Lapham sat silent. Then, "All right," she said. "I'll get you ready. I shall run up to Lapham for Irene, and then I'll push on through Canada. I can get there about as quick." "Is there anything you can tell me about Silas?" "Yes," said Lapham, "but it's a long story, and I guess you've got your hands pretty full as it is. I've been throwing good money after bad, the usual way, and now I've got to see if I can save the pieces." After a moment, Mrs. Lapham asked, "Is it Rogers?" "It's Rogers." "I didn't want you should get in any deeper with him." "No, you didn't want I should press him either, and I had to do one or the other, and so I got in deeper." "Silas," said his wife, "I'm afraid I made you." "It's all right, Persis, as far forth as that goes. I was glad to make it up with him. I jumped at the chance. I guess Rogers saw that he had a soft thing in me, and he's worked it for all it was worth. But it'll all come out right in the end." Lapham said this as if he did not care to talk any more about it. He added casually, "Pretty near everybody but the fellows that owe me seem to expect me to do a cash business all of a sudden." "Do you mean that you've got payments to make, and that people are not paying you?" Lapham winced a little. "Something like that," he said, and he lighted a cigar. "But when I tell you it's all right, I mean it, Persis. I ain't going to let the grass grow under my feet, though, especially while Rogers digs the ground away from the roots." "What are you going to do?" "If it has to come to that, I'm going to squeeze him." Lapham's countenance lighted up with greater joy than had yet visited it since the day they had driven out to Brookline. "Milton K. Rogers is a rascal, if you want to know, or else all the signs fail. But I guess he'll find he's got his comeuppance." Lapham shut his lips so that the short, reddish-grey beard stuck straight out on them. "What's he done?" "What's he done? Well, now, I'll tell you what he's done, Persis, since you think Rogers is such a saint, and that I used him so badly in getting him out of the business. He's been dabbling in every sort of fool thing you can lay your tongue to, wildcat stocks, patent rights, land speculations, oil claims, till he's run through about everything. But he did have a big milling property out on the line of the P.Y.N.X., sawmills and gristmills and land. And for the last 8 years he's been doing a land office business with 'em. Business that would have made anybody else rich. But you can't make Milton K. Rogers rich, any more than you can fat a hide-bound colt. It ain't in him. He'd run through Vanderbilt, Jay Gould, and Tom Scott rolled into one in less than 6 months, give him a chance, and come out and want to borrow money of you. Well, he won't borrow any more money of me, and if he thinks I don't know as much about that milling property as he does, he's mistaken. I've taken his mills, but I guess I've got the inside track. Bill's kept me posted, and now I'm going out there to see how I can unload, and I shan't mind a great deal if Rogers is under the load when it's off once." "I don't understand you, Silas." "Why, it's just this. The Great Lacustrine and Polar Railroad has leased the P.Y.N.X. for 99 years, bought it practically, and it's going to build car works right by those mills, and it may want them, and Milton K. Rogers knew it when he turned 'em in on me." "Well, if the road wants them, don't that make the mills valuable? You can get what you ask for them." "Can I? The P.Y.N.X. is the only road that runs within 50 miles of the mills, and you can't get a foot of lumber nor a pound of flour to market any other way. As long as he had a little local road like the P.Y.N.X. to deal with, Rogers could manage, but when it come to a big through line like the G.L.&P., he couldn't stand any chance at all. If such a road as that took a fancy to his mills, do you think it would pay what he asked? No, sir. He would take what the road offered, or else the road would tell him to carry his flour and lumber to market himself." "And do you suppose he knew the G.L.&P. wanted the mills when he turned them in on you?" asked Mrs. Lapham aghast, and falling helplessly into his alphabetical parlance. The Colonel laughed scoffingly. "Well, when Milton K. Rogers don't know what side his bread's buttered on. I don't understand," he added thoughtfully, "how he's always letting it fall on the buttered side. But such a man as that is sure to have a screw loose in him somewhere." Mrs. Lapham sat discomfited. All that she could say was, "Well, I want you should ask yourself whether Rogers would ever have gone wrong, or got into these ways of his, if it hadn't been for your forcing him out of the business when you did. I want you should think whether you're not responsible for everything he's done since." "You go and get that bag of mine ready," said Lapham sullenly. "I guess I can take care of myself. And Milton K. Rogers, too," he added. That evening Corey spent the time after dinner in his own rooms, with restless excursions to the library, where his mother sat with his father and sisters, and showed no signs of leaving them. At last, in coming down, he encountered her on the stairs going up. They both stopped consciously. "I would like to speak with you, mother. I have been waiting to see you alone." "Come to my room," she said. "I have a feeling that you know what I want to say," he began there. She looked up at him where he stood by the chimney-piece and tried to put a cheerful note into her questioning. "Yes?" "Yes. And I have a feeling that you won't like it, that you won't approve of it. I wish you did. I wish you could." "I'm used to liking and approving everything you do, Tom. If I don't like this at once, I shall try to like it. You know that, for your sake, whatever it is." "I'd better be short," he said, with a quick sigh. "It's about Miss Lapham." He hastened to add, "I hope it isn't surprising to you. I'd have told you before, if I could." "No, it isn't surprising. I was afraid I suspected something of the kind." They were both silent in a painful silence. "Well, mother?" he asked. "If it's something you've quite made up mind to, it is. And if you've already spoken to her, I had to do that first, of course. There would be no use of my saying anything, even if I disliked it. You do dislike it." No, I can't say that. Of course, I should have preferred it if you had chosen some nice girl among those that you've been brought up with, some friend or associate of your sister's, whose people we had known." "Yes, I understand that, and I can assure you that I haven't been indifferent to your feelings. I have tried to consider them from the first, and it kept me hesitating in a way that I'm ashamed to think of, for it wasn't quite right towards others. But your feelings and my sister's have been in my mind, and if I couldn't yield to what I suppose there must be entirely—" Even so good a son and brother as this, when it came to his love affair, appeared to think that he had yielded much in considering the feelings of his family at all. His mother hastened to comfort him. I know. I've seen for some time that this might happen, Tom, and I have prepared myself for it. I have talked it over with your father, and we both agreed from the beginning that you were not to be hampered by a feeling. Still, it is a surprise. It must be." "I know it. I can understand your feeling, but I'm sure it's one that will last only while you don't know her very well." "Oh, I'm sure of that, Tom. I'm sure that we shall all be fond of her, for your sake at first even, and I hope she'll like us." "I'm quite certain of that," said Corey, with the confidence which experience does not always confirm in such cases. "And your taking it as you do lifts a tremendous load off me." But he sighed so heavily, and looked so troubled, that his mother said, "Well, now, you mustn't think of that any more. We wish what is for your happiness, my son, and we will gladly reconcile ourselves to anything that might have been disagreeable. I suppose we needn't speak of the family. We must both think alike about them. They have their drawbacks. But they are thoroughly good people, and I satisfied myself the other night that they were not to be dreaded." She rose and put her arm round his neck. "And I wish you joy, Tom. If she's half as good as you are, you will both be very happy." She was going to kiss him, but something in his look stopped her, an absence, a trouble, which broke out in his words. "I must tell you, mother, there has been a complication, a mistake, that's a blight on me yet, and that it sometimes seems as if we can't escape from. I wonder if you can help us. They all thought I meant the other sister." "Oh, Tom, but how could they?" "I don't know. It seemed so glaringly plain. I was ashamed of making it so outright from the beginning, but they did. Even she did herself." "But where could they have thought your eyes were, your taste? It wouldn't be surprising if anyone were taken with that wonderful beauty, and I'm sure she's good too. But I'm astonished at them. To think you could prefer that little black odd creature with her joking and—" "Mother!" cried the young man, turning a ghastly face of warning upon her. "What do you mean, Tom? Did you think so too, that it was Irene I meant?" "Why, of course." He stared at her hopelessly. "Oh, my son," she said, for all comment on the situation. "Don't reproach me, mother. I couldn't stand it." "No, I didn't mean that. But how could it happen?" "I don't know. When she first told me that they had understood it so, I laughed, almost. It was so far from me, but now when you seem to have had the same idea. Did you all think so?" "Yes." They remained looking at each other. Then Mrs. Corey began. "It did pass through my mind once, that day I went to call upon them, that it might not be as we thought. But I knew so little of Penelope," Corey mechanically supplied. "Is that her name? I forgot. That I only thought of you in relation to her long enough to reject the idea, and it was natural after our seeing something of the other one last year, that I might suppose you had formed some attachment." "Yes, that's what they thought too. But I never thought of her as anything but a pretty child. I was civil to her because you wished it, and when I met her here again, I only tried to see her, so that I could talk with her about her sister." "You needn't defend yourself to me, Tom," said his mother, proud to say it to him in his trouble. "It's a terrible business for them, poor things," she added. "I don't know how they could get over it, but of course sensible people must see. They haven't got over it. At least she hasn't. Since it's happened, there's been nothing that hasn't made me prouder and fonder of her. At first I was charmed with her. My fancy was taken. She delighted me. I don't know how, but she was simply the most fascinating person I ever saw. Now I never think of that. I only think how good she is, how patient she is with me, and how unsparing she is of herself. If she were concerned alone, if I were not concerned too, it would soon end. She's never had a thought for anything but her sister's feeling and mine from the beginning. I go there, I know that I oughtn't, but I can't help it. And she suffers it, and tries not to let me see that she is suffering it. There never was anyone like her, so brave, so true, so noble. I won't give her up, I can't. But it breaks my heart when she accuses herself of what was all my doing. We spend our time trying to reason out of it, but we always come back to it at last, and I have to hear her morbidly blaming herself. Oh!" Doubtless Mrs. Corey imagined some reliefs to this suffering, some qualifications of the sublimity in a girl she had disliked so distinctly, but she saw none in her son's behaviour, and she gave him her further sympathy. She tried to praise Penelope, and said that it was not to be expected that she can reconcile herself at once to everything. I shouldn't have liked it in her if she had, but time will bring it all right, and if she really cares for you— I extorted that from her. Well then, you must look at it in the best light you can. There is no blame anywhere, and the mortification and pain is something that must be lived down. That's all. And don't let what I said grieve you, Tom. You know I scarcely knew her, and I shall be sure to like anyone you like after all." "Yes, I know," said the young man dreamily. "Will you tell father?" "If you wish." "He must know, and I couldn't stand any more of this just yet. Any more mistake." "I will tell him," said Mrs. Corey, and it was naturally the next thing for a woman who dwelt so much on decencies to propose. "We must go to call on her, your sisters and I. They have never seen her even, and she mustn't be allowed to think we're indifferent to her, especially under the circumstances." "Oh, no, don't go, not yet," cried Corey, with an instinctive perception that nothing could be worse for him. "We must wait. We must be patient. I'm afraid it would be painful to her now." He turned away without speaking further, and his mother's eyes followed him wistfully to the door.
There were some questions she would have liked to ask him, but she had to content herself with trying to answer them when her husband put them to her. There was this comfort for her always in Bromfield Corey, that he never was much surprised at anything, however shocking or painful. His standpoint in regard to most matters was that of the sympathetic humourist who would be glad to have the victim of circumstance laugh with him, but was not too much vexed when the victim could not. He laughed now when his wife, with careful preparation, got the facts of his son's predicament fully under his eye. "Really, Bromfield," she said, "I don't see how you can laugh. Do you see any way out of it?" "It seems to me that the way has been found already. Tom has told his love to the right one, and the wrong one knows it. Time will do the rest." "If I had so low an opinion of them all as that, it would make me very unhappy. It's shocking to think of it." "It is upon the theories of young ladies and all young people," said her husband, with a shrug, feeling his way to the matches on the mantel, and then dropping them with a sign, as if recollecting that he must not smoke there. "I've no doubt Tom feels himself an awful sinner, but apparently he's resigned to his sin. He isn't going to give her up." "I'm glad to say for the sake of human nature that she isn't resigned, little as I know her," cried Mrs. Corey. Her husband shrugged again. "Oh, there mustn't be any indecent haste. She will instinctively observe the proprieties. But come now, Anna, you mustn't pretend to me, here in the sanctuary of home, that practically the human affections don't reconcile themselves to any situation that the human sentiments condemn. Suppose the wrong sister had died, would the right one have any scruple in marrying Tom, after they had both waited a proper time, as the phrase is?" "Bromfield, you're shocking." "No more shocking than reality. You must regard this as a second marriage." He looked at her with twinkling eyes, full of the triumph the spectator of his species feels in signal exhibitions of human nature. "Depend upon it, the right sister will be reconciled, the wrong one will be consoled, and all will go merry as a marriage bell. A second marriage bell. Why, it's quite like a romance." Here he laughed outright again. "Well," sighed the wife, "I could almost wish the right one, as you call her, would reject Tom. I dislike her so much." "Ah, now you're talking business, Anna," said her husband, with his hands spread behind the back as he turned comfortably to the fire. "The whole Lapham tribe is distasteful to me. As I don't happen to have seen our daughter-in-law elect, I still have the hope, which you are disposed to forbid me, that she may not be quite so unacceptable as the others." "Do you really feel so, Bromfield?" anxiously inquired his wife. "Yes, I think I do." And he sat down and stretched out his long legs towards the fire. "But it's very inconsistent of you to oppose the matter now, when you've shown so much indifference up to this time. You've told me all along that it was no use to oppose it." "So I have. I was convinced of that at the beginning, or my reason was. You know very well that I'm equal to any trial, any sacrifice, day after tomorrow, but when it comes to today, it's another thing. As long as this crisis decently keeps its distance, I can look at it with an impartial eye, but now it seems to be at hand, I find that, while my reason is still acquiescent, my nerves are disposed to, excuse the phrase, kick. I answer myself, what have I done nothing for, all my life, and lived as a gentleman should, upon the earnings of somebody else, in the possession of every polite taste and feeling that adorns leisure, if I am to come to this at last? And I find no satisfactory answer. I say to myself that I might as well have yielded to the pressure all round me, and gone to work, as Tom has." Mrs. Corey looked at him forlornly, divining the core of real repugnance that existed in his self-satire. "I assure you, my dear," he continued, "that the recollection of what I suffered from the Laphams at that dinner of yours is an anguish still. It wasn't their behaviour. They behaved well enough, or ill enough, but their conversation was terrible. Mrs. Lapham's range was strictly domestic, and when the Colonel got me in the library, he poured mineral paint all over me till I could have been safely warranted not to crack or scale in any climate. I suppose we shall have to see a good deal of them. They will probably come here every Sunday night to tea. It's a perspective without a vanishing point." "It may not be so bad after all," said his wife, and she suggested for his consolation that he knew very little about the Laphams yet. He assented to the fact. "I know very little about them, and about my other fellow beings. I dare say that I should like the Laphams better if I knew them better. But in any case, I resign myself. And we must keep in view the fact that this is mainly Tom's affair, and if his affections have regulated it to his satisfaction, we must be content." "Oh yes," sighed Mrs. Corey, "and perhaps it won't turn out so badly.
It's a great comfort to know that you feel just as I do about it." "I do," said her husband, "and more too." It was she and her daughters who would be chiefly annoyed by the Lapham connection. She knew that. But she had to begin to bear the burden by helping her husband to bear his light share of it. To see him so depressed dismayed her, and she might well have reproached him more sharply than she did for showing so much indifference, when she was so anxious at first. But that would not have served any good end now. She even answered him patiently when he asked her, "What did you say to Tom when he told you it was the other one?" "What could I say? I could say nothing but try to take back what I had said against her." "Yes, you had quite enough to do, I suppose. It's an awkward business. If it had been the pretty one, her beauty would have been our excuse. But the plain one, what do you suppose attracted him in her?" Mrs. Corey sighed at the futility of the question. "Perhaps I did her injustice. I only saw her for a few moments. Perhaps I got a false impression. I don't think she's lacking in sense, and that's a great thing. She'll be quick to see that we don't mean any unkindness, and can't, by anything we say or do, when she's Tom's wife." She pronounced the distasteful word with courage, and went on, "The pretty one might not have been able to see that. She might have got it into her head that we were looking down on her, and those insipid people are terribly stubborn. We can come to some understanding with this one, I'm sure of that." She ended by declaring that it was now their duty to help Tom out of his terrible predicament. "Oh, even the Lapham cloud has a silver lining," said Corey. "In fact, it seems really to have all turned out for the best, Anna, though it's rather curious to find you the champion of the Lapham side at last. Confess now that the right girl had secretly been your choice all along, and that while you sympathise with the wrong one, you rejoice in the tenacity which the right one is clinging to her own." He added with a final seriousness, "It's just that she should, and so far as I understand the case, I respect her for it." "Oh, yes," sighed Mrs. Corey, "it's natural, and it's right." But she added, "I suppose they're glad of him on any terms." "That is what I have been taught to believe," said her husband. "When shall we see our daughter-in-law elect? I find myself rather impatient to have that part of it over." Mrs. Corey hesitated. "Tom thinks we had better not call just yet." "She has told him of your terrible behaviour when you called before." "No, Bromfield, she couldn't be so vulgar as that." "But anything short of it." End of chapter 20. Chapter 21 of The Rise of Silas Lapham by William Dean Howells. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Lapham was gone a fortnight. He was in a sullen humour when he came back, and kept himself shut close within his own den at the office the first day. He entered it in the morning without a word to his clerks as he passed through the outer room, and he made no sign throughout the forenoon except to strike savagely on his desk bell from time to time, and send out to Walker for some book of accounts or a letter file. His boy confidentially reported to Walker that the old man seemed to have got a lot of papers round, and at lunchtime the bookkeeper said to Corey, at the little table which they had taken in a corner together, in default of seats at the counter, "Well, sir, I guess there's a cold wave coming." Corey looked up innocently and said, "I haven't read the weather report." "Yes, sir," Walker continued, "it's coming. Areas of rain along the whole coast, and increased pressure in the region of the private office. Storm signals up at the old man's door now." Corey perceived that he was speaking figuratively, and that his meteorology was entirely personal to Lapham. "What do you mean?" he asked, without vivid interest in the allegory, his mind being full of his own tragicomedy. "Why, just this. I guess the old man's taken in sail, and I guess he's got to. As I told you the first time we talked about him, I don't any one know 1/4 as much about the old man's business as the old man does himself, and I ain't betraying any confidence when I say that I guess that old partner of his has got pretty deep into his books. I guess he's over his head and ears in 'em, and the old man's gone in after him, and he's got a drowning man's grip round his neck. There seems to be a kind of lull, kind of a dead calm, I call it, in the paint market just now. And then again, a $100,000 man don't build a $100,000 house without feeling the drain unless there's a regular boom. And just now there ain't any boom at all. Oh, I don't say but what the old man's got anchors to windward. I guess he has. But if he's going to leave me his money, I wish he'd left it 6 weeks ago. Yes, sir, I guess there's a cold wave coming, but you can't generally most always tell, as a usual thing, where the old man's concerned, and it's only a guess." Walker began to feed in his breaded chop with the same nervous excitement with which he had abandoned himself to the slangy and figurative excesses of his talks. Corey had listened with a miserable curiosity and compassion up to a certain moment, when a broad light of hope flashed upon him. It came from Lapham's potential ruin, and the way out of the labyrinth that had hitherto seemed so hopeless was clear enough, if another's disaster would befriend him, and give him the opportunity to prove the unselfishness of his constancy. He thought of the sum of money that was his own, and that he might offer to lend, or practically give, if the time came, and with his crude hopes and purposes formlessly exulting in his heart, he kept on listening with an unchanged countenance. Walker could not rest till he had developed the whole situation, so far as he knew it. "Look at the stock we've got on hand. There's going to be an awful shrinkage on that now. And when everybody is shutting down or running half-time, the works up at Lapham are going full chip just the same as ever. Well, it's his pride. I don't say but what it's a good sort of pride, but he likes to make his brags that the fire's never been out in the works since they started, and that no man's work or wages has ever been cut down yet at Lapham, it don't matter what the times are." "Of course," explained Walker, "I shouldn't talk so to everybody. Don't know as I should talk so to anybody but you, Mr. Corey." "Of course," assented Corey. "Little off your feed today?" said Walker, glancing at Corey's plate. "I got up with a headache." "Well, sir, if you're like me, you'll carry it round all day then. I don't know a much meaner thing than a headache, unless it's earache, or toothache, or some other kind of ache I'm pretty hard to suit, when it comes to diseases. Notice how yellow the old man looked when he came in this morning. I don't like to see a man of his build look yellow, much." About the middle of the afternoon the dust-coloured face of Rogers, now familiar to Lapham's clerks, showed itself among them. "Has Colonel Lapham returned yet?" he asked, in his dry, wooden tones of Lapham's boy. "Yes, he's in the office," said the boy, and as Rogers advanced he rose and added, "I don't know as you can see him today. His orders are not to let anybody in." "Oh, indeed," said Rogers. "I think he will see me," and he pressed forward. "Well, I'll have to ask," returned the boy, and hastily preceding Rogers, he put his head in at Lapham's door, and then withdrew it. "Please to sit down," he said. "He'll see you pretty soon." And, with an air of some surprise, Rogers obeyed. His seared, dull brown whiskers and the moustache closing over both lips were incongruously and illogically clerical in effect, and the effect was heightened for no reason by the parchment texture of his skin. The baldness extending to the crown of his head was like a baldness made up for the stage. What his face expressed chiefly was a bland and beneficent caution. Here, you must have said to yourself, is a man of just, sober, and prudent views, fixed purposes, and the good citizenship that avoids debt and hazards of every kind. "What do you want?" asked Lapham, wheeling round in his swivel chair as Rogers entered his room, and pushing the door shut with his foot, without rising. Rogers took the chair that was not offered him, and sat with his hat brim on his knees, and its crown pointed towards Lapham. "I want to know what you are going to do," he answered with sufficient self-possession. "I'll tell you, first, what I've done," said Lapham. "I've been to Dubuque, and I found out all about that milling property you turned in on me. Did you know that the GL&P had leased the PY&X? "I some suspected that it might." "Did you know it when you turned the property in on me? Did you know that the GL&P wanted to buy the mills?" "I presumed the road would give a fair price for them," said Rogers, winking his eyes in outward expression of inwardly blinking the point. "You lie," said Lapham as quietly as if correcting him in a slight error, and Rogers took the word with equal sang-froid. "You knew the road wouldn't give a fair price for the mills. You knew it wouldn't give what it chose, and that I couldn't help myself, when you'd let me take them. You're a thief, Milton K. Rogers, and you stole money I lent you." Rogers sat silently, as if respectfully considering the statements. "You knew how I felt about that old matter, or my wife did, and that I wanted to make it up to you if you felt any way badly used. And you took advantage of it. You've got money out of me, in the first place, on securities that weren't worth 35 cents on the dollar, and you've let me in for this thing, and that thing, and you've bled me every time. And all I've got to show for it is a milling property and a line of road that can squeeze me, whenever it wants to, as dry as it pleases. And you want to know what I'm going to do? I'm going to squeeze you. I've got to sell these collaterals of yours." He touched a bundle of papers amongst others that littered his desk. "And I'm going to let the mills go for what they'll fetch. I ain't going to fight the GL&P."
Lapham wheeled about in his chair and turned his burly back on his visitor, who sat wholly unmoved. "There are some parties," he began with a dry tranquillity, ignoring Lapham's words, as if they had been an outburst against some third person, who probably merited them, but in whom he was so little interested that he had been obliged to use patience in listening to his condemnation. "There are some English parties who have been making inquiries in regard to those meals." "I guess you're lying, Rogers," said Lapham, without looking round. "Well, all that I have to ask is that you will not act hastily." "I see you don't think I'm in earnest," cried Lapham, facing fiercely about. "You think I'm fooling, do you?" He struck his bell, and "William," he ordered the boy who answered it, and who stood waiting while he dashed off a note to the brokers, and enclosed it with a bundle of securities in a large envelope. "Take these down to Gallop and Paddock's in State Street right away. Now go," he said to Rogers, when the boy had closed the door after him, and he turned once more to his desk. Rogers rose from his chair, and stood with his hat in his hand. He was not merely dispassionate in his attitudes and expression, he was impartial. He wore the air of a man who was ready to return to business whenever the wayward mood of his interlocutor permitted. "Then I understand," he said, "that you will take no action in regard to the meals till I have seen the parties I speak of." Lapham faced about once more, and sat looking up into the visage of Rogers in silence. "I wonder what you're up to," he said at last. "I should like to know." But as Rogers made no sign of gratifying his curiosity, and treating this last remark of Lapham's as the irrelevance of all the rest, he said, frowning, "You bring me a party that will give me enough for those meals to clear me of you, and I'll talk to you. But don't you come here with any man of straw, and I'll give you just 24 hours to prove yourself a swindler again." Once more Lapham turned his back, and Rogers, after looking thoughtfully into his hat a moment, cleared his throat, and quietly withdrew, maintaining to the last his unprejudiced demeanour. Lapham was again not heard from, as Walker phrased it, during the afternoon, except when the last mail was taken in to him. Then the sound of rending envelopes, mixed with that of what seemed suppressed swearing, penetrated to the outer office. Somewhat earlier than the usual hour for closing, he appeared there with his hat on, and his overcoat buttoned about him. He said briefly to his boy, "William, I shan't be back again this afternoon," and then went to Miss Dewey and left a number of letters on her table to be copied, and went out. Nothing had been said, but a sense of trouble subtly diffused itself through those who saw him go out. That evening, as he sat down with his wife alone at tea, he asked, "Ain't Pen coming to supper?" "No, she ain't," said his wife. "I don't know as I like the way she's going on any too well. I'm afraid, if she keeps on, she'll be down sick. She's got deeper feelings than Irene." Lapham said nothing, but having helped himself to the abundance of his table in his usual fashion, he sat and looked at his plate with an indifference that did not escape the notice of his wife. "What's the matter with you?" she asked. "Nothing. I haven't got any appetite." "What's the matter?" she persisted. "Trouble's the matter, bad luck, and lots of it's the matter," said Lapham. "I haven't ever hid anything from you, Persis. Well, you asked me, and it's too late to begin now. I'm in a fix. I'll tell you what kind of a fix if you think it'll do you any good, but I guess you'll be satisfied to know that it's a fix." "How much of one?" she asked, with a look of grave, steady courage in her eyes. "Well, I don't know as I can tell just yet," said Lapham, avoiding this look. "Things have been dull all the fall, but I thought they'd brisk up come winter. They haven't. There have been a lot of failures, and some of 'em owed me, and some of 'em had me on the paper, and—" Lapham stopped. "And what?" prompted his wife. He hesitated before he added, "And then Rogers." "I'm to blame for that," said Mrs. Lapham. "I forced you to it." "No, I was as willing to go into it as what you were," answered Lapham. "I don't want to blame anybody." Mrs. Lapham had a woman's passion for fixing responsibility. She could not help saying, as soon as acquitted, "I warned you against him, Silas. I told you not to let him get in any deeper with you." "Oh, yes, I had to help him to try to get my money back. I might as well have poured water into a sieve. And now—" Lapham stopped. "Don't be afraid to speak out to me, Silas Lapham. If it comes to the worst, I want to know it. I've got to know it. What did I ever care for the money?
I've had a happy home with you ever since we were married, and I guess I shall have as long as you live, whether we go on to the Back Bay or go back to the old house at Lapham. I know who's to blame, and I blame myself. It was my forcing Rogers on to you." She came back to this with her helpless longing, inbred in all Puritan souls, to have someone specifically suffer for the evil in this world, even if it must be herself. "It hasn't come to the worst yet, Persis," said her husband, "but I shall have to hold up on the new house a little while till I can see where I am." "I shouldn't care if we had to sell it," cried his wife, in a passionate self-condemnation. "I shall be glad if we had to, as far as I'm concerned." "I shouldn't," said Lapham. "I know," said his wife, and she remembered ruefully how his heart was set on it. He sat musing. "Well, I guess it's going to come out all right in the end. Or, if it ain't," he sighed, "we can't help it. Maybe Pen needn't worry so much about Corey after all," he continued, with a bitter irony new to him. "It's an ill wind that blows nobody good. And there's a chance," he ended, with a still bitterer laugh, "that Rogers will come to time after all." "I don't believe it," exclaimed Mrs. Lapham, with a gleam of hope in her eyes. "What chance?" "1 in 10,000,000, said Lapham, and her face fell again. "He says there are some English parties after him to buy these mills." "Well?" "Well, I gave him 24 hours to prove himself a liar." "You don't believe there are any such parties?" "Not in this world." "But if there were?" "Well, if there were, Persis, but pshaw!" "No, no," she pleaded eagerly. "It don't seem as if he could be such a villain. What would be the use of his pretending, if he brought the parties to you?" "Well," said Lapham scornfully, "I'd let them have the mills at the price Rogers turned 'em in on me at. I don't want to make anything on 'em, but guess I shall hear from the G.L.&P. first, and when they make their offer, I guess I'll have to accept it, whatever it is. I don't think they'll have a great many competitors." Mrs. Lapham could not give up her hope. "If you could get your price from these English parties before they knew that the G.L.&P. wanted to buy the mills, would it let you out with Rogers?" "Just about," said Lapham. "Then I know he'll move heaven and earth to bring it about. I know you won't be allowed to suffer for him doing a kindness, Silas. He can't be so ungrateful. Why should he pretend to have any such parties in view when he hasn't? Don't you be downhearted, Si. You'll see that he'll be around with them tomorrow." Lapham laughed, but she urged so many reasons for her belief in Rogers that Lapham began to rekindle his own faith a little. He ended by asking for a hot cup of tea, and Mrs. Lapham sent the pot out and had a fresh one steeped for him. After that he made a hearty supper in the revulsion from his entire despair, and they fell asleep that night talking hopefully of his affairs, which he laid before her fully, as he used to do when he first started in business. That brought old times back, and he said, "If this had happened then, I shouldn't have cared much. I was young then, and I wasn't afraid of anything, but I noticed that after I passed 50, I began to get scared easier. I don't believe I could pick up now from a regular knockdown." "Pshaw! You scared, Silas Lapham," cried his wife proudly. "I should like to see the thing that ever scared you, or the knockdown that you can pick up from." "Is that so, Persis?" he asked, with the joy her courage gave him. In the middle of the night she called to him in a voice which the darkness rendered still more deeply troubled. "Are you awake, Silas?" "Yes, I'm awake." "I've been thinking about those English parties, Si." "So have I." "And I can't make it out but what you'd be just as bad as Rogers every bit and grain if you were to let them have the mills." "And not tell them what the chances were with the G.L.&P. I thought of that, and you needn't be afraid." She began to bewail herself and to sob convulsively. "Oh, Silas! Oh, Silas!" Heaven knows in what measure the passions of her soul were mired with pride in her husband's honesty, relief from an apprehended struggle, and pity for him. "Hush, hush, Persis," he besought her. "You'll wake Pen if you keep on that way. Don't cry any more. You mustn't." "Oh, let me cry, Silas. It will help me. I shall be all right in a minute. Don't you mind." She sobbed herself quiet. "It doesn't seem too hard," she said, when she could speak again, "that you have to give up this chance when Providence has fairly raised it up for you." "I guess it weren't Providence raised it up," said Lapham. "Any rate, it's got to go. Most likely Rogers was lying and there ain't any such parties, but if there were, they couldn't have the mills for me without the whole story. Don't you be troubled, Persis. I'm going to pull through all right." "Oh, I ain't afraid. I don't suppose but what there's plenty would help you if they knew you needed it, Si." "They would if they knew I didn't needed it," said Lapham sardonically. "Did you tell Bill how you stood?" "No, I couldn't bear to. I've been the rich one so long that I couldn't bring myself to own up that I was in danger." "Yes. But it didn't look so ugly till to-day. But I guess we shan't let ugly looks scare us." "No." End of chapter 21. Chapter 22 of The Rise of Silas Lapham by William Dean Howells. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The morning postman brought Mrs. Lapham a letter from Irene, which was chiefly significant because it made no reference whatever to the writer or her state of mind. It gave the news of her uncle's family. It told of their kindness to her. Her cousin Will was going to take her and his sisters ice boating on the river when it froze. By the time the letter came, Lapham had gone to his business, and the mother carried it to Penelope to talk over. "What do you make of it?" she asked, and without waiting to be answered, she said, "I don't know as I believe in cousins marrying a great deal, but if Irene and Will were to fix it up between 'em—" She looked vaguely at Penelope. "It wouldn't make any difference as far as I was concerned," replied the girl listlessly. Mrs. Lapham lost her patience. "Well, then, I'll tell you what, Penelope," she exclaimed. "Perhaps it'll make a difference to you if you know that your father's in real trouble. He's harassed to death, and he was awake half the night talking about it. That abominable Rogers has got a lot of money away from him, and he's lost by others that he's helped." Mrs. Lapham put it in this way because she had no time to be explicit. "And I want you to come out of your room now and try to be of some help and comfort to him when he comes home tonight. I guess Irene wouldn't mope around so much if she was here," she could not help adding. The girl lifted herself on her elbow. "What's that you say about father?" she demanded eagerly. "Is he in trouble? Is he going to lose his money? Shall we have to stay in this house?" "We may be very glad to stay in this house," said Mrs. Lapham, half angry with herself for having given cause for the girl's conjectures, and half with the habit of prosperity in her child, which could conceive no better of what adversity was. "And I want you to get up and show that you've got some feelings for somebody in the world besides yourself." "Oh, I'll get up," said the girl promptly, almost cheerfully. "I don't say as it's bad now as it looked a little while ago," said her mother, conscientiously hedging a little from the statement, which she had based rather upon her feelings than her facts. "Your father thinks he'll pull through all right, and I don't know but what he will. But I want you should see if you can't do something to cheer him up, and keep him from getting so perfectly downhearted as he seems to get, under the load he's got to carry. And stop thinking about yourself a while, and behave yourself like a sensible girl." "Yes, yes," said the girl, "I will. You needn't be troubled about me any more." Before she left her room, she wrote a note, and when she came down she was dressed to go out of doors and posted it herself. The note was to Corey. "Do not come to see me any more till you hear from me. I have a reason which I cannot give you now, and you must not ask what it is." All day she went about in a buoyant desperation, and she came down to meet her father at supper. "Well, Persis," he said scornfully as he sat down, "we might as well saved our good resolutions till they were wanted. I guess those English parties have gone back on Rogers." "Do you mean he didn't come?" "He hadn't come up to 5:30," said Lapham. "Tch!" uttered his wife. "But I guess I shall pull through without Mr. Rogers," continued Lapham. "A firm that I didn't think could weather it is still afloat, and so far forth as the danger goes of being dragged under with it, I'm all right." Penelope came in. "Hello, Pen," cried her father. "It ain't often I meet you nowadays." He put up his hand as she passed his chair, and pulled her down and kissed her. "No," she said, "but I thought I'd come down tonight and cheer you up a little. I shall not talk. The sight of me will be enough." Her father laughed out. "Mother been telling you? Well, I was pretty blue last night, but I guess I was more scared than hurt. How'd you like to go to the theatre tonight?
Sellers at the park, hey?" "Well, I don't know. Don't you think they could get along without me there?" "No, couldn't work it at all," cried the Colonel. "Let's all go, unless," he added inquiringly, "there's somebody coming here." "There's nobody coming," said Penelope. "Good. Then we'll go. Mother, don't you be late now." "Oh, I shan't keep you waiting," said Mrs. Lapham. She had thought of telling what a cheerful letter she had got from Irene, but upon the whole it seemed better not to speak of Irene at all just then. After they returned from the theatre, where the Colonel roared through the comedy with continual reference of his pleasure to Penelope, to make sure that she was enjoying it too, his wife said, as if the whole affair had been for the girl's distraction rather than his, "I don't believe but what it's going to come out all right about the children," and then she told him of the letter and the hopes she had founded upon it. "Well, perhaps you're right, Persis," he consented. "I haven't seen Pen so much like herself since it happened. I declare, when I see the way she came out tonight just to please you, I don't know as I want you should get all over your troubles right away." "I guess there'll be enough to keep Pen going for a while yet," said the Colonel, winding up his watch. But for a time there was a relief, which Walker noted, in the atmosphere of the office, and then came another cold wave, slighter than the first, but distinctly felt there, and succeeded by another relief. It was like the winter which was wearing on to the end of the year, with alternations of freezing weather, and mild days stretching to weeks, in which the snow and ice wholly disappeared. It was none the less winter, and none the less harassing for those fluctuations, and Lapham showed in his face and temper the effect of light fluctuations in his affairs. He grew thin and old, and both at home and at his office he was irascible to the point of offence. In these days Penelope shared with her mother the burden of their troubled home, and united with her in supporting the silence or the petulance of the gloomy, secret man who replaced the presence of jolly prosperity there. Lapham had now ceased to talk of his troubles, and savagely resented his wife's interference. "You mind your own business, Persis," he said one day, "if you've got any." And after that she left him mainly to Penelope, who did not think of asking him questions. "It's pretty hard on you, Pen," she said. "That makes it easier for me," returned the girl, who did not otherwise refer to her own trouble. In her heart she had wondered a little at the absolute obedience of Corey, who had made no sign since receiving her note. She would have liked to ask her father if Corey was sick. She would have liked him to ask her why Corey did not come any more. Her mother went on, "I don't believe your father knows where he stands. He works away at those papers he brings home here at night, as if he didn't half know what he was about. He always did have that close streak in him, and I don't suppose but what he's been going into things he don't want anybody else to know about, and he's kept these accounts of his own." Sometimes he gave Penelope figures to work at, which he would not submit to his wife's nimbler arithmetic. Then she went to bed and left them sitting up till midnight, struggling with problems in which they were both weak. But she could see that the girl was a comfort to her father, and that his troubles were a defence and shelter to her. Some nights she could hear them going out together, and then she lay awake for their return from their long walk. When the hour or day of respite came again, the home felt it first. Lapham wanted to know what the news from Irene was. He joined his wife in all her cheerful speculations, and tried to make her amends for his sullen reticence and irritability. Irene was staying on at Dubuque. There came a letter from her saying that her uncle's people wanted her to spend the winter there. "Well, let her," said Lapham. "It will be the best thing for her." Lapham himself had letters from his brother at frequent intervals. His brother was watching the G.L.M.P., which as yet had made no offer for the mills. Once, when one of these letters came, he submitted to his wife whether, in the absence of any positive information that the road wanted the property, he might not, with a good conscience, dispose of it to the best advantage to anybody who came along. She looked wistfully at him. It was on the rise from a season of deep depression with him. "No, Si," she said. "I don't see how you could do that." He did not assent and submit, as he had done at first, but began to rail at the unpracticality of women, and then he shut some papers he had been looking over into his desk, and flung out of the room. One of the papers had slipped through the crevice of the lid and lay upon the floor. Mrs. Lapham kept on at her sewing, but after a while she picked the paper up to lay it on the desk. Then she glanced at it, and saw that it was a long column of dates and figures, recording successive sums, never large ones, paid regularly to W.M.M. The dates covered a year, and the sum amounted at least to several hundreds. Mrs. Lapham laid the paper down on the desk, and then she took it up again and put it into her work-basket, meaning to give it to him. When he came in, she saw him looking absent-mindedly about for something, and then going to work upon his papers, apparently without it. She thought she would wait till he missed it definitely, and then give him the scrap she had picked up. It lay in her basket, and after some days it found its way under the work in it, and she forgot it. End of chapter 22.
Chapter 23 of The Rise of Silas Lapham by William Dean Howells. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Margaret Espaillat. Since New Year's, there had scarcely been a mild day, and the streets were full of snow, growing foul under the city feet and hoofs, and renewing its purity from the skies with repeated falls, which in turn lost their whiteness, beaten down, and beaten black and hard into a solid bed like iron. The sleighing was incomparable, and the air was full of the din of bells, but Lapham's turnout was not of those that thronged the Brighton road every afternoon. The man at the livery stable sent him word that the mare's legs were swelling. He and Corey had little to do with each other. He did not know how Penelope had arranged it with Corey. His wife said she knew no more than he did, and he did not like to ask the girl herself, especially as Corey no longer came to the house. He saw that she was cheerfuller than she had been, and helpfuller with him and her mother. Now and then Lapham opened his troubled soul to her a little, letting his thought break into speech without preamble or conclusion. Once he said, "Pen, I presume you know I'm in trouble." "We all seem to be there," said the girl. "Yes, but there's a difference between being there by your own fault and being there by somebody else's." "I don't call it his fault," she said. "I call it mine," said the Colonel. The girl laughed. Her thought was of her own care, and her father's wholly of his. She must come to his ground. "What have you been doing wrong?" "I don't know as you'd call it wrong. It's what people do all the time. But I wish I'd let stocks alone. It's what I always promised your mother I would do, but there's no use crying over spilt milk, or watered stock, either." "I don't think there's much use crying about anything. If it could have been cried straight, it would have been all right from the start," said the girl, going back to her own affair, and if Lapham had not been so deeply engrossed in his, he might have seen how little she cared for all that money could do or undo. He did not observe her enough to see how variable her moods were in those days, and how often she sank from some wild gaiety into abject melancholy, how at times she was fiercely defiant of nothing at all, and at others inexplicably humble and patient. But no doubt none of these signs had passed unnoticed by his wife, to whom Lapham said one day, when he came home, "Persis, what's the reason Pen don't marry Corey?" "You know as well as I do, Silas," said Mrs. Lapham, with an inquiring look at him for what lay behind his words. "Well, I think it's all tomfoolery the way she's going on. There ain't any rhyme nor reason to it." He stopped, and his wife waited. "If she said the word, I could have some help from them." He hung his head, and would not meet his wife's eye. "I guess you're in a pretty bad way, Si," she said pityingly, "or you wouldn't have come to that." "I'm in a hole," said Lapham, "and I don't know where to turn. You won't let me do anything about those mills." "Yes, I'll let you," said his wife sadly. He gave a miserable cry. "You know I can't do anything, if you do." "Oh, my Lord!" She had not seen him so low as that before. She did not know what to say. She was frightened, and could only ask, "Has it come to the worst?" "The new house has got to go," he answered evasively. She did not say anything. She knew that the work on the house had been stopped since the beginning of the year. Lapham had told the architect that he preferred to leave it unfinished till the spring, as there was no prospect of their being able to get into it that winter, and the architect had agreed with him that it would not hurt it to stand. Her heart was heavy for him, though she could not say so. They sat together at the table where she had come to be with him at his belated meal. She saw that he did not eat, and she waited for him to speak again, without urging him to take anything. They were past that. "And I've sent orders to shut down at the works," he added. "Shut down at the works!" she echoed with dismay. She could not take it in. The fire at the works had never been out before since it was first kindled. She knew how he had prided himself upon that, how he had bragged of it to every listener, and had always lugged the fact in as the last expression of his sense of success. "Oh, Silas!" "What's the use?" he retorted. "I saw it was coming a month ago. There are some fellows out in West Virginia that have been running the paint as hard as they could. They couldn't do much. They used to put it on the market raw. But lately they got to baking it, and now they've struck a vein of natural gas right by their works, and they pay 10 cents for fuel, where I pay $1, and they make as good a paint. Anybody can see where it's going to end. Besides, the market's overstocked. It's glutted. There wa'n't anything to do but shut down, and I've shut down." "I don't know what's going to become of the hands in the middle of the winter this way," said Mrs. Lapham, laying hold of one definite thought which she could grasp in the turmoil of ruin that whirled before her eyes. "I don't care what becomes of the hands," cried Lapham. "They've shared my luck, now let 'em share the other thing. And if you're so very sorry for the hands, I'd wish you'd keep a little of your pity for me. Don't you know what shutting down the works means?" "Yes, indeed I do, Silas," said his wife tenderly. "Well, then," he rose, leaving his supper untasted, and went into the sitting room, where she presently found him, with that everlasting confusion of papers before him on the desk. That made her think of the paper in her work basket, and she decided not to make the careworn, distracted man ask her for it, after all. She brought it to him. He glanced blankly at it, and then caught it from her, turning red and looking foolish. "Where'd you get that?" "You dropped it on the floor the other night, and I picked it up. Who is William M.?" "William M.?" he repeated, looking confusedly at her, and then at the paper. "Oh, it's nothing." He tore the paper into small pieces, and went and dropped them into the fire. When Mrs. Lapham came into the room in the morning, before he was down, she found a scrap of the paper, which must have fluttered to the hearth, and glancing at it, she saw that the words were "Mrs. M." She wondered what dealings with a woman her husband could have, and she remembered the confusion he had shown about the paper, and which she had thought was because she had surprised one of his business secrets. She was still thinking of it when he came down to breakfast, heavy-eyed, tremulous, with deep seams and wrinkles in his face. After a silence which he did not seem inclined to break, "Silas," she asked, "who is Mrs. M.?" He stared at her. "I don't know what you're talking about." "Don't you?" she returned mockingly. "When you do, you tell me. Do you want any more coffee?" "No." "Well, then, you can ring for Alice when you've finished. I've got some things to attend to." She rose abruptly and left the room. Lapham looked after her in a dull way, and then went on with his breakfast. While he still sat at his coffee, she flung into the room again, and dashed some papers down beside his plate. "Here are some more things of yours, and I'll thank you to lock them up in your desk, and not litter my room with them, if you please." Now he saw that she was angry, and it must be with him. It enraged him that in such a time of trouble she should fly out at him in that way. He left the house without trying to speak to her. That day Corey came just before closing, and, knocking at Lapham's door, asked if he could speak with him a few moments. "Yes," said Lapham, wheeling round in his swivel chair and kicking another towards Corey. "Sit down. I want to talk to you. I'd ought to tell you you're wasting your time here. I spoke the other day about your placing yourself better, and I can help you to do it yet. There ain't going to be the outcome for the paint in the foreign markets that we expected, and I guess you better give it up." "I don't wish to give it up," said the young fellow, setting his lips. "I've as much faith in it as ever, and I want to propose now what I hinted at in the first place. I want to put some money into the business." "Some money?" Lapham leaned towards him, and frowned as if he had not quite understood, while he clutched the arms of his chair. "I've got about $30,000 that I could put in, and if you don't want to consider me a partner, I remember that you objected to a partner, you can let me regard it as an investment. But I think I see the way to doing something at once in Mexico, and I should like to feel that I had something more than a drummer's interest in the venture." The men sat looking into each other's eyes. Then Lapham leaned back in his chair and rubbed his hand hard and slowly over his face. His features were still twisted with some strong emotion when he took it away. "Your family know about this?" "My Uncle James knows." "He thinks it would be a good plan for you?" "He thought that by this time I ought to be able to trust my own judgment." "Do you suppose I could see your uncle at his office?" "I imagine he's there." "Well, I want to have a talk with him one of these days." He sat pondering a while, and then rose and went with Corey to his door. "I guess I shan't change my mind about taking you into the business that way," he said coldly. "If there was any reason why I shouldn't at first, there's more now." "Very well, sir," answered the young man, and went to close his desk. The outer office was empty, but while Corey was putting his papers in order, it was suddenly invaded by two women, who pushed by the protesting porter on the stairs and made their way towards Lapham's room. One of them was Miss Dewey, the typewriter girl, and the other was a woman whom she would resemble in face and figure 20 years hence, if she led a life of hard work varied by paroxysms of hard drinking. "That his room, Zrilla?" asked this woman, pointing towards Lapham's door with a hand that had not freed itself from the fringe of dirty shawl under which it had hung. She went forward without waiting for the answer, but before she could reach it the door opened, and Lapham stood filling its space. "Look here, Colonel Lapham," began the woman, in a high key of challenge. "I want to know if this is the way you're going back on me and Zrilla." "What do you want?" asked Lapham. "What do I want? What do you suppose I want? I want the money to pay my month's rent. There ain't a bite to eat in the house, and I want some money to market." Lapham bent a frown on the woman, under which she shrank back a step. "You've taken the wrong way to get it. Clear out." "I won't clear out," said the woman, beginning to whimper. "Corey," said Lapham, in the peremptory voice of a master. He had seemed so indifferent to Corey's presence that the young man thought he must have forgotten he was there. "Is Dennis anywhere round?" "Yes, sir," said Dennis, answering for himself from the head of the stairs, and appearing in the wareroom. Lapham spoke to the woman again. "Do you want I should call a hack, or do you want I should call an officer?" The woman began to cry into an end of her shawl. "I don't know what we're going to do." "You're going to clear out," said Lapham. "Call a hack, Dennis. If you ever come here again, I'll have you arrested. Mind that. Zerrilla, I shall want you early tomorrow morning." "Yes, sir," said the girl meekly. She and her mother shrank out after the porter. Lapham shut his door without a word. At lunch the next day, Walker made himself amends for Corey's reticence by talking a great deal. He talked about Lapham, who seemed to have, more than ever since his apparent difficulties began, the fascination of an enigma for his bookkeeper, and he ended by asking, "Did you see that little circus last night?" "What little circus?" asked Corey in his turn. "Those two women and the old man. Dennis told me about it. I told him if he liked his place he'd better keep his mouth shut." "That was very good advice," said Corey. "Oh, all right, if you don't want to talk. Don't know as I should in your place," returned Walker, in the easy security he had long felt that Corey had no intention of putting on airs with him. "But I'll tell you what, the old man can't expect it of everybody. If he keeps this thing up much longer, it's going to be talked about. You can't have a woman walking into your place of business and trying to bulldoze you before your porter without setting your porter to thinking. And the last thing you want a porter to do is think, for when a porter thinks, he thinks wrong." "I don't see why even a porter couldn't think right about that affair," replied Corey. "I don't know who the woman was, though I believe she was Miss Dewey's mother, but I couldn't see that Colonel Lapham showed anything but a natural resentment of her coming to him in that way. I should have said that she was some rather worthless person whom he'd been befriending, and that she had presumed upon his kindness." "Is that so? What do you think of his never letting Miss Dewey's name go on the books?" "That it's another proof it's a sort of charity of his. That's the only way to look at it." "Oh, I'm all right." Walker lighted a cigar and began to smoke, with his eyes closed to a fine straight line. "It won't do for a bookkeeper to think wrong, any more than a porter, I suppose. But I guess you and I don't think very different about this thing." "Not if you think as I do," replied Corey steadily. "And I know you would do that if you had seen the circus yourself. A man doesn't treat people who have a disgraceful hold upon him as he treated them." "It depends upon who he is," said Walker, taking his cigar from his mouth. "I never said the old man was afraid of anything." "And character," continued Corey, disdaining to touch the matter further, except in generalities, "must go for something. If it's to be the prey of mere accident and appearance, then it goes for nothing." "Accidents will happen in the best regulated families," said Walker, with vulgar good-humored obtuseness that filled Corey with indignation. Nothing, perhaps, removed his matter-of-fact nature further from the commonplace than a certain generosity of instinct, which I should not be ready to say was always infallible. That evening it was Miss Dewey's turn to wait for speech with Lapham after the others were gone. He opened his door at her knock, and stood looking at her with a worried air. "Well, what do you want, Zerrilla?" he asked, with a sort of rough kindness. "I want to know what I'm going to do about Hen. He's back again, and he and Mother have made it up, and they both got to drinking last night after I went home, and carried on so that the neighbors came in." Lapham passed his hand over his red and heated face. "I don't know what I'm going to do. You're twice the trouble that my own family is now. But I know what I'd do mighty quick if it wasn't for you, Zerrilla," he went on relentingly. "I'd shut your mother up somewheres, and if I could get that fellow off for a 3 years' voyage—" "I declare," said Miss Dewey, beginning to whimper, "it seems as if he came back just so often to spite me. He's never gone more than a year at the furthest, and you can't make it out habitual drunkenness either, when it's just sprees. I'm at my wits' end." "Oh, well, you mustn't cry around here," said Lapham soothingly. "I know it," said Miss Dewey. "If I could get rid of Hen, I could manage well enough with Mother. Mr. Wemmel would marry me if I could get the divorce. He's said so over and over again." "I don't know as I like that very well," said Lapham, frowning. "I don't know as I want you should get married in any hurry again. I don't know as I like your going with anybody else just yet." "Oh, you needn't be afraid but what it'll be all right. It'll be the best thing all around if I marry him." "Well," said Lapham impatiently, "I can't think about it now. I suppose they've cleaned out everything again?" "Yes, they have," said Zerrilla. "There isn't a cent left." "You're a pretty expensive lot," said Lapham. "Well, here." He took out his pocketbook and gave her a note. "I'll be round tonight and see what can be done." He shut himself into his room again, and Zerrilla dried her tears, put the note into her bosom, and went her way. Lapham kept the porter nearly an hour later. It was then 6 o'clock, the hour at which the Laphams usually had tea, but all custom had been broken up with him during the past months, and he did not go home now. He determined, perhaps in the extremity in which a man finds relief in combating one care with another, to keep his promise to Miss Dewey, and at the moment when he might otherwise have been sitting down at his own table, he was climbing the stairs to her lodging in the old-fashioned dwelling which had been portioned off into flats. It was in a region of depots and of the cheap hotels, and ladies' and gents' dining rooms, and restaurants with bars, which abound near depots, and Lapham followed to Miss Dewey's door a waiter from one of these, who bore on a salver before him a supper covered with a napkin. Zerrilla had admitted them, a young fellow in the shabby shore suit of a sailor, buttoning imperfectly over the nautical blue flannel of his shirt, got up from where he had been sitting, on one side of the stove, and stood infirmly on his feet, in token of receiving the visitor. The woman who sat on the other side did not rise, but began a shrill, defiant apology. "Well, I don't suppose but what you'll think we're living on the fat of the land right straight along all the while, but it's just like this. When that child came in from her work, she didn't seem to have the spirit to go cooking anything, and I had such a bad night last night I was feeling all broke up, and said I, what's the use anyway? By the time the butcher's heaved in a lot of bone and made you pay for the suet he cuts away, it comes to the same thing, and why not get it from the restaurant first off, and save the cost of your fire, said I. "What have you there under your apron? A bottle?" demanded Lapham, who stood with his hat on and his hands in his pockets, indifferent alike to the ineffective reception of the sailor and the chair Zerrilla had set him. "Well, yes, it's a bottle," said the woman, with an assumption of virtuous frankness. "It's whiskey. I've got to have something to rub my rheumatism with." "Humph," grumbled Lapham. "You've been rubbing his rheumatism too, I see." He twisted his head in the direction of the sailor, now softly and rhythmically waving to and fro on his feet. "He hain't had a drop today in this house," cried the woman. "What are you doing around here?" said Lapham, turning fiercely upon him. "You've got no business ashore. Where's your ship? Do you think I'm going to let you come here and eat your wife out of house and home, and then give money to keep the concern going?" "Just the very words I said when he first showed his face here yesterday, didn't I, Zerrilla?" said the woman, eagerly joining in the rebuke of her late boon companion. "You got no business here, hen, said I. You can't come here to live on me and Zerrilla, said I. You want to go back to your ship, said I. That's what I said." The sailor mumbled, with a smile of tipsy amiability for Lapham, something about the crew being discharged. "Yes," the woman broke in, "that's always the way with these coasters. Why don't you go off on some of them long voyages, said I. It's pretty hard when Mr. Wemmel stands ready to marry Zerrilla and provide a comfortable home for us both. I hain't got a great many years more to live, and I should like to get some satisfaction out of 'em, and not be beholden and dependent all my days, to have Hen here blocking the way. I tell him there'd be more money for him in the end, but he can't seem to make up his mind to it." "Well, now look here," said Lapham. "I don't care anything about all that. It's your own business, and I'm not going to meddle with it. But it's my business who lives off me, and so I tell you all three. I'm willing to take care of Zerrilla, and I'm willing to take care of her mother." "I guess if it hadn't been for that child's father," the mother interpolated, "you wouldn't be here to tell the tale, Colonel Lapham." "I know all about that," said Lapham. "But I'll tell you what, Mr. Dewey, I'm not going to support you." "I don't see what Hen's done," said the old woman impartially. "He hasn't done anything, and I'm going to stop it. He's got to get a ship, and he's got to get out of this. And Zerrilla needn't come back to work till he does. I'm done with you all."
"Well, I vow," said the mother, "if I ever heard anything like it. Didn't that child's father lay down his life for you? Hain't you said it yourself 100 times? And don't she work for her money, and slave for it mornin', noon, and night? You talk as if we was beholden to you for the very bread in our mouths. I guess if it hadn't been for Jim, you wouldn't be here crowing over us."
"You mind what I say. I mean business this time," said Lapham, turning to the door.
The woman rose and followed him, with her bottle in her hand. "Say, Colonel, what should you advise Zerrilla to do about Mr. Wemmel? I tell her there ain't any use going to the trouble to get a divorce without she's sure about him. Don't you think we'd ought to get him to sign a paper or something that he'll marry her if she gets it? I don't like to have things going at loose ends the way they are. It ain't sense. It ain't right." Lapham made no answer to the mother anxious for her child's future, and concerned for the moral questions involved. He went out and down the stairs, and on the pavement at the lower door he almost struck against Rogers, who had a bag in his hand, and seemed to be hurrying towards one of the depots. He halted a little, as if to speak to Lapham, but Lapham turned his back abruptly upon him, and took the other direction. The days were going by in a monotony of adversity to him, from which he could no longer escape, even at home. He attempted once or twice to talk of his troubles to his wife, but she repulsed him sharply. She seemed to despise and hate him, but he set himself doggedly to make a confession to her, and he stopped her one night, as she came into the room where he sat, hastily upon some errand that was to take her directly away again. "Persis, there's something I've got to tell you." She stood still, as if fixed against her will, to listen. "I guess you know something about it already, and I guess it sets you against me." "Oh, I guess not, Colonel Lapham. You go your way and I go mine, that's all." She waited for him to speak, listening with a cold, hard smile on her face. "I don't say it to make favor with you, because I don't want you to spare me, and I don't ask you. But I got into it through Milton K. Rogers." "Oh," said Mrs. Lapham contemptuously. "I always felt the way I said about it, that it wasn't any better than gambling, and I say so now. It's like betting on the turn of a card, and I give you my word of honor, Persis, that I never was in it at all till that scoundrel began to load me up with those wildcat securities of his. Then it seemed to me as if I ought to try to do something to get somewhere even. I know it's no excuse, but watching the market to see what the infernal things were worth from day to day, and seeing it go up and seeing it go down, was too much for me, and, to make a long story short, I began to buy and sell on a margin, just what I told you I never would do. I seemed to make something, I did make something, and I'd have stopped, I do believe, if I could have reached the figure I'd set in my own mind to start with. But I couldn't fetch it. I began to lose, and then I began to throw good money after bad, just as I always did with everything that Rogers ever came within a mile of. Well, what's the use? I lost the money that would have carried me out of this, and I shouldn't have had to shut down the works, or sell the house, or—" Lapham stopped. His wife, who at first had listened with mystification, and then dawning incredulity, changing into a look of relief that was almost triumph, lapsed again into severity. "Silas Lapham, if you was to die the next minute, is this what you started to tell me?" "Why, of course it is. What did you suppose I started to tell you?" "And look me in the eyes. You haven't got anything else on your mind now?" "No. There's trouble enough, the Lord knows, but there's nothing else to tell you. I suppose Pen gave you a hint about it. I dropped something to her. I've been feeling bad about it, Persis, a good while, but I hain't had the heart to speak of it. I can't expect you to say you like it. I've been a fool, I'll allow, and I've been something worse, if you choose to say so. But that's all. I haven't hurt anybody but myself, and you and the children."
Mrs. Lapham rose and said, with her face from him, as she turned towards the door, "It's all right, Silas. I shan't ever bring it up against you." She fled out of the room, but all that evening she was very sweet with him, and seemed to wish in all tacit ways to atone for her past unkindness. She made him talk of his business, and he told her of Corey's offer, and what he had done about it. She did not seem to care for his part in it, however, at which Lapham was silently disappointed a little, for he would have liked her to praise him. "He did it on account of Pen."
"Well, he didn't insist upon it, anyway," said Lapham, who must have obscurely expected that Corey would recognize his own magnanimity by repeating his offer. If the doubt that follows a self-devoted action, the question whether it was not after all a needless folly, is mixed, as it was in Lapham's case, with the vague belief that we might have done ourselves a good turn without great risk of hurting anyone else by being a little less unselfish, it becomes a regret that is hard to bear. Since Corey spoke to him, some things had happened that gave Lapham hope again. "I'm going to tell her about it," said his wife, and she showed herself impatient to make up for the time she had lost. "Why didn't you tell me before, Silas?" "I didn't know we were on speaking terms before," said Lapham sadly. "Yes, that's true," she admitted, with a conscious flush. "I hope he won't think Pen's known about it all this while." End of chapter 23. Chapter 24 of The Rise of Silas Lapham by William Dean Howells. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Margaret Espaillat. That evening James Bellingham came to see Corey after dinner, and went to find him in his own room. "I've come at the instance of Colonel Lapham," said the uncle. "He was at my office today, and I had a long talk with him. Did you know that he was in difficulties?" "I fancied that he was in some sort of trouble. And I had the bookkeeper's conjectures. He doesn't really know much about it." "Well, he thinks it's time, on all accounts, that you should know how he stands, and why he declined that proposition of yours. I must say he has behaved very well, like a gentleman." "I'm not surprised." "I am. It's hard to behave like a gentleman where your interest is vitally concerned. And Lapham doesn't strike me as a man who's in the habit of acting from the best in him always." "Do any of us?" asked Corey. "Not all of us, at any rate," said Bellingham. "It must have cost him something to say no to you, for he's just in that state when he believes that this or that chance, however small, would save him." Corey was silent. "Is he really in such a bad way?" "It's hard to tell just where he stands. I suspect that a hopeful temperament and fondness for round numbers have always caused him to set his figures beyond his actual worth. I don't say that he's been dishonest about it, but he's had a loose way of estimating his assets. He's reckoned his wealth on the basis of his capital, and some of his capital is borrowed. He's lost heavily by some of the recent failures, and there's been a terrible shrinkage in his values. I don't mean merely in the stock of paint on hand, but in a kind of competition which has become very threatening. You know about that West Virginian paint?" Corey nodded. "Well, he tells me that they've struck a vein of natural gas out there which will enable them to make as good a paint as his own at a cost of manufacturing so low that they can undersell him everywhere. If this proves to be the case, it will not only drive his paint out of the market, but will reduce the value of his works, the whole plant at Lapham, to a merely nominal figure." "I see," said Corey dejectedly. "I've understood that he had put a great deal of money into his works." "Yes, and he estimated his mine there at a high figure.
Of course, it will be worth little or nothing if the West Virginia paint drives his out. Then, besides, Lapham has been into several things outside of his own business, and, like a good many other men who try outside things, he's kept account of them himself, and he's all mixed up about them. He's asked me to look into his affairs with him, and I've promised to do so. Whether he can be tided over his difficulties remains to be seen. I'm afraid it will take a good deal of money to do it, a great deal more than he thinks, at least. He believes comparatively little would do it. I think differently. I think that anything less than a great deal would be thrown away on him. If it were merely a question of a certain sum, even a large sum to keep him going, it might be managed, but it's much more complicated. And, as I say, it must have been a trial to him to refuse your offer." This did not seem to be the way in which Bellingham had meant to conclude, but he said no more, and Corey made him no response. He remained pondering the case, now hopefully, now doubtfully, and wondering, whatever his mood was, whether Penelope knew anything of the fact with which her mother went nearly at the same moment to acquaint her. "Of course, he's done it on your account," Mrs. Lapham could not help saying. "Then he was very silly. Does he think I would let him give father money? And if father lost it for him, does he suppose it would make it any easier for me? I think father acted twice as well. It was very silly." In repeating the censure, her look was not so severe as her tone. She even smiled a little, and her mother reported to her father that she acted more like herself than she had yet since Corey's offer. "I think if he was to repeat his offer, she would have him now," said Mrs. Lapham. "Well, I'll let her know if he does," said the Colonel. "I guess he won't do it to you," she cried. "Who else will he do it to?" he demanded. They perceived that they had each been talking of a different offer. After Lapham went to his business in the morning, the postman brought another letter from Irene, which was full of pleasant things that were happening to her. There was a great deal about her cousin Will, as she called him. At the end she had written, "Tell Pen I don't want she should be foolish." "There," said Mrs. Lapham. "I guess it's going to come out right all round." And it seemed as if even the Colonel's difficulties were past. "When your father gets through this Pen," she asked impulsively, "what shall you do?" "What have you been telling Irene about me?" "Nothing much. What should you do?" "It would be a good deal easier to say what I should do if father didn't," said the girl. "I know you think it was nice in him to make your father that offer," urged the mother. "It was nice, yes, but it was silly," said the girl. "Most nice things are silly, I suppose," she added. She went to her room and wrote a letter. It was very long and very carefully written, and when she read it over she tore it into small pieces. She wrote another one, short and hurried, and tore that up too. Then she went back to her mother in the family room and asked to see Irene's letter, and read it over to herself. "Yes, she seems to be having a good time," she sighed. "Mother, do you think I ought to let Mr. Corey know that I know about it?" "Well, I should think that it would be a pleasure to him," said Mrs. Lapham judicially. "I'm not so sure of that the way I should have to tell him. I should begin by giving him a scolding. Of course he meant well by it, but can't you see that it wasn't very flattering? How did he expect it would change me?" "I don't believe he ever thought of that." "Don't you? Why?" "Because you can see that he isn't one of that kind. He might want to please you without wanting to change you by what he did." "Yes, he must have known that nothing would change me, at least nothing that he could do. I thought of that. I shouldn't like him to feel that I couldn't appreciate it, even if I did think it was silly. Should you write to him?" "I don't see why not." "It would be too pointed. No, I shall just let it go. I wish he hadn't done it." "Well, he has done it." "And I've tried to write him about it, 2 letters, one so humble and grateful that it couldn't stand up on its edge,
and the other so pert and flippant. Mother, I wish you could have seen those 2 letters. I wish I had kept them to look at, if I ever got to thinking I had any sense again. They would take the conceit out of me. What's the reason he don't come here any more?" "Doesn't he come?" asked Penelope in turn, as if it were something she had not noticed particularly. "You'd ought to know." "Yes." She sat silent a while. "If he doesn't come, I suppose it's because he's offended at something I did." "What did you do?" "Nothing. I wrote to him a little while ago. I suppose it was very blunt, but I didn't believe he would be angry at it. But this that he's done shows he was angry, and that he wasn't just seizing the first chance to get out of it." "What have you done, Pen?" demanded her mother sharply. "Oh, I don't know. All the mischief in the world, I suppose. I'll tell you. When you first told me that father was in trouble with his business, I wrote to him not to come any more till I let him. I said I couldn't tell him why, and he hasn't been here since. I'm sure I don't know what it means." Her mother looked at her with angry severity. "Well, Penelope Lapham, for a sensible child, you are the greatest goose I ever saw. Did you think he would come here and see you if you wouldn't let him come?" "He might have written," urged the girl. Her mother made that despairing with her tongue, and fell back in her chair. "I should have despised him if he had written. He's acted just exactly right. And you've acted—I don't know how you've acted. I'm ashamed of you. A girl that could be so sensible for her sister, and always say and do just the right thing, and then when it comes to herself to be such a disgusting simpleton." "I thought I ought to break with him at once, and not let him suppose that there was any hope for him or me if father was poor. It was my one chance in this whole business to do anything heroic, and I jumped at it. You mustn't think, because I can laugh at it now, that I wasn't in earnest, Mother. I was dead. But the Colonel has gone to ruin so gradually that he's spoilt everything. I expected that he would be bankrupt the next day, and that then he would understand what I meant. But to have it drag along for a fortnight seems to take all the heroism out of it and leave it as flat." She looked at her mother with a smile that shone through her tears and a pathos that quivered around her jesting lips. "It's easy enough to be sensible for other people, but when it comes to myself, there I am. Especially when I want to do what I oughtn't so much that it seems as if doing what I didn't want to do must be doing what I ought. But it's been a great success one way, Mother. It's helped me to keep up before the Colonel. If it hadn't been for Mr. Corey's staying away, and my feeling so indignant with him for having been badly treated by me, I shouldn't have been worth anything at all." The tears started down her cheeks, but her mother said, "Well, now, go along and write to him. It doesn't matter what you say much, and don't be so very particular." Her third attempt at a letter pleased her scarcely better than the rest, but she sent it, though it seemed so blunt and awkward. She wrote, "Dear friend, I expected when I sent you that note that you would understand almost the next day why I could not see you any more. You must know now, and you must not think that if anything happened to my father, I should wish you to help him. But that is no reason why I should not thank you, and I do thank you for offering. It was like you, I will say that. Yours sincerely, Penelope Lapham." She posted her letter, and he sent his reply in the evening by hand. "Dearest, what I did was nothing till you praised it. Everything I have and am is yours. Won't you send a line by the bearer to say that I may come to see you? I know how you feel, but I am sure that I can make you think differently. You must consider that I loved you without a thought of your father's circumstances, and always shall. T.C." The generous words were blurred to her eyes by the tears that sprang into them, but she could only write an answer. "Please do not come. I have made up my mind. As long as this trouble is hanging over us, I cannot see you. And if father is unfortunate, all is over between us." She brought his letter to her mother, and told her what she had written in reply. Her mother was thoughtful for a while before she said, with a sigh, "Well, I hope you've begun as you can carry out, Pen." "Oh, I shall not have to carry out at all. I shall not have to do anything. That's one comfort, the only comfort." She went away to her room, and when Mrs. Lapham told her husband of the affair, he was silent at first, as she had been. Then he said, "I don't know as I should have wanted her to done differently. I don't know as she could. If I ever come out right again, she won't have anything to feel meeching about. And if I don't want she should be beholden to anybody. And I guess that's the way she feels." The Coreys in their turn sat in judgment on the fact which their son felt bound to bring to their knowledge. "She has behaved very well," said Mrs. Corey, to whom her son had spoken. "My dear," said her husband with his laugh, "she has behaved too well. If she had studied the whole situation with the most artful eye to its mastery, she could not possibly have behaved better." The process of Lapham's financial disintegration was like the course of some chronic disorder which has fastened itself upon the constitution, but advances with continual reliefs, with apparent amelioration, and at times seems not to advance at all, when it gives hope of final recovery not only to the sufferer, but to the eye of science itself. There were moments when James Bellingham, seeing Lapham pass this crisis and that, began to fancy that he might pull through altogether, and at these moments, when his adviser could not oppose anything but experience and probability to the evidence of the fact, Lapham was buoyant with courage, and imparted his hopefulness to his household. Our theory of disaster, of sorrow, of affliction, borrowed from the poets and novelists, is that it is incessant, but every passage in our own lives and in the lives of others, so far as we have witnessed them, teaches us that this is false. The house of mourning is decorously darkened to the world, but within itself it is also the house of laughing. Bursts of gaiety, as heartfelt as its grief, relieve the gloom, and the stricken survivors have their jests together, in which the thought of the dead is tenderly involved, and a fond sense, not crazier than many others, of sympathy and enjoyment beyond the silence, justifies the sunnier mood before sorrow rushes back, deploring and despairing, and making it all up again with the conventional fitness of things. Lapham's adversity had this quality in common with bereavement. It was not always like the adversity we figure in allegory. It had its moments of being like prosperity, and if upon the whole it was continual, it was not incessant. Sometimes there was a week of repeated reverses, when he had to keep his teeth set and to hold on hard to all his hopefulness. And then days came of negative result, or slight success, when he was full of his jokes at the tea-table, and wanted to go to the theatre, or do something to cheer Penelope up. In some miraculous way, by some enormous stroke of success which should eclipse the brightest of his past prosperity, he expected to do what would reconcile all difficulties, not only in his own affairs but in hers too. "You'll see," he said to his wife, "it's going to come out all right. Irene'll fix it up with Bill's boy, and then she'll be off Pen's mind, and if things go on as they've been going for the last 2 days, I'm going to be in a position to do the favors myself, and Pen can feel that she's making a sacrifice, and then I guess maybe she'll do it. If things turn out as I expect now, and times ever do get better generally, I can show Corey that I appreciate his offer. I can offer him the partnership myself then." Even in the other moods which came when everything had been going wrong, and there seemed no way out of the net, there were points of consolation to Lapham and his wife. They rejoiced that Irene was safe beyond the range of their anxieties, and they had a proud satisfaction
that there had been no engagement between Corey and Penelope, and that it was she who had forbidden it. In the closeness of interest and sympathy in which their troubles had reunited them, they confessed to each other that nothing would have been more galling to their pride than the idea that Lapham should not have been able to do everything for his daughter that the Coreys might have expected. Whatever happened now, the Coreys could not have it to say that the Laphams had tried to bring any such thing about. Bellingham had lately suggested an assignment to Lapham as the best way out of his difficulties. It was evident that he had not the money to meet his liabilities at present, and that he could not raise it without ruinous sacrifices that might still end in ruin after all. If he made the assignment, Bellingham argued, he could gain time and make terms. The state of things generally would probably improve, since it could not be worse, and the market, which he had glutted with his paint, might recover and he could start again. Lapham had not agreed with him. When his reverses first began, it had seemed easy for him to give up everything, to let the people he owed take all, so only they would let him go out with clean hands, and he had dramatized this feeling in his talk with his wife when they spoke together of the mills on the G.L.&P. But ever since then it had been growing harder, and he could not consent even to seem to do it now in the proposed assignment. He had not found other men so very liberal or faithful with him. A good many of them appeared to have combined to hunt him down. A sense of enmity towards all his creditors asserted itself in him. He asked himself why they should not suffer a little too. Above all, he shrank from the publicity of the assignment. It was open confession that he had been a fool in some way. He could not bear to have his family, his brother the judge especially, to whom he had always appeared the soul of business wisdom, think him imprudent or stupid. He would make any sacrifice before it came to that. He determined in parting with Bellingham to make the sacrifice which he had oftenest in his mind, because it was the hardest, and to sell his new house. That would cause the least comment. Most people would simply think that he had got a splendid offer, and with his usual luck had made a very good thing of it. Others who knew a little more about him would say that he was hauling in his horns, but they could not blame him. A great many other men were doing the same in those hard times, the shrewdest and safest men. It might even have a good effect. He went straight from Bellingham's office to the real estate broker in whose hands he meant to put his house, for he was not the sort of man to shilly-shally when he had once made up his mind. But he found it hard to get his voice up out of his throat when he said he guessed he would get the broker to sell that new house of his on the water side of Beacon. The broker answered cheerfully yes, he supposed Colonel Lapham knew it was a pretty dull time in real estate, and Lapham said yes, he knew that, but he should not sell at a sacrifice, and he did not care to have the broker name him or describe the house definitely, unless parties meant business. Again the broker said yes, and he added, as a joke Lapham would appreciate, that he had half a dozen houses on the water side of Beacon, on the same terms, that nobody wanted to be named or to have his property described. It did, in fact, comfort Lapham a little to find himself in the same boat with so many others. He smiled grimly, and said in his turn, yes, he guessed that was about the size of it with a good many people. But he had not the heart to tell his wife what he had done, and he sat taciturn the whole evening, without even going over his accounts, and went early to bed, where he lay tossing half the night before he fell asleep. He slept at last only upon the promise he made himself that he would withdraw the house from the broker's hands, but he went heavily to his own business in the morning without doing so. There was no such rush anyhow, he reflected bitterly. There would be time to do that a month later, probably. It struck him with a sort of dismay when a boy came with a note from a broker, saying that a party who had been over the house in the fall had come to him to know whether it could be bought, and was willing to pay the cost of the house up to the time he had seen it. Lapham took refuge in trying to think who the party could be. He concluded that it must have been somebody who had gone over it with the architect, and he did not like that, but he was aware that this was not an answer to the broker, and he wrote that he would give him an answer in the morning. Now that it had come to the point, it did not seem to him that he could part with the house. So much of his hope for himself and his children had gone into it that the thought of selling it made him tremulous and sick. He could not keep about his work steadily, and with his nerves shaken by want of sleep and the shock of this sudden and unexpected question, he left his office early and went over to look at the house and try to bring himself to some conclusion here. The long procession of lamps on the beautiful street was flaring in the clear red of the sunset towards which it marched, and Lapham, with a lump in his throat, stopped in front of his house and looked at their multitude. They were not merely a part of the landscape, they were a part of his pride and glory, his success, his triumphant life's work which was fading into failure in his helpless hands. He ground his teeth to keep down that lump, but the moisture in his eyes blurred the lamps, and the keen pale crimson against which it made them flicker. He turned and looked up, as he had so often done, at the window spaces, neatly glazed for the winter with white linen, and recalled the night when he had stopped with Irene before the house, and she had said that she should never live there, and he had tried to coax her into courage about it. There was no such façade as that on the whole street, to his thinking. Through his long talks with the architect, he had come to feel almost as intimately and fondly as the architect himself the satisfying simplicity of the whole design, and the delicacy of its detail. It appealed to him as an exquisite bit of harmony appeals to the unlearned ear, and he recognized the difference between this fine work and the obstreperous pretentiousness of the many overloaded house fronts which Seymour had made him notice for his instruction elsewhere on the Back Bay. Now, in the depths of his gloom, he tried to think what Italian city it was where Seymour said he had first got the notion of treating brickwork in that way. He unlocked the temporary door with the key he always carried, so that he could let himself in and out whenever he liked, and entered the house, dim and very cold with the accumulated frigidity of the whole winter in it, and looking as if the arrest of work upon it had taken place 1,000 years before. It smelt of the unpainted woods and the clean, hard surfaces of the plaster, where the experiments in decoration had left it untouched, and mingled with these odors was that of some rank pigments and metallic compositions which Seymour had used in trying to realize a certain daring novelty of finish which had not proved successful. Above all, Lapham detected the peculiar odor of his own paint, with which the architect had been greatly interested one day when Lapham showed it to him at the office. He had asked Lapham to let him try the Persis brand in realizing a little idea he had for the finish of Mrs. Lapham's room. If it succeeded, they could tell her what it was, for a surprise. Lapham glanced at the bay window in the reception room, where he sat with his girls on the trestles when Corey first came by, and then he explored the whole house to the attic, in the light faintly admitted through the linen sashes. The floors were strewn with shavings and chips which the carpenters had left, and in the music room these had been blown into long irregular windrows by the draughts through a wide rent in the linen sash. Lapham tried to pin it up, but failed, and stood looking out of it over the water. The ice had left the river, and the low tide lay smooth and red in the light of the sunset. The Cambridge flats showed the sad, sodden yellow of meadows stripped bare after a long sleep under snow, The hills, the naked trees, the spires and roofs had a black outline, as if they were objects in a landscape of the French school. The whim seized Lapham to test the chimney in the music room. It had been tried in the dining room below and in his girls' fireplaces above, but here the hearth was still clean. He gathered some shavings and blocks together, and kindled them. As the flame mounted gaily from them, he pulled up a nail keg which he found there, and sat down to watch it. Nothing could have been better. The chimney was a perfect success, and as Lapham glanced out of the torn linen sash, he said to himself that that party, whoever he was, who had offered to buy his house, might go to the devil. He would never sell it as long as he had $1. He said that he should pull through yet, and it suddenly came to his mind that, if he could raise the money to buy out those West Virginia fellows, he should be all right, and would have the whole game in his own hand. He slapped himself on the thigh, and wondered that he had never thought of that before, and then, lighting a cigar with a splinter from the fire, he sat down again to work the scheme out in his own mind. He did not hear the feet heavily stamping up the stairs and coming towards the room where he sat, and the policeman to whom the feet belonged had to call out to him, smoking at his chimney corner, with his back turned to the door, "Hello, what are you doing here?" "What's that to you?" retorted Lapham, wheeling half round on his nail keg. "I'll show you," said the officer, advancing upon him, and then stopping short as he recognized him. "Why, Colonel Lapham, I thought it was some tramp got in here." "Have a cigar?" said Lapham hospitably. "Sorry there ain't another nail keg." The officer took the cigar. "I'll smoke it outside. I've just come on, and I can't stop. Trying your chimney?" "Yes, I thought I'd see how it would draw in here. It seems to go first rate." The policeman looked about him with an eye of inspection. "You want to get that linen window there mended up." "Yes, I'll speak to the builder about that. It can go for one night." The policeman went to the window and failed to pin the linen together where Lapham had failed before. "I can't fix it." He looked round once more, and saying, "Well, good night," went out and down the stairs. Lapham remained by the fire till he had smoked his cigar. Then he rose and stamped upon the embers that still burned with his heavy boots, and went home. He was very cheerful at supper. He told his wife that he guessed he had a sure thing of it now, and in another 24 hours he should tell her just how. He made Penelope go to the theatre with him, and when they came out after the play, the night was so fine that he said they must walk round by the new house and take a look at it in the starlight. He said he had been there before he came home, and tried Seymour's chimney in the music room, and it worked like a charm. As they drew near Beacon Street, they were aware of unwonted stir and tumult, and presently the still air transmitted a turmoil of sound through which a powerful and incessant throbbing made itself felt. The sky had reddened above them, and turning the corner at the public garden, they saw a black mass of people obstructing the perspective of the brightly lighted street, and out of this mass a half-dozen engines, whose strong heart-beats had already reached them, sent up volumes of fire-tinged smoke and steam from their funnels. Ladders were planted against the facade of a building, from the roof of which a mass of flame burnt smoothly upward, except where here and there it seemed to pull contemptuously away from the heavy streams of water which the firemen, clinging like great beetles to their ladders, poured in upon it. Lapham had no need to walk down through the crowd, gazing and gossiping, with shouts and cries and hysterical laughter, before the burning house, to make sure that it was his. "I guess I done it, Pen," was all he said. Among the people who were looking at it were a party who seemed to have run out from a dinner from a neighboring house. The ladies were fantastically wrapped up, as if they had flung on the first things they could seize.
"Isn't it perfectly magnificent?" cried a pretty girl. "I wouldn't have missed it on any account. Thank you so much, Mr. Symington, for bringing us out." "I thought you'd like it," said this Mr. Symington, who must have been the host. "And you can enjoy it without the least compunction, Miss Delano, for I happen to know that the house belongs to a man who could afford to burn up one for you once a year."
"Oh, do you think he would if I came again?"
"I haven't the least doubt of it. We don't do things by halves in Boston." "He ought to have had a coat of his non-combustible paint on it," said another gentleman of the party.
Penelope pulled her father away toward the first carriage she could reach of a number that had driven up. "Here, father, get into this."
"No, no, I couldn't ride," he answered heavily, and he walked home in silence. He greeted his wife with, "Well, Persis, our house is gone. And I guess I set it on fire myself."
And while he rummaged among the papers in his desk, still with his coat and hat on, his wife got the facts as she could from Penelope. She did not reproach him. Here was a case in which his self-reproach must be sufficiently sharp without any edge from her. Besides, her mind was full of a terrible thought. "Oh, Silas," she faltered, "they'll think you set it on fire to get the insurance." Lapham was staring at a paper which he held in his hand. "I had a builder's risk on it, but it expired last week. It's a dead loss." "Oh, thank the merciful Lord!" cried his wife.
"Merciful!" said Lapham. "Well, it's a queer way of showing it."
He went to bed, and fell into the deep sleep which sometimes follows a great moral shock. It was perhaps rather a torpor than a sleep. End of chapter 24. Chapter 25 of The Rise of Silas Lapham by William Dean Howells. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Lapham awoke confused, and in a kind of remoteness from the loss of the night before, through which it loomed mistily. But before he lifted his head from the pillow, it gathered substance and weight against which it needed all his will to bear up and live. In that moment he wished that he had not wakened, that he might never have wakened. But he rose and faced the day and its cares. The morning papers brought the report of the fire and the conjectured loss. The reporters somehow had found out the fact that the loss fell entirely upon Lapham. They lighted up the hackneyed character of their statements with the picturesque interest of the coincidence that the policy had expired only the week before. Heaven knows how they knew it. They said that nothing remained of the building but the walls, and Lapham, on his way to business, walked up past the smoke-stained shell. The windows looked like the eye sockets of a skull down upon the blackened and trampled snow of the street. The pavement was a sheet of ice, and the water from the engines had frozen like streams of tears down the face of the house, and hung in icy tags from the window-sills and copings. He gathered himself up as well as he could, and went on to his office. The chance of retrieval that had flashed upon him as he sat smoking by that ruined hearth the evening before stood him in such stead now as a sole hope may, and he said to himself that, having resolved not to sell his house, he was no more crippled by its loss than he would have been by letting his money lie idle in it. What he might have raised by mortgage on it could be made up in some other way, and if they would sell he could still buy out the whole business of that West Virginia company, mines, plant, stock on hand, goodwill, and everything, and unite it with his own. He went early in the afternoon to see Bellingham, whose expressions of condolence for his loss he cut short with as much politeness as he knew how to throw into his impatience. Bellingham seemed at first a little dazzled with the splendid courage of his scheme.
It was certainly fine in its way, but then he began to have misgivings. "I happen to know that they haven't got much money behind them," urged Lapham. "They'll jump at an offer." Bellingham shook his head. "If they can show profit on the old manufacture, and prove they can make their paint still cheaper and better hereafter, they can have all the money they want. And it will be very difficult for you to raise it if you're threatened by them. With that competition, you know what your plant at Lapham would be worth, and what the shrinkage on your manufactured stock would be. Better sell out to them," he concluded, "if they will buy." "There ain't enough money in this country to buy out my paint," said Lapham, buttoning up his coat in a quiver of resentment. "Good afternoon, sir." Men are but grown-up boys after all. Bellingham watched this perversely proud and obstinate child fling petulantly out of his door, and felt a sympathy for him which was as truly kind as it was helpless. But Lapham was beginning to see through Bellingham, as he believed. Bellingham was, in his way, part of that conspiracy by which Lapham's creditors were trying to drive him to the wall. More than ever now he was glad that he had nothing to do with that cold-hearted, self-conceited race, and that the favors so far were all from his side. He was more than ever determined to show them, every one of them, high and low, that he and his children could get along without them, and prosper and triumph without them. He said to himself that if Penelope were engaged to Corey that very minute, he would make her break with him. He knew what he should do now, and he was going to do it without loss of time. He was going on to New York to see those West Virginia people. They had their principal office there, and he intended to get at their ideas, and then he intended to make them an offer. He managed this business better than could possibly have been expected of a man in his impassioned mood. But when it came really to business, his practical instincts, alert and wary, came to his aid against the passions that lay in wait to betray after they ceased to dominate him. He found the West Virginians full of zeal and hope, but in 10 minutes he knew that they had not yet tested their strength in the money market, and had not ascertained how much or how little capital they could command. Lapham himself, if he had had so much, would not have hesitated to put $1 million into their business. He saw, as they did not see, that they had the game in their own hands, and that if they could raise the money to extend their business, they could ruin him. It was only a question of time, and he was on the ground first. He frankly proposed a union of their interests. He admitted that they had a good thing, and that he should have to fight them hard, but he meant to fight them to the death unless they could come to some sort of terms. Now, the question was whether they had better go on and make a heavy loss for both sides by competition, or whether they had better form a partnership to run both paints and command the whole market. Lapham made them 3 propositions, each of which was fair and open: to sell out to them altogether, to buy them out altogether, to join facilities and forces with them, and go on in an invulnerable alliance. Let them name a figure at which they would buy, a figure at which they would sell, a figure at which they would combine, or, in other words, the amount of capital they needed. They talked all day, going out to lunch together at the Astor House, and sitting with their knees against the counter on a row of stools before it, for 15 minutes of reflection and deglutition, with their hats on, and then returning to the basement from which they emerged. The West Virginia Company's name was lettered in gilt on the wide low window, and its paint, in the form of ore, burnt and mixed, formed a display on the window shelf. Lapham examined it and praised it. From time to time they all recurred to it together. They sent out for some of Lapham's paint and compared it, the West Virginians admitting its former superiority. They were young fellows and country persons like Lapham by origin,
and they looked out with the same amused, undaunted provincial eyes at the myriad metropolitan legs passing on the pavement above the level of their window. He got on well with them. At last they said what they would do. They said it was nonsense to talk of buying Lapham out, for they had not the money, and as for selling out, they would not do it, for they knew they had a big thing. But they would as soon use his capital to develop it as anybody else's, and if he could put in a certain sum for this purpose, they would go in with him. He should run the works at Lapham and manage the business in Boston, and they would run the works at Kanawha Falls and manage the business in New York. The two brothers with whom Lapham talked named their figure, subject to the approval of another brother at Kanawha Falls to whom they would write, and who would telegraph his answer, so that Lapham could have it inside of 3 days. But they felt perfectly sure that he would approve, and Lapham started back on the 11 o'clock train with an elation that gradually left him as he drew near Boston, where the difficulties of raising this sum were to be overcome. It seemed to him then that those fellows had put it on him pretty steep, but he owned to himself that they had a sure thing, and that they were right in believing that they could raise the same sum elsewhere. It would take all of it, he admitted, to make their paint pay on the scale they had the right to expect. At their age, he would not have done differently, but when he emerged, old, sore, and sleep-broken, from the sleeping car in the Albany depot at Boston, he wished with a pathetic self-pity that they knew how a man felt at his age. A year ago, 6 months ago, he would have laughed at the notion that it would be hard to raise the money. But he thought ruefully of that immense stock of paint on hand, which was now a drug in the market, of his losses by Rogers, and by the failures of other men, of the fire that had licked up so many thousands in a few hours. He thought with bitterness of the tens of thousands that he had gambled away in stocks, and of the commissions that the brokers had pocketed whether he won or lost, and he could not think of any securities on which he could borrow except his house in Nankeen Square, or the mine and works at Lapham. He set his teeth in helpless rage when he thought of that property out on the G.L.&P. that ought to be worth so much, and was worth so little if the road chose to say so. He did not go home, but spent most of the day shining round, as he would have expressed it, and trying to see if he could raise the money. But he found that people of whom he hoped to get it were in the conspiracy which had been formed to drive him to the wall. Somehow there seemed to be a sense of his embarrassments abroad. Nobody wanted to lend money on the plant at Lapham without taking time to look into the state of the business. But Lapham had no time to give, and he knew that the state of the business would not bear looking into. He could raise $15,000 on his Nankeen Square house, and another $15,000 on his Beacon Street lot, and this was all that a man who was worth $1 million by rights could do. He said $1 million, and he said it in defiance of Bellingham, who had subjected his figures to an analysis which wounded Lapham more than he chose to show at the time, for it proved that he was not so rich and not so wise as he had seemed. His hurt vanity forbade him to go to Bellingham now for help or advice, and if he could have brought himself to ask his brothers for money, it would have been useless. They were simply well-to-do Western people, but not capitalists on the scale he required. Lapham stood in the isolation to which adversity so often seems to bring men. When its test was applied, practically or theoretically, to all those who had seemed his friends, there was none who bore it, and he thought with bitter self-contempt of the people whom he had befriended in their time of need. He said to himself that he had been a fool for that, and he scorned himself for certain acts of scrupulosity by which he had lost money in the past. Seeing the moral forces all arrayed against him, Lapham said that he would like to have the chance offered him to get even with them again. He thought he should know how to look out for himself. As he understood it, he had several days to turn about in, and he did not let one day's failure dishearten him. The morning after his return he had, in fact, a gleam of luck that gave him the greatest encouragement for the moment. A man came in to inquire about one of Roger's wildcat patents, as Lapham called them, and ended by buying it. He got it, of course, for less than Lapham took for it, but Lapham was glad to be rid of it for something, when he had thought it worth nothing, and when the transaction was closed, he asked the purchaser rather eagerly if he knew where Rogers was. It was Lapham's secret belief that Rogers had found there was money in the thing, and had sent the man to buy it. But it appeared that this was a mistake. The man had not come from Rogers, but had heard of the patent in another way, and Lapham was astonished in the afternoon when his boy came to tell him that Rogers was in the outer office and wished to speak with him. "All right," said Lapham, and he could not command at once the severity for the reception of Rogers which he would have liked to use. He found himself, in fact, so much relaxed toward him by the morning's touch of prosperity that he asked him to sit down, gruffly of course, but distinctly, and when Rogers said in his lifeless way, and with the effect of keeping his appointment of a month before, "Those English parties are in town, and would like to talk with you in reference to the mills," Lapham did not turn him out of doors. He sat looking at him, and trying to make out what Rogers was after, for he did not believe that the English parties, if they existed, had any notion of buying his mills. "What if they're not for sale?" he asked. "You know that I've been expecting an offer from the G.L.&P." "I've kept a watch of that. They haven't made you any offer," said Rogers quietly. "And did you think," demanded Lapham, firing up, "that I would turn them in on somebody else as you turned them in on me, when the chances are that they won't be worth 10 cents on the dollar 6 months from now?" "I didn't know what you would do," said Rogers noncommittally. "I've come here to tell you that these parties stand ready to take the mills off your hands at a fair valuation, at the value I put upon them when I turned them in." "I don't believe you!" cried Lapham brutally, but a wild predatory hope made his heart leap so that it seemed to turn over in his breast. "I don't believe there are any such parties to begin with, and in the next place, I don't believe they would buy at any such figure, unless you've lied to them as you've lied to me. Did you tell them about the G.L.&P.?" Rogers looked compassionately at him, but he answered with unvaried dryness, "I did not think that necessary." Lapham had expected this answer, and he had expected or intended to break out in furious denunciation of Rogers when he got it, but he only found himself saying in a sort of baffled gasp, "I wonder what your game is." Rogers did not reply categorically, but he answered with his impartial calm, and as if Lapham had said nothing to indicate that he differed at all with him as to disposing of the property in the way he had suggested. "If we should succeed in selling, I should be able to repay you your loans, and should have a little capital for a scheme that I think of going into." "And do you think that I'm going to steal these men's money to help you plunder somebody in a new scheme?" answered Lapham. The sneer was on behalf of virtue, but it was still a sneer. "I suppose the money would be useful to you too just now." "Why?" "Because I know that you've been trying to borrow." At this proof of wicked omniscience in Rogers, the question whether he had better not regard the affair as a fatality and to yield to his destiny flashed upon Lapham, but he answered, "I shall want money a great deal worse than I've ever wanted it, before I go into such rascally business with you. Don't you know that we might as well knock these parties down on the street and take the money out of their pockets?" "They have come on," answered Rogers, "from Portland to see you. I expected them some weeks ago, but they disappointed me.
They arrived on the Circassian last night. They expected to have got in 5 days ago, but the passage was very stormy." "Where are they?" asked Lapham, with helpless irrelevance, and feeling himself somehow drifted from his moorings by Roger's shipping intelligence. "They are at Young's. I told them we would call upon them after dinner this evening. They dine late." "Oh, you did you?" asked Lapham, trying to drop another anchor, for a fresh clutch on his underlying principles. "Well, now, you go and tell them that I said I wouldn't come." "Their stay is limited," remarked Rogers. "I mentioned this evening, because they were not certain they could remain over another night. But if tomorrow would suit you better—" "Tell 'em I shan't come at all," roared Lapham, as much in terror as defiance, for he felt his anchor dragging. "Tell 'em I shan't come at all. Do you understand that?" "I don't see why you should stickle as to the matter of going to them," said Rogers. "But if you think it will be better to have them approach you, I suppose I can bring them to you." "No, you can't. I shan't let you. I shan't see them. I shan't have anything to do with them. Now do you understand?" "I inferred from our last interview," persisted Rogers, unmoved by all this violent demonstration of Lapham's, "that you wished to meet these parties. You told me that you would give me time to produce them. And I have promised them that you would meet them. I have committed myself." It was true that Lapham had defied Rogers to bring on his men, and had implied his willingness to negotiate with them. That was before he had talked the matter over with his wife, and perceived his moral responsibility in it, and even she had not seen this at once. He could not enter into this explanation with Rogers. He could only say, "I said I'd give you 24 hours to prove yourself a liar, and you did it. I didn't say 24 days." "I don't see the difference," returned Rogers. "The parties are here now, and that proves that I was acting in good faith at the time. There has been no change in the posture of affairs. You don't know now any more than you knew then that the GL&P is going to want the property. If there's any difference, it's in favor of the road's having changed its mind." There was some sense in this, and Lapham felt it only too eagerly, as he recognized the next instant. Rogers went on quietly. "You're not obliged to sell to these parties when you meet them. But you've allowed me to commit myself to them by the promise that you would talk with them." "'Twa'n't a promise," said Lapham. "It was the same thing. They have come out from England on my guarantee that there was such and such an opening for their capital. And now what am I to say to them? It places me in a ridiculous position." Rogers urged his grievance calmly, almost impersonally, making his appeal to Lapham's sense of justice. "I can't go back to those parties and tell them you won't see them. It's no answer to make. They've got a right to know why you won't see them." "Very well, then," cried Lapham. "I'll come and tell them why. Who shall I ask for? When shall I be there?" "At 8 o'clock, please," said Rogers, rising, without apparent alarm at his threat, if it was a threat. "And ask for me. I've taken a room at the hotel for the present." "I won't keep you 5 minutes when I get there," said Lapham, but he did not come away till 10 o'clock. It appeared to him as if the very devil was in it. The Englishman treated his downright refusal to sell as a piece of bluff, and talked on as though it were merely the opening of the negotiation. When he became plain with them in his anger, and told them why he would not sell, they seemed to have been prepared for this as a stroke of business, and were ready to meet it. "Has this fellow," he demanded, twisting his head in the direction of Rogers, but disdaining to notice him otherwise, "been telling you that it's a part of my game to say this? Well, sir, I can tell you on my side that there isn't a slipperier rascal unhung in America than Milton K. Rogers." The Englishman treated this as a piece of genuine American humor, and returned to the charge with unabated courage. They owned now that a person interested with them had been out to look at the property,
and that they were satisfied with the appearance of things. They developed further the fact that they were not acting solely or even principally in their own behalf, but were the agents of people in England who had projected the colonization of a sort of community on the spot, somewhat after the plan of other English dreamers, and that they were satisfied, from a careful inspection, that the resources and facilities were those best calculated to develop the energy and enterprise of the proposed community. They were prepared to meet Mr. Lapham, Colonel, they begged his pardon, at the instance of Rogers, at any reasonable figure, and were quite willing to assume the risks he had pointed out. Something in the eyes of these men, something that lurked at an infinite depth below their speech, and was not really in their eyes when Lapham looked again, had flashed through him a sense of treachery in them. He had thought them the dupes of Rogers, but in that brief instant he had seen them, or thought he had seen them, his accomplices, ready to betray the interests of which they went on to speak with a certain comfortable jocosity, and a certain incredulous slight of his show of integrity. It was a deeper game than Lapham was used to, and he sat down with a sort of admiration from one Englishman to the other, and then to Rogers, who maintained an exterior of modest neutrality, and whose air said, "I have brought you gentlemen together as the friend of all parties, and I now leave you to settle it among yourselves. I ask nothing and expect nothing, except the small sum which shall accrue to me after the discharge of my obligations to Colonel Lapham." While Rogers' presence expressed this, one of the Englishmen was saying, "And if you have any scruple in allowing us to assume this risk, Colonel Lapham, perhaps you can console yourself with the fact that the loss, if there is to be any, will fall upon people who are able to bear it, upon an association of rich and charitable people. But we're quite satisfied there will be no loss," he added savingly. "All you have to do is name your price, and we will do our best to meet it." There was nothing in the Englishman's sophistry very shocking to Lapham. It addressed itself in him to that easy-going, not evilly intentioned, potential immorality which regards common property as common prey, and gives us the most corrupt municipal governments under the sun, which makes the poorest voter, when he has tricked into place, as unscrupulous in regard to others' money as a hereditary prince. Lapham met the Englishman's eye, and with difficulty kept himself from winking. Then he looked away, and tried to find out where he stood, or what he wanted to do. He could hardly tell. He had expected to come into that room and unmask Rogers and have it over. But he had unmasked Rogers, without any effect whatever, and the play had only begun. He had a whimsical and sarcastic sense of its being very different from the plays at the theatre. He could not get up and go away in silent contempt. He could not tell the Englishmen that he believed them a pair of scoundrels and should have nothing to do with them. He could no longer treat them as innocent dupes. He remained baffled and perplexed, and the one who had not spoken hitherto remarked, "Of course we shan't aggle about a few pounds, more or less. If Colonel Lapham's figure should be a little larger than ours, I've no doubt he'll be not too hard upon us in the end." Lapham appreciated all the intent of this subtle suggestion, and understood as plainly as if it had been said in so many words, that if they paid him a larger price, it was to be expected that a certain portion of the purchase money was to return to their own hands. Still he could not move, and it seemed to him that he could not speak. "Ring that bell, Mr. Rogers," said the Englishman who had last spoken, glancing at the annunciator button on the wall near Rogers' head, "and 'ave up something of, can't you? I should like to wet me whistle, as you say 'ere, and Colonel Lapham seems to find it rather dry work." Lapham jumped to his feet and buttoned his overcoat about him. He remembered with terror the dinner at Corey's, where he had disgraced and betrayed himself, and if he went into this thing at all, he was going into it sober. "I can't stop," he said. "I must be going." "But you haven't given us an answer yet, Mr. Lapham," said the first Englishman, with a successful show of dignified surprise. "The only answer I can give you now is no," said Lapham. "If you want another, you must let me have time to think it over." "But how much time?" said the other Englishman. "We're pressed for time ourselves, and we hoped for an answer. 'Oped for a hanswer," he corrected himself, "at once. That was our understanding with Mr. Rogers." "I can't let you know till morning, anyway," said Lapham, and he went out, as his custom often was, without any parting salutation. He thought Rogers might try to detain him, but Rogers had remained seated when the others got to their feet, and paid no attention to his departure. He walked out into the night air, every pulse throbbing with a strong temptation. He knew very well those men would wait, and gladly wait till the morning, and that the whole affair was in his hands. It made him groan in spirit to think that it was. If he had hoped that some chance might take the decision from him, there was no such chance, in the present or future, that he could see. It was for him alone to commit this rascality, if it was a rascality, or not. He walked all the way home, letting one car after another pass him on the street, now so empty of other passing, and it was almost 11 o'clock when he reached home. A carriage stood before his house, and when he let himself in with his key, he heard talking in the family room. It came into his head that Irene had got back unexpectedly, and that the sight of her was somehow going to make it harder for him. Then he thought it might be Corey, come upon some desperate pretext to see Penelope, but when he opened the door he saw, with a certain absence of surprise, that it was Rogers. He was standing with his back to the fireplace, talking to Mrs. Lapham, and he had been shedding tears, dry tears they seemed, and they had left a sort of sandy, glistening trace on his cheeks. Apparently he was not ashamed of them, for the expression with which he met Lapham was that of a man making a desperate appeal in his own cause, which was identical with that of humanity, if not that of justice. "I some expected," began Rogers, "to find you here." "No, you didn't," interrupted Lapham. "You wanted to come here and make a poor mouth to Mrs. Lapham before I got home." "I knew that Mrs. Lapham would know what was going on," said Rogers more candidly, but not more virtuously, for that he could not, "and wished her to understand a point that I hadn't put to you at the hotel, that I want you should consider. I want you should consider me a little in this business, too. You're not the only one that's concerned, I tell you, and I've been telling Mrs. Lapham that it's my one chance, that if you don't meet me on it, my wife and children will be reduced to beggary." "So will mine," said Lapham, "or the next thing to it." "Well, then, I want you to give me this chance to get on my feet again. You've no right to deprive me of it. It's unchristian. In our dealings with each other we should be guided by the golden rule, as I was saying to Mrs. Lapham before you came in. I told her that if I knew myself, I should in your place consider the circumstances of a man in mine who had honorably endeavored to discharge his obligations to me, and had patiently borne my undeserved suspicions. I should consider that man's family, I told Mrs. Lapham." "Did you tell her that if I went in with you and those fellows, I should be robbing the people who trusted them?" "I don't see what you've got to do with the people that sent them here. They are rich people, and could bear it if it came to the worst. But there's no likelihood now that it will come to the worst. You can see yourself that the road has changed its mind about buying. And here I am without a cent in the world, and my wife is an invalid. She needs comforts, she needs little luxuries, and she hasn't even the necessaries, and you want to sacrifice her to a mere idea. You don't know in the first place that the road will ever want to buy, and if it does, the probability is that with a colony like that planted on its line, it would make very different terms from what it would with you or me. These agents are not afraid, and their principals are rich people. And if there was any loss, it would be divided up amongst them so that they wouldn't any of them feel it." Lapham stole a troubled glance at his wife, and saw that there was no help in her. Whether she was daunted and confused in her own conscience by the outcome, so evil and disastrous, of the reparation to Rogers which she had forced her husband to make, or whether her perceptions had been blunted and darkened by the appeals which Rogers had now used, it would be difficult to say. Probably there was a mixture of both causes in the effect which her husband felt in her, and from which he turned, girding himself anew, to Rogers. "I have no wish to recur to the past," continued Rogers, with growing superiority. "You have shown a proper spirit in regard to that, and you have done what you could to wipe it out." "I should think I had," said Lapham. "I've used up about $150,000 trying." "Some of my enterprises," Rogers admitted, "have been unfortunate, seemingly, but I have hopes that they will yet turn out well, in time. I can't understand why you should be so mindful of others now, when you showed so little regard for me then. I had come to your aid at a time when you needed help, and when you got on your feet you kicked me out of the business. I don't complain, but that is the fact. And I had to begin again, after I had supposed myself settled in life, and establish myself elsewhere." Lapham glanced again at his wife. Her head had fallen. He could see that she was so rooted in her old remorse for that questionable act of his, amply and more than fully atoned for since, that she was helpless, now in the crucial moment when he had the utmost need of her insight. He had counted upon her. He perceived now that when he had thought it was for him alone to decide, he had counted upon her just spirit to stay his own in its struggle to be just. He had not forgotten how she held out against him only a little while ago, when he asked her whether he might not rightfully sell in some such contingency as this, and it was not now that she said or even looked anything in favor of Rogers, but that she was silent against him, which dismayed Lapham. He swallowed the lump that rose in his throat, the self-pity, the pity for her, the despair, and said gently, "I guess you better go to bed, Persis. It's pretty late." She turned towards the door, when Rogers said, with the obvious intention of detaining her through her curiosity, "But I let that pass, and I don't ask now that you should sell to these men." Mrs. Lapham paused, irresolute. "What are you making this bother for, then?" demanded Lapham. "What do you want?" "What I've been telling your wife here. I want you should sell to me. I don't say what I'm going to do with the property, and you will not have an iota of responsibility, whatever happens." Lapham was staggered, and he saw his wife's face light up with eager question. "I want that property," continued Rogers, "and I've got the money to buy it. What will you take for it? If it's the price you're standing out for—" "Persis," said Lapham, "go to bed." And he gave her a look that meant obedience for her. She went out of the door and left him with his tempter. "If you think I'm going to help you whip the devil round the stump, you're mistaken in your man, Milton Rogers," said Lapham, lighting a cigar. "As soon as I sold to you, you would sell to that other pair of rascals. I smelt 'em out in half a minute." "They are Christian gentlemen," said Rogers, "but I don't purpose defending them, and I don't purpose telling you what I shall or shall not do with the property when it is in my hands again. The question is, will you sell? And if so, what is your figure? You have got nothing whatever to do with it after you've sold." It was perfectly true. Any lawyer would have told him the same. He could not help admiring Rogers for his ingenuity, and every selfish interest of his nature joined with so many obvious duties to urge him to consent. He did not see why he should refuse. There was no longer a reason. He was standing out alone for nothing, anyone else would say. He smoked on as if Rogers were not there, and Rogers remained before the fire as patient as the clock ticking behind his head on the mantel, and showing the gleam of its pendulum beyond his face on either side. But at last he said, "Well?" "Well," answered Lapham, "you can't expect me to give you an answer tonight.
any more than before. You know that what you've said now hasn't changed the thing a bit. I wish it had. The Lord knows I want to be rid of the property fast enough. Then why don't you sell to me? Can't you see that you will not be responsible for what happens after you have sold? No, I can't see that. But if I can by morning, I'll sell. Why do you expect to know any better by morning? You're wasting time for nothing, cried Rogers in his disappointment. Why are you so particular? When you drove me out of the business you were not so very particular. Lapham winced. It was certainly ridiculous for a man who had once so selfishly consulted his own interests to be stickling now about the rights of others. I guess nothing's going to happen overnight, he answered sullenly. Anyway, I shan't say what I shall do till morning. What time can I see you in the morning? 9:30. Rogers buttoned his coat and went out of the room without another word. Lapham followed him to close the street door after him. His wife called down to him from above as he approached the room again. Well? I told him I'd let him know in the morning. Want I should come down and talk with you? No, answered Lapham, in the proud bitterness which his isolation brought. You couldn't do any good. He went in and shut the door, and by his wife heard him begin walking up and down, and the rest of the night she lay awake and listened to him walking up and down. But when the first light whitened the window, the words of the Scripture came into her mind. And there wrestled a man with him until the breaking of the day. And he said, Let me go, for the day breaketh. And he said, I will not let thee go, except thou bless me. She could not ask him anything when they met, but he raised his dull eyes after the first silence and said, I don't know what I'm going to say to Rogers. She could not speak. She did not know what to say, and she saw her husband when she followed him with her eyes from the window drag heavily down toward the corner where he was to take the horse-car. He arrived rather later than usual at his office, and he found his letters already on his table. There was one, long and official-looking, with a printed letter heading on the outside, and Lapham had no need to open it in order to know that it was the offer of the great Lacustrine and Polar Railroad for his mills. But he went mechanically through the verification of his prophetic fear, which was also his sole hope, and then sat blankly looking at it. Rogers came promptly at the appointed time, and Lapham handed him the letter. He must have taken it all in at a glance, and seen the impossibility of negotiating any further now, even with victims so pliant and willing as those Englishmen. You've ruined me, Rogers broke out. I haven't a cent left in the world. God help my poor wife. He went out, and Lapham remained staring at the door which closed upon him. This was his reward for standing firm for right and justice to his own destruction, to feel like a thief and a murderer. End of chapter 25. Chapter 26 of The Rise of Silas Lapham by William Dean Howells. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Margaret Espaillat. Later in the forenoon came the dispatch from the West Virginians in New York, saying their brother assented to their agreement, and it now remained for Lapham to fulfill his part of it. He was ludicrously far from able to do this, and unless he could get some extension of time from them, he must lose this chance, his only chance, to retrieve himself. He spent the time in a desperate endeavor to raise the money, but he had not raised the half of it when the banks closed. With shame in his heart, he went to Bellingham, from whom he had parted so haughtily, and laid his plan before him. He could not bring himself to ask Bellingham's help, but he told him what he proposed to do. Bellingham pointed out that the whole thing was an experiment, and that the price asked was enormous unless a great success were morally certain. He advised delay, he advised prudence,
He insisted that Lapham ought at least to go out to Kanawha Falls and see the mines and works before he put any such sum into the development of the enterprise. "All that's well enough," cried Lapham, "but if I don't clinch this offer within 24 hours, they'll withdraw it and go into the market, and then where am I?" "Go on and see them again," said Bellingham. "They can't be so peremptory as that with you. They must give you time to look at what they want to sell. If it turns out what you hope, then I'll see what can be done, but look into it thoroughly." "Well," cried Lapham, helplessly submitting. He took out his watch and saw that he had 40 minutes to catch the 4 o'clock train. He hurried back to his office and put together some papers preparatory to going, and dispatched a note by his boy to Mrs. Lapham, saying that he was starting for New York, and did not know just when he should get back. The early spring day was raw and cold. As he went out through the office, he saw the clerks at work with their street coats and hats on. Miss Dewey had her jacket dragged up on her shoulders, and looked particularly comfortless as she operated her machine with her red fingers. "What's up?" asked Lapham, stopping a moment. "Seems to be something the matter with the steam," she answered, with the air of unmerited wrong habitual with so many pretty women who have to work for a living. "Well, take your writer into my room. There's a fire in the stove there," said Lapham, passing out. Half an hour later his wife came into the outer office. She had passed the day in a passion of self-reproach, gradually mounting from the mental numbness in which he had left her, and now she could wait no longer to tell him that she saw how she had forsaken him in his hour of trial, and left him to bear it alone. She wondered at herself in shame and dismay. She wondered that she could have been so confused as to the real point by that old wretch of a Rogers, that she could have let him hoodwink her so, even for a moment. It astounded her that such a thing should have happened, for if there was any virtue upon which this good woman prided herself, in which she thought herself superior to her husband, it was her instant and steadfast perception of right and wrong, and the ability to choose the right to her own hurt. But she had now to confess, as each of us has had likewise to confess in his own case, that the very virtue on which she had prided herself was the thing that had played her false, that she had kept her mind so long upon that old wrong which she believed her husband had done this man that she could not detach it, but clung to the thought of reparation for it when she ought to have seen that he was proposing a piece of roguery as the means. The suffering which Lapham must inflict on him if he decided against him had been more to her apprehension than the harm he might do if he decided for him. But now she owned her limitations to herself, and above everything in the world she wished the man whom her conscience had roused and driven on whither her intelligence had not followed, to do right, to do what he felt to be right, and nothing else. She admired and revered him for going beyond her, and she wished to tell him that she did not know what he had determined to do about Rogers, but that she knew it was right, and would gladly abide the consequences with him, whatever they were. She had not been near his place of business for nearly a year, and her heart smote her tenderly as she looked about her there, and thought of the early days when she knew as much about the paint as he did. She wished that those days were back again. She saw Corey at his desk, and she could not bear to speak to him. She dropped her veil, that she need not recognize him, and pushed on to Lapham's room, and opening the door without knocking, shut it behind her. Then she became aware with intolerable disappointment that her husband was not there. Instead, a very pretty girl sat at his desk operating a typewriter. She seemed quite at home, and she paid Mrs. Lapham the scant attention which such young women often bestow upon people not personally interesting to them. It vexed the wife that anyone else should be seen to be helping her husband about business that she had once been so intimate with, and she did not at all like the girl's indifference to her presence. Her hat and sack hung on a nail in one corner, and Lapham's office coat, looking intensely like him to his wife's familiar eye, hung on a nail in the other corner, and Mrs. Lapham liked even less than the girl's good looks this domestication of her garments in her husband's office. She began to ask herself excitedly why he should be away from his office when she happened to come, and she had not the strength at the moment to reason herself out of her unreasonableness. "When will Colonel Lapham be in, do you suppose?" she sharply asked of the girl. "I couldn't say exactly," replied the girl, without looking around. "Has he been out long?" "I don't know as I noticed," said the girl, looking up at the clock, without looking at Mrs. Lapham. She went on working her machine. "Well, I can't wait any longer," said the wife abruptly. "When Colonel Lapham comes in, you please tell him Mrs. Lapham wants to see him." The girl started to her feet and turned towards Mrs. Lapham with a red and startled face, which she did not lift to confront her. Yes, I will," she faltered. The wife went home with a sense of defeat mixed with an irritation about this girl which she could not quell or account for. She found her husband's message, and it seemed intolerable that he should have gone to New York without seeing her. She asked herself in vain what the mysterious business could be that took him away so suddenly. She said to herself that he was neglecting her, he was leaving her out a little too much, and in demanding of herself why he had never mentioned that girl there in his office, she forgot how much she had left herself out of his business life. That was another curse of their prosperity. Well, she was glad the prosperity was going. It had never been happiness. After this she was going to know everything as she used. She tried to dismiss the whole matter till Lapham returned, and if there had been anything for her to do in that miserable house, as she called it in her thought, she might have succeeded. But again the curse was on her. There was nothing to do, and the looks of that girl kept coming back to her vacancy, her disoccupation. She tried to make herself something to do, but that beauty, which she had not liked, followed her amid the work of overhauling the summer clothing, which Irene had seen to putting away in the fall. Who was the thing, anyway? It was very strange, her being there. Why did she jump up in that frightened way when Mrs. Lapham had named herself? After dark that evening, when the question had worn away its poignancy from mere iteration, a note for Mrs. Lapham was left at the door by a messenger who said there was no answer. "A note for me?" she said, staring at the unknown and somehow artificial-looking handwrite of the superscription. Then she opened it and read, "Ask your husband about his lady copying clerk. A friend and well-wisher," who signed the note gave no other name. Mrs. Lapham sat helpless with it in her hand. Her brain reeled. She tried to fight the madness off, but before Lapham came back the second morning it had become, with lessening intervals of sanity and release, a demoniacal possession. She passed the night without sleep, without rest, in the frenzy of the cruelest of the passions, which covers with shame the unhappy soul it possesses, and murderously lusts for the misery of its object. If she had known where to find her husband in New York, she would have followed him. She waited his return in an ecstasy of impatience. In the morning he came back, looking spent and haggard. She saw him drive up to the door, and she ran to let him in herself. "Who is that girl you've got in your office, Silas Lapham?" she demanded, when her husband entered. "Girl in my office?" "Yes. Who is she? What is she doing there?" "Why, what have you heard about her?" "Never you mind what I've heard. Who is she? Is it Mrs. M. that you gave that money to? I want to know who she is. I want to know what a respectable man with grown-up girls of his own is doing with such a looking thing as that in his office.
I want to know how long she's been there. I want to know what she's there at all for." He had mechanically pushed her before him into the long darkened parlor, and he shut himself in there with her now, to keep the household from hearing her lifted voice. For a while he stood bewildered, and could not have answered if he would, and then he would not. He merely asked, "Have I ever accused you of anything wrong, Persis?" "You've no need to," she answered furiously, placing herself against the closed door. "Did you ever know me to do anything out of the way?" "That isn't what I asked you." "Well, I guess you may find out about that girl yourself. Get away from the door." "I won't get away from the door." She felt herself set lightly aside, and her husband opened the door and went out. "I will find out about her," she screamed after him. "I'll find out, and I'll disgrace you. I'll teach you how to treat me." The air blackened round her. She reeled to the sofa, and then she found herself waking from a faint. She did not know how long she had lain there. She did not care. In a moment her madness came whirling back upon her. She rushed up to his room. It was empty. The closet doors stood ajar and the drawers were open. He must have packed a bag hastily and fled. She went out and wandered crazily up and down till she found a hack. She gave the driver her husband's business address and told him to drive there as fast as he could, and 3 times she lowered the window to put her head out and ask him if he could not hurry. 1,000 things thronged into her mind to support her in her evil will. She remembered how glad and proud that man had been to marry her, and how everybody said that she was marrying beneath her when she took him. She remembered how good she had always been to him, how perfectly devoted, slaving early and late to advance him, and looking out for his interests in all things, and sparing herself in nothing. If it had not been for her, he might have been driving a stage yet, and since their troubles had begun, the troubles which his own folly and imprudence had brought on them, her conduct had been that of a true and faithful wife. Was he the sort of man to be allowed to play her false with impunity? She set her teeth, and drew her breath sharply through them when she thought how willingly she had let him befool her, and delude her about that memorandum of payments to Mrs. M., because she loved him so much and pitied him for his cares and anxieties. She recalled his confusion, his guilty looks. She plunged out of the carriage so hastily when she reached the office that she did not think of paying the driver, and he had to call after her when she had got halfway up the stairs. Then she went straight to Lapham's room, with outrage in her heart. There was again no one there but that typewriter girl. She jumped to her feet in a fright, as Mrs. Lapham dashed the door to behind her and flung up her veil. The 2 women confronted each other. "Why, the good land!" cried Mrs. Lapham. "Ain't you Zerrilla Millon?" I'm married," faltered the girl. "My name's Dewey now." "You're Jim Millon's daughter, anyway. How long have you been here?" "I haven't been here regularly. I've been here off and on ever since last May." "Where's your mother?" "She's here, in Boston." Mrs. Lapham kept her eyes on the girl, but she dropped, trembling, into her husband's chair, and a sort of amaze and curiosity were in her voice, instead of the fury she had meant to put there. "The Colonel," continued Zerrilla, "he's been helping us, and he's got me a typewriter, so that I can help myself a little. Mother's doing pretty well now, and when Hen isn't around we can get along." "That's your husband?" "I never wanted to marry him, but he promised to try to get something to do on shore, and Mother was all for it, because he had a little property then, and I thought maybe I'd better. But it's turned out just as I said, and if he don't stay away long enough this time to let me get the divorce, he's agreed to it time and again, I don't know what we're going to do." Zerilla's voice fell, and the trouble which she could keep out of her face usually, when she was comfortably warm and fed and prettily dressed,
clouded it in the presence of a sympathetic listener. "I saw it was you when you came in the other day," she went on, "but you didn't seem to know me. I suppose the Colonel's told you that there's a gentleman going to marry me. Mr. Wemmell's his name, as soon as I get the divorce, but sometimes I'm completely discouraged. It don't seem as if I ever could get it." Mrs. Lapham would not let her know that she was ignorant of the fact attributed to her knowledge. She remained listening to Zerrilla, and piecing out the whole history of her presence there from the facts of the past and the traits of her husband's character. One of the things she had always had to fight him about was that idea of his that he was bound to take care of Jim Millen's worthless wife and her child because Millen had got the bullet that was meant for him. It was a perfect superstition of his. She could not beat it out of him, but she had to make him promise the last time he had done anything for that woman that it should be the last time. He had then got her a little house in one of the fishing ports, where she could take the sailors to board and wash for, and earn an honest living if she would keep straight. That was 5 or 6 years ago, and Mrs. Lapham had heard nothing of Mrs. Millen since. She had heard quite enough of her before, and had known her idle and baddish ever since she was the worst little girl at school in Lumberville, and all through her shameful girlhood, and the married days when she had made so miserable to the poor fellow who had given her his decent name and a chance to behave herself. Mrs. Lapham had no mercy on Moll Millen, and she had quarreled often enough with her husband for befriending her. As for the child, if the mother would put Zerrilla out with some respectable family, that would be one thing, but as long as she kept Zerrilla with her, she was against letting her husband do anything for either of them. He had done 10 times as much for them now as he had any need to, and she had made him give her his solemn word that he would do no more. She saw now that she was wrong to make him give it, and that he must have broken it again and again for the reason that he had given when she once scolded him for throwing away his money on that hussy. "When I think of Jim Millen, I've got to, that's all." She recalled now that whenever she had brought up the subject of Mrs. Millen and her daughter, he had seemed shy of it, and had dropped it with some guess that they were getting along now. She wondered that she had not thought at once of Mrs. Millen when she saw that memorandum about Mrs. M., but the woman had passed so entirely out of her life that she had never dreamt of her in connection with it. Her husband had deceived her, yet her heart was no longer hot against him, but rather tenderly grateful that his deceit was in this sort, and not in that other. All cruel and shameful doubt of him went out of it. She looked at this beautiful girl who had blossomed out of her knowledge since she saw her last, and she knew that she was only a blossomed weed, of the same worthless root as her mother, and saved, if saved, from the same evil destiny by the good of her father in her. But so far as the girl and her mother were concerned, Mrs. Lapham knew that her husband was to blame for nothing but his willful, wrong-headed, kind-heartedness, which her own exactions had turned into deceit. She remained a while, questioning the girl quietly about herself and her mother, and then, with a better mind towards Zerrilla, at least, than she ever had before, she rose up and went out. There must have been some outer hint of the exhaustion in which the subsidence of her excitement had left her within, for before she had reached the head of the stairs, Corey came towards her. "Can I be of any use to you, Mrs. Lapham? The Colonel was here just before you came in, on his way to the train." Yes, I didn't know. I thought perhaps I could catch him here. But it don't matter. I wish you would let someone go with me to get a carriage," she begged feebly. "I'll go with you myself," said the young fellow, ignoring the strangeness in her manner. He offered her his arm in the twilight of the staircase, and she was glad to put her trembling hand through it, and keep it there till he helped her into a hack which he found for her. He gave the driver her direction, and stood looking a little anxiously at her. "I thank you. I'm all right now," she said, and he bade the man drive on. When she reached home she went to bed, spent with the tumult of her emotions, and sick with shame and self-reproach. She understood now, as clearly as if he had told her in as many words, that if he had befriended those worthless jades, the Millons characterized themselves so, even to Mrs. Lapham's remorse, secretly and in defiance of her, it was because he dreaded her blame, which was so sharp and bitter, for what he could not help doing. It consoled her that he had defied her, deceived her. When he came back she should tell him that, and then it flashed upon her that she did not know where he was gone, or whether he would ever come again. If he never came, it would be no more than she deserved, but she sent for Penelope, and tried to give herself hopes of escape from this just penalty. Lapham had not told his daughter where he was going. She had heard him packing his bag, and had offered to help him, but he had said he could do it best, and had gone off, as he usually did, without taking leave of anyone. "What were you talking about so loud down in the parlor?" she asked her mother, "just before he came up. Is there any new trouble?" "No, it was nothing." "I couldn't tell. Once I thought you were laughing." She went about, closing the curtains on account of her mother's headache, and doing awkwardly and imperfectly the things that Irene would have done so skillfully for her comfort. The day wore away to nightfall, and then Mrs. Lapham said she must know. Penelope said there was no one to ask, the clerks would all be gone home, and her mother said yes, there was Mr. Corey, they could send and ask him, he would know. The girl hesitated. "Very well," she said then, scarcely above a whisper, and she presently laughed huskily. "Mr. Corey seems fated to come in somewhere. I guess it's a providence, Mother." She sent off a note inquiring whether he could tell her just where her father had expected to be that night, and the answer came quickly back that Corey did not know, but would look up the bookkeeper and inquire. This office brought him in person, an hour later, to tell Penelope that the Colonel was to be at Lapham that night and next day. "He came in from New York in a great hurry and rushed off as soon as he could pack his bag," Penelope explained, "and we hadn't a chance to ask him where he was to be tonight. And Mother wasn't very well, and—" "I thought she wasn't looking well when she was at the office today, and so I thought I would come rather than send," Corey explained in his turn. "Oh, thank you." "If there is anything I can do, telegraph Colonel Lapham, or anything?" "Oh, no, thank you. Mother's better now. She merely wanted to be sure where he was." He did not offer to go upon the conclusion of his business, but hoped he was not keeping her from her mother. She thanked him once again, and said no, that her mother was much better since she had had a cup of tea, and then they looked at each other, and without any apparent exchange of intelligence he remained, and at 11 o'clock he was still there. He was honest in saying he did not know it was so late, but he made no pretense of being sorry, and she took the blame to herself. "I oughtn't to have let you stay," she said. "But with father gone, and all that trouble hanging over us—" She was allowing him to hold her hand a moment at the door, to which she had followed him. "I'm so glad you could let me," he said, "and I want to ask you now when I may come again. But if you need me, you'll—" A sharp pull at the door bell outside made them start asunder, and at a sign from Penelope, who knew that the maids were abed by this time, he opened it. "Why, Irene!" shrieked the girl. Irene entered with the hackman, who had driven her unheard to the door, following with her small bags, and kissed her sister with resolute composure. "That's all," she said to the hackman. "I gave my checks to the expressman," she explained to Penelope. Corey stood helpless. Irene turned upon him and gave him her hand.
"How do you do, Mr. Corey?" she said, with a courage that sent a thrill of admiring gratitude through him. "Where's Mamma Pen? Papa gone to bed?" Penelope faltered out some reply embodying the facts, and Irene ran up the stairs to her mother's room. Mrs. Lapham started up in bed at her apparition. "Irene Lapham!" "Uncle William thought he ought to tell me the trouble papa was in, and did you think I was going to stay off there junketing while you were going through all this at home, and Pen acting so silly, too? You ought to have been ashamed to let me stay so long. I started just as soon as I could pack. Did you get my dispatch? I telegraphed from Springfield. But it don't matter now. Here I am. And I don't think I need have hurried on Pen's account," she added, with an accent prophetic of the sort of old maid she would become, if she happened not to marry. "Did you see him?" asked her mother. "It's the first time he's been here since she told him he mustn't come." "I guess it isn't the last time by the looks," said Irene, and before she took off her bonnet she began to undo some of Penelope's mistaken arrangements of the room. At breakfast, where Corey and his mother met the next morning before his father and sisters came down, he told her, with embarrassment which told much more, that he wished now that she would go and call upon the Laphams. Mrs. Corey turned a little pale, but shut her lips tight, and mourned in silence whatever hopes she had lately permitted herself. She answered with Roman fortitude, "Of course, if there's anything between you and Miss Lapham, your family ought to recognize it." "Yes," said Corey. "You were reluctant to have me call at first, but now if the affair is going on—" "It is. I hope. Yes, it is." "Then I ought to go and see her, with your sisters, and she ought to come here, and we ought all to see her and make the matter public. We can't do so too soon. It will seem as if we were ashamed if we don't." "Yes, you are quite right, Mother," said the young man gratefully, "and I feel how kind and good you are. I have tried to consider you in this matter, though I don't seem to have done so. I know what your rights are, and I wish with all my heart that I were meeting even your tastes perfectly. But I know you will like her when you come to know her. It's been very hard for her every way, about her sister, and she's made a great sacrifice for me. She's acted nobly." Mrs. Corey, whose thoughts cannot always be reported, said she was sure of it, and that all she desired was her son's happiness. "She's been very unwilling to consider it an engagement on that account, and on account of Colonel Lapham's difficulties. I should like to have you go, now, for that very reason. I don't know just how serious the trouble is, but it isn't a time when we can seem indifferent." The logic of this was not perhaps so apparent to the glasses of 50 as to the eyes of 26, but Mrs. Corey, however she viewed it, could not allow herself to blench before the son whom she had taught that to want magnanimity was to be less than gentlemanly. She answered, with what composure she could, "I will take your sisters," and then she made some natural inquiries about Lapham's affairs. "Oh, I hope it will come out all right," Corey said, with a lover's vague smile, and left her. When his father came down, rubbing his long hands together, and looking aloof from all the cares of the practical world, in an artistic withdrawal, from which his eye ranged over the breakfast table before he sat down, Mrs. Corey told him what she and their son had been saying. He laughed, with a delicate impersonal appreciation of the predicament. "Well, Anna, you can't say but if you ever were guilty of supposing yourself porcelain, this is a just punishment of your arrogance. Here you are bound by the very quality on which you've prided yourself to behave well to a bit of earthenware who is apparently in danger of losing the gilding that rendered her tolerable." "We never cared for the money," said Mrs. Corey. "You know that." "No, and now we can't seem to care for the loss of it. That would be still worse, Either horn of the dilemma gores us. Well, we still have the comfort we had in the beginning. We can't help ourselves, and we should only make bad worse by trying. Unless we can look to Tom's inamorata herself for help." Mrs. Corey shook her head so gloomily that her husband broke off with another laugh. But at the continued trouble of her face, he said sympathetically, "My dear, I know it's a very disagreeable affair, and I don't think either of us has failed to see that it was so from the beginning. I've had my way of expressing my sense of it, and you yours, but we have always been of the same mind about it. We would both have preferred to have Tom marry in his own set. The Laphams are about the last set we could have wished him to marry into. They are uncultivated people, and so far as I have seen them, I'm not able to believe that poverty will improve them. Still, it may. Let us hope for the best, and let us behave as well as we know how. I'm sure you will behave well, and I shall try. I'm going with you to call on Miss Lapham. This is a thing that can't be done by halves." He cut his orange in the Neapolitan manner, and ate it in quarters. End of chapter 26. Chapter 27 of The Rise of Silas Lapham by William Dean Howells. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Margaret Espaillat. Irene did not leave her mother in any illusion concerning her cousin Will and herself. She said they had all been as nice to her as they could be, and when Mrs. Lapham hinted at what had been in her thoughts, or her hopes rather, Irene severely snubbed the notion. She said that he was as good as engaged to a girl out there, and that he had never dreamt of her. Her mother wondered at her severity. In these few months the girl had toughened and hardened. She had lost all her babyish dependence and pliability. She was like iron, and here and there she was sharpened to a cutting edge. It had been a life and death struggle with her. She had conquered, but she had also necessarily lost much. Perhaps what she had lost was not worth keeping, but at any rate she had lost it. She required from her mother a strict and accurate account of her father's affairs, so far as Mrs. Lapham knew them, and she showed a business-like quickness in comprehending them that Penelope never pretended to. With her sister she ignored the past as completely as it was possible to do, and she treated both Corey and Penelope with the justice which their innocence of voluntary offense deserved. It was a difficult part, and she kept away from them as much as she could. She had been easily excused, on a plea of fatigue from her journey, when Mr. and Mrs. Corey had called the day after her arrival, and Mrs. Lapham being still unwell, Penelope received them alone. The girl had instinctively judged best that they should know the worst at once, and she let them have the full brunt of the drawing-room while she was screwing her courage up to come down and see them. She was afterwards, months afterwards, able to report to Corey that when she entered the room his father was sitting with his hat on his knees, a little tilted away from the Emancipation group, as if he expected the Lincoln to hit him, with that lifted hand of benediction, and that Mrs. Corey looked as if she were not sure but the eagle pecked. But for the time being Penelope was nearly crazed as might be by the complications of her position, and received her visitors with a piteous distraction which could not fail of touching Bromfield Corey's Italianized sympatheticism. He was very polite and tender with her at first, and ended by making a joke with her, to which Penelope responded in her sort. He said he hoped they parted friends, if not quite acquaintances, and she said she hoped they would able to recognize each other if they ever met again. "This is what I meant by her pertness," said Mrs. Corey, when they were driving away. "Was it very pert?" he queried. "The child had to answer something."
"I would much rather she had answered nothing under the circumstances," said Mrs. Corey. "However," she added hopelessly. "Oh, she's a merry little grig, you can see that, and there's no harm in her. I can understand why a formal fellow like Tom should be taken with her. She hasn't the least reverence, I suppose, and joked with the young man from the beginning. You must remember, Anna, that there was a time when you liked my joking."
"It was a very different thing."
"But that drawing room," pursued Corey. "Really, I don't see how Tom stands that. Anna, a terrible thought occurs to me. Fancy Tom being married in front of that group, with a floral horseshoe and tuberoses coming down on either side of it."
"Bromfield!" cried his wife. "You are unmerciful."
"No, no, my dear," he argued, "merely imaginative. And I can even imagine that little thing finding Tom just the least bit slow, at times, if it were not for his goodness. Tom is so kind that I'm convinced he sometimes feels your joke in his heart when his head isn't quite clear about it. Well, we will not despond, my dear."
"Your father seemed actually to like her," Mrs. Corey reported to her daughters, very much shaken in her own prejudices by the fact. If the girl were not so offensive to his fastidiousness, there might be some hope that she was not so offensive as Mrs. Corey had thought. "I wonder how she will strike you," she concluded, looking from one daughter to another, as if trying to decide which of them would like Penelope least. Irene's return and the visit of the Coreys formed a distraction for the Laphams in which their impending troubles seemed to hang further aloof, but it was only one of those reliefs which mark the course of adversity, and it was not one of the cheerful reliefs. At any other time, either incident would have been an anxiety and care for Mrs. Lapham, which she would have found hard to bear, but now she almost welcomed them. At the end of 3 days Lapham returned, and his wife met him as if nothing unusual had marked their parting. She reserved her atonement for a fitter time. He would know now from the way she acted that she felt all right towards him. He took very little note of her manner, but met his family with an austere quiet that puzzled her, and a sort of pensive dignity that refined his rudeness to an effect that sometimes comes to such natures after long sickness, when the animal strength has been taxed and lowered. He sat silent with her at the table after their girls had left them alone, and seeing that he did not mean to speak, she began to explain why Irene had come home, and to praise her. "Yes, she done right," said Lapham. "It was time for her to come," he added gently. Then he was silent again, and his wife told him of Corey's having been there, and of his father's and mother's calling. "I guess Pen's concluded to make it up," she said. "Well, we'll see about that," said Lapham, and now she could no longer forbear to ask him about his affairs. "I don't know as I've got any right to know anything about it," she said humbly, with remote allusion to her treatment of him. "But I can't help wanting to know. How are things going, Si?" "Bad," he said, pushing his plate from him, and tilting himself back in his chair. "Or they ain't going at all. They've stopped." "What do you mean, Si?" she persisted, tenderly. "I've got to the end of my string. Tomorrow I shall call a meeting of my creditors, and put myself in their hands. If there's enough left to satisfy them, I'm satisfied." His voice dropped in his throat. He swallowed once or twice, and then did not speak. "Do you mean that it's all over with you?" she asked fearfully. He bowed his big head, wrinkled and grizzled, and after a while he said, "It's hard to realize it, but I guess there ain't any doubt about it." He drew a long breath, and then he explained to her about the West Virginia people, and how he had got an extension of the first time they had given him, and had got a man to go up to Lapham with him and look at the works, a man that had turned up in New York and wanted to put money in the business. His money would have enabled Lapham to close with the West Virginians. "The devil was in it right straight along," said Lapham. "All I had to do was keep quiet about that other company. It was Rogers and his property right over again. He liked the look of things, and he wanted to go into the business, and he had money, plenty. It would have saved me with those West Virginia folks. But I had to tell 'em how I stood. I had to tell 'em all about it, and what I wanted to do. He began to backwater in a minute, and the next morning I saw that it was up with him. He's gone back to New York. I've lost my chance. Now all I've got to do is save the pieces."
Will everything go?" she asked.
"I can't tell yet. But they shall have a chance at everything. Every dollar, every cent. I'm sorry for you, Persis, and the girls."
"Oh, don't talk of us." She was trying to realize that the simple, rude soul to which her heart clove in her youth, but which she had put to such cruel proof with her unsparing conscience and her unsparing tongue, had been equal to its ordeals, and had come out unscathed and unstained. He was able in his talk to make so little of them. He hardly seemed to see what they were. He was apparently not proud of them, and certainly not glad. If they were victories of any sort, he bore them with the patience of defeat. His wife wished to praise him, but she did not know how, so she offered him a little reproach, in which alone she touched the cause of her behavior at parting. "Silas," she asked after a long gaze at him, "why didn't you tell me you had Jim Millen's girl there?"
"I didn't suppose you'd like it, Persis," he answered. "I did intend to tell you at first, but then I put it off. I thought you'd come round some day and find it out for yourself."
"I'm punished," said his wife, "for not taking enough interest in your business to even come near it. If we're brought back to the day of small things, I guess it's a lesson for me, Silas."
"Oh, I don't know about the lesson," he said wearily.
That night she showed him the anonymous scrawl which had kindled her fury against him. He turned it listlessly over in his hand.
"I guess I know who it's from," he said, giving it back to her. "And I guess you do too, Persis."
"But how could he?"
"Mebbe he believed it," said Lapham, with patience that cut her more keenly than any reproach. "You did."
Perhaps because the process of his ruin had been so gradual, perhaps because the excitement of preceding events had exhausted their capacity for emotion, the actual consummation of his bankruptcy brought a relief, a repose to Lapham and his family, rather than a fresh sensation of calamity. In the shadow of his disaster they returned to something like their old united life. They were at least all together again, and it will be intelligible to those whom life has blessed with vicissitude that Lapham should come home the evening after he had given up everything to his creditors, and should sit down to his supper so cheerful that Penelope could joke him in the old way, and tell him that she thought from his looks that they had concluded to pay him 100 cents on every dollar he owed them. As James Bellingham had taken so much interest in his troubles from the first, Lapham thought he ought to tell him, before taking the final step, just how things stood with him, and what he meant to do. Bellingham made some futile inquiries about his negotiations with the West Virginians, and Lapham told him they had come to nothing. He spoke of the New York man, and the chance that he might have sold out half his business to him.
"But of course I had to let him know how it was about those fellows."
"Of course," said Bellingham, not seeing till afterwards the full significance of Lapham's action. All those who were concerned in his affairs said he behaved well, and even more than well, when it came to the worst. The prudence, the good sense which he had shown in the first years of his success, and of which his great prosperity seemed to have bereft him, came back, and these qualities, used in his own behalf, commended him as much to his creditors as the anxiety he showed that no one should suffer by him. This even made some of them doubtful of his sincerity. They gave him time, and there would have been no trouble in his resuming on the old basis if the ground had not been cut from under him by the competition of the West Virginia Company. He saw himself that it was useless to try to go on in the old way, and he preferred to go back and begin the world anew where he had first begun it, in the hills at Lapham. He put the house at Nankeen Square, with everything else he had, into the payment of his debts, and Mrs. Lapham found it easier to leave it for the old farmstead in Vermont than it would have been to go from that home of many years to the new house on the waterside of Beacon. This thing and that is embittered to us, so that we may be willing to relinquish it. The world, life itself, is embittered to most of us, so that we are glad to have done with them at last. And this home was haunted with such memories to each of those who abandoned it that to go was less exile than escape. Mrs. Lapham could not look into Irene's room without seeing the girl there before her glass, tearing the poor little keepsakes of her hapless fancy from their hiding places to take them and fling them in passionate renunciation upon her sister. She could not come to the sitting room, where her little ones had grown up, without starting at the thought of her husband sitting so many weary nights at his desk there, trying to fight his way back to hope out of the ruin into which he was slipping. When she remembered the night that Rogers came, she hated the place. Irene accepted her release from the house eagerly, and was glad to go before and prepare for the family at Lapham. Penelope was always ashamed of her engagement there. It must seem better somewhere else, and she was glad to go too. No one but Lapham, in fact, felt the pang of parting in all its keenness. Whatever regret the others had was softened to them by the likeness of their flitting to many of those removals for the summer which they had made in the late spring when they left Nankeen Square. They were going directly into the country instead of to the seaside first. But Lapham, who usually remained in town after they had gone, knew all the difference. For his nerves there was no mechanical sense of coming back. This was as much the end of his proud, prosperous life as death itself could have been. He was returning to begin life anew, but he knew as well as he knew that he should not find his vanished youth in his native hills, that it could never again be the triumph that it had been. That was impossible, not only in his stiffened and weakened forces, but in the very nature of things. He was going back, by grace of the man whom he owed money, to make what he could out of the one chance which his successful rivals had left him. In one phase his paint had held its own against bad times and ruinous competition, and it was with the hope of doing still more with the Persis brand that he now set himself to work. The West Virginia people confessed that they could not produce those fine grades, and they willingly left the field to him. A strange, not ignoble friendliness existed between Lapham and the three brothers. They had used him fairly. It was their facilities that had conquered him, not their ill will, and he recognized in them without enmity the necessity to which he had yielded. If he succeeded in his efforts to develop his paint in this direction, it must be for a long time on a small scale compared with his former business, which it could never equal, and he brought to them the flagging energies of an elderly man. He was more broken than he knew by his failure. It did not kill, as it often does, but it weakened the spring once so strong and elastic. He lapsed more and more into acquiescence with his changed condition, and that bragging note of his was rarely sounded. He worked faithfully enough in his enterprise, but sometimes he failed to seize occasions that in his younger days he would have turned to golden account. His wife saw in him a daunted look that made her heart ache for him. One result of his friendly relations with the West Virginia people was that Corey went in with them, and the fact that he did so solely upon Lapham's advice and by means of his recommendation was perhaps the Colonel's proudest consolation. Corey knew the business thoroughly, and after half a year at Kanawha Falls and in the office at New York, he went out to Mexico and Central America to see what could be done for them on the ground which he had theoretically studied with Lapham. Before he went, he came up to Vermont and urged Penelope to go with him. He was to be first in the city of Mexico, and if his mission was successful, he was to be kept there and in South America several years, watching the new railroad enterprises and the development of mechanical agriculture and whatever other undertakings offered an opening for the introduction of the paint. They were all young men together, and Corey, who had put his money into the company, had a proprietary interest in the success which they were eager to achieve. "There's no more reason now, and no less than there ever was," mused Penelope, in council with her mother, "why I should say yes or why I should say no. Everything else changes, but this is just where it was a year ago. It don't go backward and it don't go forward. Mother, I believe I shall take the bit in my teeth, if anybody will put it there." "It isn't the same as it was," suggested her mother. "You can see that Irene's all over it." "That's no credit to me," said Penelope. "I ought to be just as much ashamed as ever." "You no need ever to be ashamed." "That's true, too," said the girl. "And I can sneak off to Mexico with a good conscience if I could make my mind up to it," she laughed. "Well, if I could be sentenced to be married, or somebody would up and forbid the banns, I don't know what to do about it." Her mother left her to carry her hesitation back to Corey, and she said now they had better go all over it and try to reason it out. "And I hope that whatever I do, it won't be for my own sake, but for others." Corey said he was sure of that, and looked at her with eyes of patient tenderness. "I don't say it is wrong," she proceeded, rather aimlessly, "but I can't make it seem right. I don't know whether I can make you understand, but the idea of being happy, when everybody else is so miserable, is more than I can endure. It makes me wretched." "Then perhaps that's your share of the common suffering," suggested Corey, smiling. "Oh, you know it isn't. You know it's nothing. Oh, one of the reasons is what I told you once before, that as long as father is in trouble I can't let you think of me. Now that he's lost everything?" She bent her eyes inquiringly upon him, as if for the effect of this argument. "I don't think that's a very good reason," he answered seriously, but smiling still. "Do you believe me when I tell you that I love you?" "Why, I suppose I must," she said, dropping her eyes. "Then why shouldn't I think all the more of you on account of your father's loss? You didn't suppose I cared for you because he was prosperous?" There was a shade of reproach, ever so delicate and gentle in his smiling question, which she felt. "No, I couldn't think such a thing of you. I don't know what I meant. I meant that—" She could not go on and say that she had felt herself more worthy of him because of her father's money. It would not have been true, yet there was no other explanation. She stopped and cast a helpless glance at him. He came to her aid. "I understand why you shouldn't wish me to suffer by your father's misfortunes." "Yes, that was it. And there's too great a difference every way. We ought to look at that again. You mustn't pretend that you don't know it, for that wouldn't be true. Your mother will never like me, and perhaps I shall not like her." "Well," said Corey, a little daunted, "you won't have to marry my family." "Ah, that isn't the point." "I know it," he admitted. "I won't pretend that I don't see what you mean, but I'm sure that all the differences would disappear when you come to know my family better. I'm not afraid but you and my mother will like each other. She can't help it," he exclaimed. less judicially than he had hitherto spoken, and he went on to urge some points of doubtful tenability. "We have our ways, and you have yours, and while I don't say but what you and my mother and sisters would be a little strange together at first, it would soon wear off on both sides. There can't be anything hopelessly different in you all. It wouldn't be any difference to me." "Do you think it would be pleasant to have you on my side against your mother?" "There won't be any sides. Just tell me what it is you're afraid of." "Afraid?" "Thinking of, then." "I don't know. It isn't anything they say or do," she explained, with her eyes intent on his. "It's what they are. I couldn't be natural with them, and if I can't be natural with people, I'm disagreeable." "Can you be natural with me?" "Oh, I'm not afraid of you. I never was. That was the trouble from the beginning." "Well, then, that's all that's necessary. And it never was the least trouble to me." "It made me untrue to Irene."
"You mustn't say that. You were always true to her."
"She cared for you first."
"Well, but I never cared for her at all," he besought her.
"She thought you did."
"That was nobody's fault, and I can't let you make it yours."
"My dear—" "Wait. We must understand each other," said Penelope, rising from her seat to prevent an advance he was making from his. "I want you to realize the whole affair. Should you want a girl who hadn't a cent in the world, and felt different in your mother's company, and had cheated and betrayed her own sister?"
"I want you."
"Very well, then, you can't have me. I should always despise myself. I ought to give you up for all these reasons. Yes, I must." She looked at him intently, and there was a tentative quality in her affirmations.
"Is this your answer?" he said.
"I must submit. If I asked too much of you, I was wrong. And good-bye." He held out his hand, and she put hers in it. "You think I'm capricious and fickle," she said. "I can't help it. I don't know myself. I can't keep to one thing for half a day at a time. But it's right for us to part. Yes, it must be. It must be," she repeated, "and I shall try to remember that. Good-bye. I will try to keep that in mind, and you will too. You won't care very soon. I didn't mean that, no. I know how true you are, but you will soon look at me differently, and see that even if there hadn't been this about Irene, I was not the one for you. You do think so, don't you?" she pleaded, clinging to his hand. "I'm not at all what they would like, your family. I felt that. I am little and black and homely, and they don't understand my way of talking, and now that we've lost everything—no, I'm not fit. Good-bye. You're quite right, not to have patience with me any longer. I've tried you enough. I ought to be willing to marry you against their wishes if you want me to, but I can't make the sacrifice. I'm too selfish for that." All at once she flung herself on his breast. "I can't even give you up. I shall never dare look anyone in the face again. Go, go, but take me with you. I tried to do it without you. I gave it a fair trial, and it was a dead failure. Oh, poor Irene! How could she give you up?" Corey went back to Boston immediately, and left Penelope, as he must, to tell her sister that they were to be married. She was spared from the first advance toward this by an accident or a misunderstanding. Irene came straight to her after Corey was gone, and demanded, "Penelope Lapham, have you been such a ninny as to send that man away on my account?" Penelope recoiled from this terrible courage. She did not answer directly, and Irene went on, "Because if you did, I'll thank you to bring him back again.
I'm not going to have him thinking that I'm dying for a man that never cared for me. It's insulting, and I'm not going to stand it. Now, you just send for him." "Oh, I will, 'Rene," gasped Penelope. And then she added, shamed out of her prevarication by Irene's haughty magnanimity, "I have. That is, he's coming back." Irene looked at her a moment, and then, whatever thought was in her mind, said fiercely, "Well!" and left her to her dismay and her relief, for they both knew that this was the last time that they should ever speak of that again. The marriage came after so much sorrow and trouble, and the fact was received with so much misgiving for the past and future, that it brought Lapham none of the triumph in which he had once exulted at the thought of an alliance with the Coreys. Adversity had so far been his friend that it had taken from him all hope of the social success for which people crawl and truckle, and restored him, through failure and doubt and heartache, the manhood which his prosperity had so nearly stolen from him. Neither he nor his wife thought now that their daughter was marrying a Corey. They thought only that she was giving herself to the man who loved her, and their acquiescence was sobered still further by the presence of Irene. Their hearts were far more with her. Again and again Mrs. Lapham said she did not see how she could go through with it. "I can't make it seem right," she said. "It is right," steadily answered the Colonel. "Yes, I know, but it don't seem so." It would be easy to point out traits in Penelope's character which finally reconciled all her husband's family and endeared her to them. These things continually happen in novels, and the Coreys, as they had always promised themselves to do, made the best and not the worst of Tom's marriage. They were people who could value Lapham's behavior as Tom reported it to them. They were proud of him, and Bromfield Corey, who found a delicate aesthetic pleasure in the heroism with which Lapham had withstood Rogers and his temptations, something finely dramatic and unconsciously effective, wrote him a letter which would once have flattered the rough soul almost to ecstasy, though he now affected to slight it in showing it. "It's all right if it makes it more comfortable for Pen," he said to his wife. But the differences remained uneffaced, if not uneffaceable, between the Coreys and Tom Corey's wife. If he had only married the Colonel, subtly suggested Nanny Corey. There was a brief season of civility and forbearance on both sides, when he brought her home before starting for Mexico, and her father-in-law made a sympathetic feint of liking Penelope's way of talking, but it is questionable if even he found it so delightful as her husband did. Lily Corey made a little ineffectual sketch of her, which she put by with other studies to finish up some time, and found her rather picturesque in some ways. Nanny got on with her better than the rest, and saw possibilities for her in the country to which she was going. "As she's quite unformed socially," she explained to her mother, "there is a chance that she will form herself on the Spanish manner, if she stays there long enough, and that when she comes back she will have the charm of, not olives perhaps, but tortillas, whatever they are, something strange and foreign, even if it's borrowed. I'm glad she's going to Mexico. At that distance we can correspond." Her mother sighed, and said bravely that she was sure they all got on very pleasantly as it was, and that she was perfectly satisfied if Tom was. There was, in fact, much truth in what she said of their harmony with Penelope. Having resolved from the beginning to make the best of the worst, it might almost be said that they were supported and consoled in their good intentions by a higher power. This marriage had not, thanks to an overruling Providence, brought the succession of Lapham teas upon Bromfield Corey which he had dreaded. The Laphams were far off in their native fastnesses, and neither Lily nor Nanny Corey was obliged to sacrifice herself to the conversation of Irene.
They were not even called upon to make a social demonstration for Penelope at a time when, most people being still out of town, it would have been so easy. She and Tom had both begged that there might be nothing of that kind. And though none of the Coreys learned to know her very well in the week she spent with them, they did not find it hard to get on with her. There were even moments when Nanny Corey, like her father, had glimpses of what Tom had called her humor, but it was perhaps too unlike their own to be easily recognizable. Whether Penelope, on her side, found it more difficult to harmonize, I cannot say. She had much more of the harmonizing to do, since they were 4-1, but then she had gone through so much greater trials before. When the door of their carriage closed and it drove off with her and her husband to the station, she fetched a long sigh. "What is it?" asked Corey, who ought to have known better. "Oh, nothing. I don't think I shall feel strange amongst the Mexicans now." He looked at her with a puzzled smile, which grew a little graver, and then he put his arm round her and drew her closer to him. This made her cry on his shoulder. "I only meant that I should have you all to myself." There is no proof that she meant more, but it is certain that our manners and customs go for more in life than our qualities. The price that we pay for civilization is the fine yet impassable differentiation of these. Perhaps we pay too much, but it will not be possible to persuade those who have the difference in their favor that this is so. They may be right, and at any rate, the blank misgiving, the recurring sense of disappointment to which the young people's departure left the Coreys is to be considered. That was the end of their son and brother for them. They felt that, and they were not mean or unamiable people. He remained 3 years away. Some changes took place in that time. One of these was the purchase by the Kanawha Falls Company of the mines and works at Lapham. The transfer relieved Lapham of the load of debt which he was still laboring under, and gave him an interest in the vaster enterprise of the younger men, which he had once vainly hoped to grasp all in his own hand. He began to tell of this coincidence as something very striking, and pushing on more actively the special branch of the business left to him, he bragged, quite in his old way, of its enormous extension. His son-in-law, he said, was pushing it in Mexico and Central America, an idea that they had originally had in common. Well, young blood was what they wanted in a thing of that kind. Now, those fellows out in West Virginia, all young and a perfect team. For himself, he owned that he had made mistakes. He could see just where the mistakes were. He put his finger right on them. But one thing he could say, he had been no man's enemy but his own. Every dollar, every cent had gone to pay his debts. He had come out with clean hands. He said all this and much more to Mr. Sewell the summer after he sold out, when the minister and his wife stopped at Lapham on their way across from the White Mountains to Lake Champlain. Lapham had found them on the cars and pressed them to stop off. There were times when Mrs. Lapham had as great pride in the clean-handedness with which Lapham had come out as he had himself, but her satisfaction was not so constant. At those times, knowing the temptations he had resisted, she thought him the noblest and grandest of men, but no woman could endure to live in the same house with a perfect hero, and there were other times when she reminded him that if he had kept his word to her about speculating in stocks, and had looked after the insurance of his property half as carefully as he had looked after a couple of worthless women who had no earthly claim on him, they would not be where they were now. He humbly admitted it all, and left her to think of Rogers herself. She did not fail to do so, and the thought did not fail to restore him to her tenderness again. I do not know how it is that clergymen and physicians keep from telling their wives the secrets confided to them. Perhaps they can trust their wives to find them out for themselves whenever they wish. Sewell had laid before his wife the case of the Laphams after they came to consult with him about Corey's proposal to Penelope, for he wished to be confirmed in his belief that he had advised them soundly. But he had not given her their names, and he had not known Corey's himself. Now he had no compunctions in talking the affair over with her without the veil of ignorance which she had hitherto assumed, for she declared that as soon as she heard of Corey's engagement to Penelope, the whole thing had flashed upon her. "And that night at dinner I could have told the child that he was in love with her sister by the way he talked about her. I heard him, and if she had not been so blindly in love with him herself, she would have known it too. I must say I can't help feeling a sort of contempt for her sister." "Oh, but you must not," cried Sewell. "That is wrong, cruelly wrong. I'm sure that's out of your novel reading, my dear, and not out of your heart. Come, it grieves me to hear you say such a thing as that." "Oh, I dare say this pretty thing has got over it. How much character she has got! And I suppose she'll see somebody else." Sewell had to content himself with this partial concession. As a matter of fact, unless it was the young West Virginian who had come on to arrange the purchase of the works, Irene had not yet seen anyone, and whether there was ever anything between them is a fact that would need a separate inquiry. It is certain that at the end of 5 years after the disappointment which she had met so bravely, she was still unmarried. But she was even then still very young, and her life at Lapham had been varied by visits to the West. It had also been varied by an invitation made with the politest resolution by Mrs. Corey to visit in Boston, which the girl was equal to refusing in the same spirit. Sewell was intensely interested in the moral spectacle which Lapham presented under his changed conditions. The Colonel, who was more the Colonel in those hills than he ever could have been on the Back Bay, kept him and Mrs. Sewell overnight at his house, and he showed the minister minutely round the works and drove him all over his farm. For this expedition he employed a lively colt which had not yet come of age, and an open buggy long past its prime, and was no more ashamed of his turnout than of the finest he had ever driven on the mill dam. He was rather shabby and slovenly in dress, and he had fallen unkempt, after the country fashion, as to his hair and beard and boots. The house was plain, and was furnished with the simpler movables out of the house in Nankeen Square. There were certainly all the necessaries, but no luxuries unless the statues of prayer and faith might be so considered. The Laphams now burned kerosene, of course, and they had no furnace in the winter. These were the only hardships the Colonel complained of. But he said that as soon as the company got to paying dividends again, he was evidently proud of the outlays that for the present prevented this, he should put in steam heat and nap the gas. He spoke freely of his failure, and with a confidence that seemed inspired by his former trust in Sewell, whom, indeed, he treated like an intimate friend rather than acquaintance of 2 or 3 meetings. He went back to his first connection with Rogers, and he put before Sewell hypothetically his own conclusions in regard to the matter. "Sometimes," he said, "I get to thinking it all over, and it seems to me I done wrong about Rogers in the first place, that the whole trouble came from that. It was just like starting a row of bricks. I tried to catch up and stop 'em from going, but they all tumbled, one after another. It wa'n't in the nature of things that they could be stopped till the last brick went. I don't talk much with my wife any more about it, but I should like to know how it strikes you." "We can trace the operation of evil in the physical world," replied the minister, "but I'm more and more puzzled about it in the moral world. There its course is often so very obscure, and often it seems to involve
So far as we can see, no penalty whatever. And in your own case, as I understand, you don't admit, you don't feel sure, that you ever actually did wrong this man." "Well, I don't know. That is to say—" He did not continue, and after a while Sewell said, with that subtle kindness of his, "I should be inclined to think, nothing can be thrown quite away, and it can't be that our sins only weaken us, that your fear of having possibly behaved selfishly toward this man kept you on your guard, and strengthened you when you were brought face to face with a greater—" he was going to say temptation, but he saved Lapham's pride and said, "emergency." "Do you think so?" "I think that there may be truth in what I suggest." "Well, I don't know what it was," said Lapham. "All I know is that when it come to the point, although I could see that I'd got to go under unless I did it, that I couldn't sell out to those Englishmen, and I couldn't let that man put his money into my business without I told him just how things stood."
End of chapter 27. End of The Rise of Silas Lapham by William Dean Howells.